with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
All right.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a long
Thanks for being here, everybody.
rebel.
How you doing, everybody? Welcome to the show.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With
Yeah.
your cup used to fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. Morning shows you need to know.
This is the show
Join us on this
that you've been waiting for.
daily ride with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe.
Sky will keep you well supplied.
Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Everybody, welcome. How are you? How the heck are you? Oh, man. You know, the Palace of Versailles. Who built the Palace of Versailles, huh? Louis the 13th. Louis the 13th. Yeah. Louis the 14th expanded the structure. All right. So I don't know if you heard, but the Palace of Versailles is in the news today, which is my favorite building because it reminds me of guillotines. Every time I see the Palace of Versailles, I think, man, whoever built this deserved to get their heads chopped off for sure. You know what I'm saying? For sure, dude. Why aren't we? Oh my God, son of a bitch. We're not vertical. Oh well. What a piss take. Why are we not vertical? Why is this happening? Oh well. Life sucks sometimes, I guess. Are we vertical? It says we're vertical. It says we're vertical. Oh, okay, you are vertical. You are vertical. Okay, I can't see the vertical. Okie dokie. I can't see the vertical, but you can. That's all that matters, I suppose. Very bizarre, but that's okay. We're going with it. We're going with it. I won't be able to see what you're seeing, which is okay. All right. Thank you, Chip. I'm glad that you say. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, I am a coffee addict as well. I had only 10 ounces of coffee, so I made half as much coffee today. 10 ounces of coffee beans. No, 10 grams. I'm sorry, 10 grams of coffee beans. 10 grams of coffee beans. Thank you all for being here. Palace of Versailles is in the news today, and I love it when it's in the news because it reminds me of the French Revolution, because every time I see the Palace of Versailles, I think, man, whoever lived in this thing should get their heads chopped off immediately. I mean, oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire, great rolling heads. That should happen immediately. Yep, c'est la vie, they say, as and Marie Antoinette's head rolls into the basket. Exactly. Let them eat cake, they say. Yes, exactly. Half as much performance then. Exactly, man. Well, I do have another house showing today because I'm selling my house. First time ever. I've never done it before. Yesterday, I went to my book club. I was going to bring the book inside the studio. It's The Country Under Heaven, which is fabulous. I've had a great time. It's by Frederick S. Durbin. We're going to do a book club version of that here on the YouTube channel. I'm going to try to get the author, have a little interview with the author. You know, wouldn't that be cool? I think it'd be cool. I haven't done an interview for a while, and I think that'd be a really rad interview to start with. An author of a book I really love. I think that'd be great. I really enjoyed it. It's about an anarchist cowboy who wanders the wilderness, encountering Lovecraftian beasts and mysteries. It's like an American Gothic horror story happening right at the end of the Civil War, and there is a rift in the universe, and the elder gods are pissed. It's fun. It's fascinating. I really enjoyed it. Incredibly well written. And if you're not already in the know, we're also doing a philosophy book for the book club here. It's called Surfing with Sartre. I'm hoping my friend Chip will read it because I think it's right up his alley. Surfing with Sartre by Aaron James is the other book we're reading. After that, I went to I promised you I would try to go out and meet people at the pub. You know, I went to the brewery near my house, and I walked in after the book club, and I stood there for a few minutes looking for a place to sit. But the World Cup, man, and it brings all the amateurs out. All the lamos were out. I thought it was going to be a nice day, but it was all these lamos watching the sports balls, and which is fine. You know, if you like sports, that's cool. But you know, when you're in a sports bar, it's a very different vibe. You're not really going to talk to anyone or hang out with anybody. Everyone's already there with their friends. So I just went, forget it. Got myself a baguette and a bottle of wine, which is this guy's favorite meal. Baguette and a bottle of wine is my favorite meal. So I went out. Yeah, lamos. You know about lamos. You know the amateurs. It's like the guys who go out and drink Dos Equis and Coronas on 5th of May. You know, Cinco de Mayo's cool and all, but if you're not a drinker, don't come out, man. Don't come out. Don't do it. It's like St. Patrick's Day. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, the amount of cope. We're going to look at some cope today. Yeah, amount of cope I've seen coming from MAGA today is about to dry up the entire world supply. Wow, indeed. It is pretty extreme what's happening in the news today. But the Palace of Versailles is the thing I want to keep on coming back to, because yes, the Palace of Versailles was where they signed all that stuff for the Treaty of Versailles and all that. But my favorite thing about it is that the Sun Kings, the Louis, built it. And we all know how the Louis met their end, how the last Louis was cut. The last Louis's life was cut short. For some reason, every time I think of the Louis, I always think of Jason Schwartzman, and I don't know why. It's not like it was a career-defining role for him or anything, but he played Louis is it the 16th? I think it was the 16th who died. Did Jason Schwartzman play Louis the 16th? Yeah, it was Louis the 16th. Good. Oh man, I was worried about my memory for a second. Louis the 16th in the movie Marie Antoinette, directed by Sofia Coppola. And I for some reason, every time I think of the Louis now, I think of Jason Schwartzman. He's the perfect guy to play Louis the 16th if you think about it. He really is great in that role. It's weird. Shiza. Yeah, I know.
Iran, according to a senior U.S. official, the United States required to lift its naval blockade within 30 days and terminate all types of sanctions against Iran.
All types of sanctions against Iran. We have to end all types of sanctions against Iran. It sounds like we got our asses kicked. Does it sound like we got our asses kicked when you hear that? It sounds like America. Did we just get our asses kicked? Did America? I mean, you know what? You know that part in in Rush Hour where Chris Tucker's like, "Which one of y'all kicked me?" I feel like that's what just happened. I feel like, which one of y'all kicked me? I feel like I just got kicked in the face. I think it was Iran. It might have been Israel. Which one of y'all kicked me? Was it Israel or Iran? Who do you think kicked us? I think that should be the first poll of the day. What do you say? Should that be the first poll of the day? Which one of y'all kicked me? I think that would be a great one. Which one of y'all kicked me? I think that'll be it. And the only two options are, God, most of you guys are watching on vertical. Damn it. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna figure this out today. Congrats to Iran. Yes. Which one of y'all kicked me? And it's Israel or Iran is the who won this war? Is it Israel or is it Israel? Which one of y'all kicked me? All right, so there we have it. I hope that you can tell me which who kicked me in the face. Was it Israel or Iran? Will there be a both answer? Maybe there should have been a both answer. You're probably right. Maybe I did this wrong. We'll do that next, okay? You're right. You're absolutely all of the above. See all of the above. You're absolutely right. For some reason, I don't know what the hell happened. Which one of y'all kicked me, y'all? I don't know which one of y'all did it, but I got my ass kicked. I'm not sure how that happened. Okay, this is weird. Something's wrong with my display. That's okay. We're going to figure this out today. All right, let's go.
In exchange, Iran must allow toll-free passage through the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days, which existed before the war.
We stopped nuclear holocaust.
We stopped nuclear holocaust.
Its nuclear program, the president's main reason for starting the war, Iran agreed, as it has before, that it will not procure or develop nuclear weapons. But some uncertainty still on the key issue of the nuclear materials Iran already has. The countries say they'll reach an agreement in the future, and the U.S. says that Iran will eventually have to dilute its enriched uranium.
They can never have a nuclear weapon.
The agreement's most controversial provision, a $300 billion framework for the reconstruction of Iran and the return of over $100 billion in assets that were frozen by the U.S.
It's not our money. It's their money.
The administration says the reconstruction costs will not fall.
Well, okay, so you know how we stole all that land from the Indians? I mean, it's not our land, it's their land. Not really. I mean, we stole it fair and square, didn't we? I mean, we did a whole genocide in order to get this land. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's our land these days, right? I mean, isn't that the reason why people are annoyed by the land acknowledgements? Like, it's our land now. So if we stole the money from Iran, that's our money now. And if we give it to the Iranians, that's now their money. You see how that means? Now it's our money because we stole it fair and square. We stole it fair and square. How dare you say it's not our money?
All to U.S. taxpayers. While many Republicans back the president's plan, some voicing opposition.
It's going to leave Iran stronger. It's going to leave our allies weak.
Senator Ted Cruz, a Trump ally, saying in an interview that Trump is getting, quote, very poor advice, adding, quote, history teaches that giving billions of dollars to theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is a bad idea. And while President Trump continues.
Do you think it's a bad idea to give our money to theocratic lunatics? I think he means the Republican Party. If you give don't give theocratic lunatics money, and by that Ted Cruz means the Republicans.
Continues to maintain that this agreement will end any effort by Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. He conceded yesterday that it will not completely eliminate their military apparatus. The president saying it would be unfair.
Look, man, just because he's from Texas, Ted Cruz is not a beta cunt. Beta cunt? Wow. Oof. Little beta cunt. Look, don't say that about Ted Cruz. He's a sitting senator. He's an elected official. How dare you, Jay Donovan? Jay Donovan, you are not a good person saying that about a Texas senator, a sitting senator. Come on now. Funny, Trump didn't acknowledge it was their money when Obama unfroze $1.7 billion. It's funny. We didn't steal it. We froze it in banks. Johnny. That feels a little bit like stealing. Like if you put it in if you lend me money, right? Or if you give me money to hold for you and you're not even lending it to me, if you give me money to hold for you and then you're like, hey, can I get my money? And I'm like, no, I would call that stealing. I think that's stealing. It counts as stealing. You can split hairs any way you want. It's stealing. Come on. We didn't steal California from Mexico. We didn't steal it from Mexico. We kind of won it in a settlement for a war, kind of, sort of, kind of. Wasn't stealing.
For Iran not to have a ballistic missile arsenal while their neighbors in the Gulf do. Chanel.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on.
Hey, I know it says with $300 billion, Iran can buy nukes from Russia, but they're saying they promise they won't. You see, they're going to make a promise. They're making a promise. They never wanted nuclear weapons. They wanted the sanctions lifted. They don't care about the nuclear weapons. Do you get tired of blaming everything on Biden? They never get tired of blaming everything on Biden. They wouldn't do that if Donny Boy wasn't doing Pinky promise. Look, Donald, I pinky promise. I pinky promise, Donald. He pinky promised, Donald, buy Melania coin. He pinky promised. Listen, buy Melania coin because Donald Trump never told a lie. It's not a scam.
Take a look at all of this data showing Donald Trump's recent stock trades. Trump spent the first part of 2020.
Stock trades. Let me see if you think this is stealing. I know everyone said it wasn't it wasn't stealing, right? Tell me if you think this is stealing. Just let me know.
26, making thousands of stock trades in all kinds of companies, over 3,600 trades total. Our team and other journalists dug into the data, and we noticed that a lot of these trades.
Biden opened our borders. You'd have to be an imbecile to believe that. Did you cross the border I crossed the border during the Biden years, and let me tell you, not open. Not open. What do you think that means, dumb shit? What do you think open borders means? Dumb shit. You just repeat everything Donald Trump says. Oh, he opened the borders. I don't know what you think that means, but the borders were not open. The borders haven't been open since like the 1890s or something. The borders aren't open, dumb-dums. Listen, dumb. The borders were never open. They should be, but they aren't. They never have been, not in our lifetimes. So shut the fuck up.
Looked very suspiciously timed around presidential visits.
10 million illegals! Holy gee whiz. What does that mean? What do you think that means, Pacific Ocean? What do you think that means? What do you think 10 million illegals means? Who are these 10 million illegals? What do you think that means? 10 million illegals came across an open border? You mean they just opened the gates? So there were no border crosses. So why do we even have a CBP and an INS, not an INS anymore, ICE? Why do we even have them? If he opened the borders, why do we even have them? If he opened the borders, I thought he must have dismantled Homeland Security, right? DHS must be dismantled if he opened the borders, right? What does that mean, open borders? So there's no Department of Homeland Security? Then what is Mark Wayne Mullen doing? Who are all these ICE agents that we keep on complaining about? What do you mean he opened the border? How do all these positions still exist if he opened the border? How much sense does that make?
Announcements and public statements that would boost the stock price of companies that Trump was investing in. So we put together a short list to show you the most egregious examples of quid pro quo corruption, because apparently the mainstream media doesn't plan on letting you know anything about this. Let's start with Boeing. In February and March of this year, Trump buys over $1 million in Boeing stock. But just a few months later, here he is on a trip to China, negotiating a deal with Xi Jinping to buy 200 Boeing jets, which he proudly announces.
We made a lot of great trade deals, including over 200 planes from Boeing.
Get used to that pattern. Here's another one. At the end of March, Trump calls into Fox.
So he bought Boeing, and then he announced that we bought a bunch of planes from Boeing.
Fox News to give an interview. In the call, he heaps praise on a specific company on air called Micron.
Is insider trading stealing? Would you consider that stealing? Yeah, just parroting. It's so funny. 10 million illegals. What are you talking about? What do you mean 10 million illegals? 10 million asylum seekers, maybe, is what you mean? 10 million illegals? What do you mean 10 million illegals?
I just left the head of Micron. It's one of the hottest companies.
He had just visited them recently, and he wanted everyone to know they were one of the hottest companies. A few weeks earlier, he buys somewhere between $217,000 and nearly $500,000 in Micron stock. And it's not just limited to companies.
Man, I wish I were president. I could just it's not a pump and dump scam if you're president. If in your president, it ain't no pump and dump scam. So I could go buy Micron stock or stock in anything and then get on TV and be like, it's the hottest company right now. You gotta buy. It's the hottest. And then all of a sudden, all these morons buy Micron and then he sells. Brilliant. Buy Melania coin. It's the best. It's the best coin. It's going to the moon. Oh my God, it's going to the moon. For Pride Month, it's going to the moon. We're going to the moon for Pride Month. Wait till you see the video about how gay Donald Trump is. You're going to love it.
That he thinks are hot. Trump invests in companies he gives business to directly. In the beginning of the year, Trump buys over $300,000 in Robinhood stock. In April, he announces that Robinhood will be the official company of Trump's savings accounts. Palantir has had a massive year under the Trump administration.
Everyone loves Palantir. That guy Peter Thiel's the best, right? I watched a movie last night called 2073. Have you seen it? It's a little annoying, but it's very, very good. You should watch it. Watch it. I think you should watch. It's the hottest movie right now. 2073. 2073 is the hottest movie you'll see this summer. It's hot. You should see it. It's totally hot. You should see 2073. It's like a sci-fi movie told with all actual footage, which is fun. It's like a documentary, except with the sci-fi narrative. It's very cool. It's not a mockumentary. Like, it's an actual documentary about actual stuff, but there's this sci-fi component, which is really neat, that you fast forward to see what the documentary, what they think will happen because of what's happening, what they're documenting. So they're making a documentary and they keep fast forwarding to what's happening in the future because of what's happening here. It's a cool way to tell the story. I'm annoyed because they don't offer any solutions other than let's do something. Please, let's do something. Can we please do something? He's a traitor. Yes, Donald Trump is a traitor, obviously.
Getting millions in government contracts, working with agencies like ICE to collect data and spy on Americans. And Trump was sure to get in on the gold rush, buying up to $680,000 of Palantir stock in the first 3 months of 2026. In April, he posts on Truth Social saying, Palantir Technologies has proven to have great warfighting capabilities and equipment. Just ask our enemies. Once you see...
I bought Palantir stock and then I tweeted,
Ask our enemies how they feel about Palantir. They know they're the best. They're the best one.
The pattern, you really can't stop seeing it. In March, he makes a visit to a manufacturing plant in Ohio, owned by a company called Thermo Fisher Scientific, a medical supply company. Why is he there touring this random factory? Well, a month earlier, he bought Thermo Fisher stock, up to $215,000 of it. Now, Trump and his team claim that he has no influence or decision-making power in his portfolio, but unless his assets were in a true certified blind trust, we can never know if that's true.
We know that's not true because it's not in a blind trust. Anyone who would want any kind of relative claim that that is true would put it in a blind trust, but it's not in a blind trust. So he knows. The only assumption is that he knows everything about what's going on in his trading portfolio, or the people who do know are telling him to go to these factories. Those are the options. Either he is a puppet of his hedge fund managers, his portfolio managers, or he knows everything that's going on in his portfolio. I think it's probably a mixture of both, but the point is it's not in a blind trust, and the only assumption is collusion, corruption, insider trading. This is fucking a fleece. This is a con job from the biggest con man the world has ever known. Next to maybe Vladimir Putin. But he loves Vladimir Putin because Vladimir Putin's also a con man. Like this guy, like Vladimir Putin must really respect Donald Trump, right? Because Donald Trump never even was in the KGB. He never worked for it. At least Vladimir Putin actually, like, he bled for the country before he stole the country.
So the next time you hear the president say the name of a company in a speech or an interview, you should probably ask yourself if he's just doing it to boost his own portfolio.
He is. Cool. Thank you. That was cool. This is my favorite one. I think this is, oh no, is this the one where he's, I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, this is where he's look all the gay shit he keeps saying. I tell you, man, finally somebody else is making content about this because Donald Trump loves dick. It's a long time that there's been rumors about Donald Trump's boner bumps. I didn't make that up. You think I made that shit up? The boner bump thing? No, the guy does boner bumps. He's been known to do boner bumps in Studio 54 since the good old days when he was hanging out with Roy Cohn, going to all the gay bash parties. The only reason he survived was because he made people wear the glove, you know? And by glove, I mean a condom. And by condom, I mean butt sex. He had a lot of butt sex, and he made people wear condoms because he's a germaphobe. He made it through the AIDS epidemic. If only he had unprotected gay sex, we wouldn't have to be going through this right now. He would have perished with like Freddie Mercury and stuff. I mean, an Eazy-E. Like Eazy-E and Freddie Mercury. I wish we had them alive today. I would trade 100 Donald Trumps for one Freddie Mercury. You know what I'm saying? I'd trade 1,000 Donald Trumps for one Eazy-E. I trade 10,000 Donald Trumps for one Keith Haring. I don't know who else died of AIDS. I would trade I'd trade 1 million Donald Trumps to bring back all the people who died during the AIDS epidemic. This guy made it through. This guy survived. Damn it. This is the one who survives.
He was in a hotel, and I met him, and we fell in love deeply.
It's just like, I'm sorry. Who the hell talks like this?
He was in a hotel, and I met him, and we fell in love, deeply in love. We didn't know each other before that. We had great chemistry, and I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to.
What? I love the nervous laughter. We fell in love, deeply in love, deeply in love. Deeply. Jim Henson died of the flu. What do you mean? Jim Henson died of the flu. He didn't die of AIDS. I know Eazy-E. Roy Cohn also died, but Roy Cohn was a very, 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 very horrible man. Like, Roy Cohn was a murderer. I mean, Roy Cohn was a murderer. He was a very bad guy. I don't miss Roy Cohn. He could stay dead, but Freddie Mercury, if I could bring back Freddie Mercury, I would, for sure. I love the nervous act, like the nervous laughter. You fell in love, did you, Donald? Yeah. Goy Boy is the worst president since Andrew Jackson signed the 1830 Native American Removal Act. The Indian Removal Act, you're right, Colorado Gamer. Well, this guy, he said his favorite president was Andrew Jackson. That's not a joke.
He's the most beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's
like, how do you guys feel about, like,
I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to. So he's the most,
like, they're cheering him on. I mean, okay, he wants to. I don't know why. I don't remember what the context was about him doing the blowjob action on the mic.
beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel.
Somebody I've gotten to know very well.
He's like the Angels of America, which was a great movie made about my best friend Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was an angel in America. Angel in America. Did Liberace die of AIDS? Oh man, did Liberace die of AIDS? Really? God, you know what's funny? Did Liberace die of AIDS? Yeah, he died of AIDS in 87. Holy shit. So Liberace, it's so funny. My mom used to tell me the story all the time. Like, my grandmother, she always loved the guys who were the closeted gays. Like, she loved Rock Hudson. She thought that he was like the handsomest man in the world. And she loved Liberace. She thought Liberace was just the best. My grandmother thought that Liberace was just so hot. And my mom, we used to like tell my grandma, you know, like, Mommy's gay. No, he isn't. How dare you say that about Liberace? Liberace's not gay. How dare you? It's so funny that anybody ever thought that Liberace was straight. Like, ever. People were so just gullible back then. People thought that Liberace with the diamond encrusted Bentley and the Rolls Royce, whatever he had, and all the chandeliers and all that, like, that he was straight. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. And Dr. Dre, when he says, looking like I'm rhyming, shining, looking like a Rob Liberace. Like, remember when Dr. Dre said it looked like he robbed Liberace? Some people think that Dr. Dre swings both ways.
Oh, and he is a handsome sucker.
I could come down and start kissing everybody.
He's a handsome sucker.
I'll kiss every guy, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is.
What is that? What is this? Man and woman, I love them both. I love them both. Oh, look at that handsome man, though. Oh, my God, he's so handsome. I bet he's got a schlong like Arnold Palmer.
Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. I want to check him out. Whoa. Look at this guy. Look at the muscles on this guy. This man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when
this is Arnold Palmer,
he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, super gay. Like, I don't see how you don't see it, Maggers. Like, right? I mean, the guy's super duper into gay sex. I don't think he like is homosexual and loves any men or anything. I just think that he loves gay sex. He loves having sex with men. He loves boner bumps and blowjobs and giving them. He likes giving blowjobs, likes getting fucked in the ass. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it, but it's funny because it's Donald Trump. And he's always like, I'm a big, strong man. Trust me, I'm big. I could beat Elvis in a fight. I could beat Elvis. Oh, I forgot about the dances. He does also dance to YMCA, man. You're with me. If you could call it dancing, he just kind of does this, right? But because he can't do this. He can't lift his hands over his head. So he just can do. This is the best he could do. He can't actually do the YMCA dance, you know. It's not his fault. Oh, God, it's so nice. It's so nice. So nice. Trump did call it the gay anthem. Yeah, I mean, it is a gay anthem. Donald Trump loves it. It reminds him of Studio 54 days when he was doing boner bumps. Look, man, the guy did boner bumps all day, all night over in Studio 54. Everybody knew it. Everyone talked about it. I just think it's funny for Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. It's June. I just think Donald Trump should come out of the closet. It's June. Come out of the closet, Donnie. It's the perfect time. You're 80 years old now. It's time. We'll accept you, man. You'll probably get more votes for your third term. You'll probably get more votes in your third term if you just came out of the closet. God makes no mistakes, and many Republicans in the 70s, dude had sex in the YMCA. Yeah. I mean, because it was just all men. It was just all men. I've actually stayed at a YMCA, believe it or not. When I went up to Berkeley, I stayed at a YMCA, and with my girlfriend, and we got and it's cool. It's like there's rooms, and then there's group showers. There's group showers. Careful. There's nothing weird about it. But I'm sure back in the 60s and 70s when all the boys were going, and it was all men back in the old days. It was only men allowed. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the... How long before all of MAGA finally come out as gay or bi? Usually to pair him. I mean, seriously, if he came out as gay, all of MAGA would be, I think it's all right. I had lots of gay sex. Like, you hear all the guys all come out and start telling their stories because, look, man, I lived in the South, right? And one of my best friends is gay, and he's told me all these stories about all these straight dudes in the small city I lived in. People I knew that were like, in bluegrass bands, guys that are like super rednecky, guys that are super MAGA, back before MAGA, but they're super before Trump, they were super Trumpy, like, you know what I'm talking about, the type, the type, super Republican. And he's like, yeah, I blew that guy, I let that guy fuck me in the ass. This guy was saying he was just telling me all this shit about all these dudes. And I was like, that guy, he's married. And he's like, yeah, they don't care. They get drunk, and these fucking rednecks love gay shit. That's crazy. What? All these rednecks are banging dudes? Yes. What do you think Craigslist is for? I'm like, oh, no. I didn't know people do that. I felt so naive. But I tell you, if Donald Trump came out of the closet, you would have all those guys would be like, I'm proud. I don't think I need to hide anymore. I was hiding my racism until Donald Trump came around. I've been hiding my gayness until Donald Trump came out. Ding, dang, do. It's not gay if you're the giver. Well, Charlie Kirk had said it's not gay if you're just watching trans porn. It's not gay if you don't do it. Like, I think Charlie Kirk was being honest. I think Charlie Kirk was an honest guy when it came to that he didn't do gay stuff. He just really, really got addicted to jerking off to gay porn and trans porn. I mean, I think that's okay. He doesn't need more votes for his third term. He's all set. Thanks. He doesn't need any more. You're right. He doesn't need any more. You're right. You got me there. You got a pretty mouth. You got a pretty mouth. You sure got a pretty mouth. That's why they made a movie called Brokeback Mountain. Yeah, I guess so. But Brokeback Mountain, I guess you're right. Yeah, they just got really gay. Heath Ledger was not gay. Heath Ledger wasn't gay. I mean, he was an actor. A lot of those actors go both ways, A lot of those actors do it, they go both ways. They're just going to play a role when they're having sex anyway, The men and the women. They're just like, a lot of actors are real loose when it comes to that shit. Not all of them. Charlton Heston wasn't gay, right?
Critics are furious with Major League Baseball. It all started when the league was warning players against expressing their Christian faith on their uniforms.
They can't express their Christian faith on their uniforms.
Several San Francisco Giants players wrote Bible verses on their caps during the team's recent Pride Night.
Did she just call it the liberal?
San Francisco Giants expressing their Christian faith on their uniforms. Several San Francisco Giants
Okay,
players
several.
wrote Bible verses on their caps during the team's recent Pride Night game. Actor Bob Schneider has offered to pay any fines those players may face.
They're all for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Oh, you're going to pay it, Rob Schneider, with what? What are you going to pay? He's going to pay the fine. Rob Schneider's going to pay the fine. When was the last time you saw Rob Schneider in a movie? Rob Schneider's going to pay all the fines for all these guys.
Unless you have a diversity of opinion, then you're not included in your opinion. I'm tired of Christianity being the doormat for everybody else's beliefs to be stepped on. It's an attack on Christianity.
Man, that's exactly what the Muslims are always saying over in Iran. This is the theocracy. Oh, you're the victim, huh? You got "In God We Trust" on the money. You got me having to pray every time I go to a civic event. You got every president swearing on a Bible. You got people in courtrooms swearing on Bibles half the time. And you're saying that, wait a second. So help you God. Wait, the Christians they're the victims.
And I think the MLB screwed up. I think Americans are sick of this.
MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred is no stranger to scandal. In fact, back in 2020, in the midst of the George Floyd riots, the league dove into politics, backing the Black Lives Matter movement. More of the same following year.
Well, Black lives do matter. You see, that's the thing. Black lives do matter.
Manfred yanked the All-Star game out of Atlanta after pressure from the left. Some pushed the false narrative that Georgia's new voting laws amounted to Jim Crow 2.0.
Jim Crow? I can't believe Harris Faulkner said that. Harris Faulkner's a race traitor. Holy shit. How does Harris Faulkner say that shit?
And in 2023, the Dodgers invited the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence to their Pride Night. That group dresses in drag and satirizes Catholic nuns. Lucas Tomlinson has more, because there's more, Lucas.
That's right, Harris.
There's more than satire. There's much more than satire.
The issue's gotten the attention of GOP lawmakers here in the nation's capital. Senator Josh Hawley writing MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, quote, "You must answer for what appears to be a pattern of discrimination within MLB against baseball players who profess their Christian faith."
Hold on a second. What quotes do you think, what passages do you think these MLB players were putting on their hats during Pride Month? What passages do you think that they were putting on there? What passages were MLB players writing on their uniforms during Pride Month? I'd love to know. Let's see which ones it were. Genesis 9:12-16 on their Pride-themed caps. Okay, Genesis 9:12-16. Okay. The reference displayed the players points the following biblical passage. As God said, "This is the sign of the covenant I'm making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I've set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth." So they're saying that the rainbow for them is about Genesis 9:12. So stupid. These fucking Christians, man.
Friday night, Landon Roop, a 27-year-old right-hander from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, started for the San Francisco Giants and pitched 4 2/3 innings.
Isn't that just Noah, Genesis 9:12? That's the Noah story, right?
With Genesis chapter 9, verses 12-16 written on his cap next to the rainbow-colored team logo on Pride Night, as you can see here. After the game, Roop said, "There's no hate at all. It's just what I stand for and what I stand on. I believe in God." 2 relievers also made appearances in the game with Bible verses on their hats. Another took the mound without his Pride Night cap, instead wearing the traditional orange lettering. The pitchers had a supporter in Vice President J.D. Vance, who posted on X, quote, "Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore." Now, San Francisco...
Trump won. We don't have to do this anymore. Everybody. That's fine. I don't know, man. I think it's weird. I should put a rainbow flag behind me. Should I put a rainbow flag? I'm going to put a rainbow flag behind me. Let me just put a rainbow flag behind me real quick, everybody. Pride flag backdrop. Perfect. Got it. Nailed it. I got it. I need to download this really quick. I'm going to save this image. I'm going to put a pride flag behind me. Why not? You know, it's fucking Pride Month. Pride flag. I like gay people. I think they're cool. I don't have a problem with them. I don't know why everybody else has a problem with the gays. Why do you have a problem with the gays? Put it in the chat right now. Why do you have a problem with the gays? What's the big deal? What is your major malfunction with the gays? Why have you got such a fucking problem? Or maybe I should do, is there a Pride American flag with like the stars and stripes? Is there like a Pride American flag? There must be, someone must have done this. Ooh, that one looks crazy. That's what I need, I think. A Pride American flag. No, they kind of look like shit. They just look like they just look like the Pride flag with the stars on it. All right, we're just gonna go with the original plan. Here we go. We're doing this. And here we go. Okay. All right. Now we have a pride flag. All right. We've got pride flags. It's Pride Month, everybody. I'm showing my solidarity with the gays and the queers and all the other people, too. I don't give a shit if you want to have a pride flag or not. I'm not making you have a pride flag. But what's the big deal, guys? Get over it. Get over it. We're here. We're queer. Get used to it. You know what I'm saying? Because the agenda wants to add to LGBTQ, and you would go right along with that, creep. What do you mean I want to add? The agenda wants to add? Who's the agenda? Add P to the LGBTQ? What's P? What is P? I don't know. The Luciferians. Gays are fine with me. I'm all right with it. What's it with you guys all the time? How come you hate the gays so much? Closet gays keep voting Republican. It's true, they do. I just don't get it, guys. Like, here, I'll put it. This is a call-in show after all. Here you go. I'm gonna put that in the chat for you. And now you can have you can call in. Tell me why you hate the gays so much. Tell me, hate the gays. Why? Why do you hate the gays so much? I want to know. Please tell me. I need to know, why do you hate the gays? It looks like Israel's winning. Wow. Israel won the war. Israel's the one that kicked me in the face. Damn. This whole time, I had no idea. All right, we're going to pin that there. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. I hope that you're having a great day. If you want, you could join the chat. Tell me why you've got a problem with the gays. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. You're the best. You're the best. Thank you.
First added Pride Night uniforms in 2021. After the game, the Giants issued a statement apologizing to the LGBTQ plus community. Major League Baseball said, quote, "The writing on the caps violates our rules, and consistent with normal practice, we have warned the players about future violations."
I think people are tired of corporations, whether they're in the business space or in the sports setting, forcing ideology on players in things like rainbow symbols on uniforms as they were.
Why wouldn't you want to live around them? What's the problem? Gays are. How would you know? How would you know? You listening out their window? Like, I don't know, man. I've had gay roommates. I've had gay friends. I don't know. I don't know why people are so.
On some of the hats.
The Texas Rangers are the only team in Major League Baseball that does not host a Pride Night this week. They're hosting Faith and Family Night instead. And Florida's Attorney General, posting on X, MLB will be hearing from his office soon. Harris?
Wow. So gay, but not Christian. Civil rights, but no religious freedom.
The fuck? Everything is Christian all the time. So gay, but not Christian. Dude, take $1 out of your pocket, you stupid bitch. Look at what it says. In God we trust. It's all over everything. It's all over. They seriously, they do the flag salute at most baseball games and say under God. They play the national anthem. Does the national anthem have any Jesus stuff in it? I don't know. Probably. No, it doesn't. But it should. They play other songs. They play other patriotic songs that have got a bunch of Christian shit in it. Normalized crazy. Don't worry, we did. We normalized crazy. Donald Trump is president. It is normalized. It's normalized. Done.
Just want to get the rules straight. Thank you. The controversy generating new opinion headlines. Tolerance does not apply to Christians. Giants pitchers expose the limits of liberal tolerance. And here's part of it. If Democrats were the party of toleration, as they claim to be.
Do they claim that? Is that what they claim to be? The Democrats claim to be the... Last time I checked, the Democrats were just capitalist assholes like the Republicans.
They would be praising the actions of the players. Instead, they continue to be the party that hypocritically shouts down anyone who disagrees with their strict standard of progressivism. And focus.
So much for the liberal Democrats.
Now, Mary Catherine Ham, Fox
So much for the tolerant left.
News contributor. Again, I mean, some of this we have already decided as a nation. So why all of the attack on faith?
Exactly. If we've already decided this as a nation, why is this an attack on? Why do you consider this attack on faith?
Well, here's the thing. Why does the MLB want to live in 2020? Nobody wants to live in 2020. There's this very small
the
group
1800s.
of like social culture, right?
1800s?
Social cultural bullies
1800s when they had pride flags?
Who want to live in 2020 and continue to do this. It's all very counterproductive to the brand. It's counterproductive to your fans, many of whom might be Christian and actually see the rainbow as a covenant with God, which is what that Bible verse references. It's nothing hateful. And the idea that you have to force everyone to do this thing, to embrace your secular religion, but that they can't make any reference to their own sincerely held religious beliefs is mean. It's mean. It's not tolerant. And by the way, support for LGBTQ causes has been going.
Is it mean? Oh. Good thing MAGA's never mean.
Precipitously down because of this behavior. It used to be a live and let live argument, which is something
These fucking crybabies. Get some wet floor signs for these MAGA crybabies. Cry more, MAGA.
most Americans were very friendly to. And then it became bake the cake and wear the hat, you bigot. And people don't like that.
Well, I don't understand why they brought it into MLB anyway. It has nothing to do with the game. And you saw this with people like Colin Kaepernick. And you see these things being interjected into something where people...
Colin Kaepernick. I mean, that was, again, about police killing black people. That was what that was about.
People just want to go and have fun. They want to take their families. They just want to chill. It's not that they don't care about these issues. They just want a time when they don't have to decide and fight with their neighbors, I would imagine. By the way, we brought this up. The Bible verse on the 3 players, and one of them you heard our reporter reference, Landon Roop, is Genesis 9:12-16. And part of it reads, whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see if and remember the everlasting covenant. I will see it, rather, and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all the living creatures of every kind on the earth. So that's what they're wearing. Mary Catherine. Yes.
Yeah, they're doing it to say that I'm not gay because I have this Bible thing, and that's what the rainbow means to me. That's what they're trying to say. I don't support gay rights. I support the rainbow, which is a covenant with God. I mean, yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, that's the first thing I think of when I see a rainbow, and that's the first thing many Christians think of when they see a rainbow. And like I said,
That's the first thing I think of when I see the rainbow is Noah.
this isn't some hateful verse that someone's taking out of context and using to hurt another person. It's about a rainbow, and I just think that there's a middle ground here where everybody can have their say, and everyone...
All right, I gotta do this. Hold on. I gotta see if 70% say Israel. Okay, I got a new one. A new poll. We need to end this poll. Sorry, everybody. It's over. You say Israel kicked me in the face. Damn it. I thought it was Iran the whole time. I thought that we won that war. I thought we won. Do you believe in Noah's Ark? I just put that out. That's it. Do you think it actually happened? Do you think Noah's Ark actually happened? That's all I want to know. Do you think it actually happened? That the rainbow is a covenant with God?
else can relax and enjoy baseball, but MLB is kind of making that impossible right now.
You know, the irony that I see, I thought that LGBT, when you...
Who kicked me? Which one of y'all kicked me in the face? Because right now, that's what we're doing. We're like, we just got our ass kicked by Iran, and it happened so badly. It's like, which one of y'all kicked me in the face? Like in Rush Hour. Remember when Chris Tucker says, which one of y'all kicked me? Because it happened so fast. It's kind of like Iran and Israel. One of them kicked us in the face, and I can't tell which one.
You see a lot of the logos at Rainbow. I mean, isn't that ironic? Anyway, let's move forward. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
It's not. The rainbow means a lot of stuff. In June, it means gay pride. It means unity. It means solidarity with a minority. There's a minority out there who is historically, traditionally, and currently discriminated against. And in June, the flag means solidarity with that minority. That's all. It's not that hard to understand. It's not ironic. It's not weird. It's not crazy. There's a minority out there that is being discriminated against. In June, we set aside the rainbow, and we say the rainbow is a symbol of solidarity with that minority. That's all. Doesn't mean you're gay. Doesn't even really mean you like gays. It just means that you are expressing solidarity with a marginalized and discriminated group. That's it.
A horrific ordeal in Hesperia. A woman accused of dousing a car with gasoline and torching it with people inside. Her friends were actually sleeping inside the car at the time, and this could have been tragic.
KTLA's Gene Kang reports from Hesperia.
Hi there. A road trip between friends turned violent overnight after a woman now accused of setting fire to an SUV while people were still inside.
Damn, that's some road trip. God, you better know somebody before you go on a road trip these days. Holy shit. I've had some fights on road trips. No one ever lit me on fire. What did you do? God damn. What founding fathers sold their child into slavery?
A road trip from San Diego to Las Vegas ended here at this Pilot gas station and truck stop in Hesperia, just after midnight with 2 vehicles up in flames.
I thought there was fireworks in there because it kept exploding, and at one point you can see something like just shoot out from the car, and it started like a...
What was that, a Red Bull?
A separate little third fire over on the side.
Gosh.
Witness Molly Dominguez drives for Uber and happened to capture the chaos on her cell phone. San Bernardino County deputies say 30-year-old Nicole Nales, an Oregon resident, poured fuel from a can into the trunk of a friend's car and set it on fire. with 2 of her friends asleep in the back seat with the dog.
There were occupants in the vehicle when it did become engulfed in flames. They were able to escape promptly, luckily. From my understanding, a bystander had taken the animal for safekeeping until animal control arrived.
That suspect, well, she was arrested and booked into the High Desert Detention Center, now facing charges of arson and attempted murder.
There was a dog in there too, man. Hesperia, man, lighting up. Hesperia's popping off. If you guys don't know, Hesperia's like, it's not halfway from Vegas. But it's between Vegas and LA. It's in the high desert out there. A lot of times people stop there on the way to Vegas. It's got like some shops. It's got a Chipotle, and it's got the V-burger. It's got a vegan burger joint. It's got a couple of things. It's just like a little town on the way to Vegas. There's not much out there. So a road trip. They were probably coming or going from Las Vegas, and this bitch lit the car on fire.
It doesn't seem like something's right there.
I want to know what happened. Did she lose any money in Vegas? Whew. We went to Vegas. We thought we were going to do okay, and then we didn't, so I lit the car on fire.
Like maybe she's drunk or she could be on drugs or something. Something's not right, especially if you're going to start your car on fire with your friends in it.
Detectives are still looking into a motive, but many witnesses say that woman was acting very erratically and suspiciously as firefighters and deputies arrived. Reporting here in Hesperia, Gene Kang, KTLA 5 News.
What the hell? Conservative, Christian, right-wing, Republican, straight, white, American male. Me think the lady doth protest too much. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy.
I did just want to ask you about this. A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go?
I think this is Peter Ducey saying this shit. That's some. Let's see what he says.
Wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal is a
Look,
win?
here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough.
How are you going to convince the American public that this deal, you could hear his air quotes, this deal, everyone knows it's bullshit. Even Peter Ducey, I think that's Peter Ducey talking, who's like Steve Ducey's son. He's like a Nepo baby who gets to follow the president around for Fox News.
Because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender.
The white flag of surrender. They have not raised the white flag of surrender. No one thinks that, man. Nobody believes that Iran kicked us in the face. I thought it was Iran anyway. Some people are saying it was Israel.
And if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede. We totally give up. This war is over. We have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest. They say Iran had a great victory. Okay. And they practically do that. It's amazing when we knocked out.
What the No, man. First of all, no one ever has said, praise be Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president in history. Only an insane person would say something that stupid. But meanwhile, like the video, if you feel like a political orphan, if you feel like Democrats and Republicans have both failed us, if you think that Democrats paved the way for this monster, Donald Trump, like and subscribe. Hit that like button. Get the chat going. Hit that like button. It gives us a robust chat. Drop an emoji.
They left you. They had 159 chips. When we knocked out the.
Become a Sky City Rebel. You get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat.
The Times refused to do a story on it. They said, "Why would you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force. You don't want to do a story."
The Times didn't report on the war in Iran. The New York Times didn't report on the war in Iran.
We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that the people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible.
Bro, we just asked, why is this a good deal? And you're just talking shit about the press. Do you know how fucking mental this asshole is? Hey, we're all in France. No one knows what ABC is out here, asshole. I'm asking about the war in Iran. How am I supposed to believe that there's a great deal, that this deal is a great thing that they've negotiated for? How am I supposed to believe that, Donnie boy? ABC, they're very horrible to me. ABC's treated me very unkindly. I've been crying all night. all I got is, it's like every single time they ask this douchebag a question, he's got some crybaby excuse. Oh, they're so mean to me, mommy. They're so mean to me. They're so mean to me, mommy. Donald Trump is the biggest crybaby bitch I've ever fucking seen in my life. And I've worked with so many people. I used to manage a team of 500 people. And boy, I had some crybaby bitches in that 500 people. I swear to God, they weren't all great. You know, I loved my team, but whew, there were a couple doozies in there, you know, a couple of, whew. But damn, this guy takes the cake. Hey, explain to me why. Hey, I'm the press. Hey, here's your chance, Donnie. Here's your chance, Donnie. I'm the press. Go ahead and tell me, why was this deal better than any other deal? ABC was very mean to me. What the hell? God damn it. I don't need the laundry list of grievances, bro. Oh my God. Do you ever have a friend like that? Have you ever had a friend like that that never shuts the fuck up about all the things all the times he was thrown under the bus? Bro, we've all been thrown under the bus. We're all walking around here wounded. We've all had our hearts broken. We've all had our parents treat us like shit or our bosses disrespect us. We've all had this happen, okay? We've all had people in the newspaper write shit about us. Man, when I was a business owner, every once in a while, the newspaper sometimes they were nice, sometimes they weren't. That was it. Sometimes they sucked. Sometimes they got it right. Sometimes they got it wrong. They're the press. My God. All this time, all the things I've done, all the times I've been in the news, all the times I've been on TV, and you know what? A lot of times they get it wrong. Holy shit. A lot of times they're biased against you. Have you heard me sit here and fucking cry about it every single time? Every single time. It's not hard to love, to explain love to children. God damn. No, it's not hard to explain that. Happy Pride Month. You know, people are very mean to me. Very mean. Very mean. Holy shit.
And CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. And I never get good. No matter what I do.
More. Tell me more. Tell me who else is bad. Who else is bad to you?
I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're running good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They're still going to be so mean to me.
And continue to bomb them for another 4. Just bomb the hell out of them. I get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see Bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them.
Well, you wouldn't have that problem if a genius like you hadn't gotten us into a war in Iran. Dumb motherfucker. Everything was fine. Well, it wasn't fine, but it was better than this. You got us into this mess. Holy shit. You're the one who lit the house on fire. Well, I'm spitting on it to try to put it up. I took a piss on the fire, try to put it out. I mean, it's better than doing nothing, right? You lit the house on fire. But I'm trying to urinate on your house to try to make sure that the fire doesn't spread.
Why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead.
Because it was a violation of the Geneva Convention. It's against the law. It's against international law to carry out assassinations of foreign leaders and foreign military personnel. It's against the law. And during peacetime, especially, to just go out and assassinate generals. Yeah. How come they didn't do it? Because it was against the law?
How about you?
Because it's a fucking war crime?
Thank you, Peter. I give you more, Peter, but people say I like you too much.
We're back with the good stuff.
I'd give you more, Peter, but you haven't put out in a long time, Peter, so it's going to be next time put out, okay? I'll give you a better answer. Jesus. Please, where's all this gay discrimination you're talking about? Homosexuality is pretty gay. Yeah, it's pretty gay. Mm-hmm. They don't call them transsexuals anymore, May. May, they don't call them transsexuals anymore. They don't. That's not what you're supposed to call them anymore, May.
Our great national home improvement project gone wrong. The reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. got a big overhaul recently. Like anyone with a pool, the White House wanted it ready for summer. Workers drained it, cleaned it, painted it American flag blue, as you do.
As you do. There we go. American flag blue. That's what it was supposed to look like. Look how beautiful. Day one, it was blue. Remember when I said day two, it would be green? And it was. Do I really need to explain why? Look, gay people, trans people are far more likely to be raped, killed, beaten up, bullied, and kill themselves. Far more likely than any other demographic by multiple factions. So if you want to say that there's no gay discrimination, I think you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. We have people constantly trashing trans people, especially because they're the smallest and most vulnerable. Gay men less because gay men have more power and more money. But there's gay men don't get off easy, right? They're still bullied in school growing up. They get beaten up, raped, they get killed, they kill themselves because of bullying. But gay men as adults, they have a much better time because they usually make more money and they can hide it and they can have more power. And the people at the bottom would be trans. They're the most vulnerable people. They never seem to get a fair shake. They almost never get a fair deal. And then everyone in between. For example, women, they historically make less money than men. So a lesbian couple will be making far less money than a gay couple, for example. Gay men couple, they're usually making more money than even a heterosexual couple, funny enough. But a lesbian couple makes far less than a heterosexual couple, partly because of discrimination, because they got a double whammy. They're not only women, but they're also gay. Ugh, it's tough. There's tons of churches that won't let gays in. There's lots of churches that still say that gays go to hell. I mean, if you want to just start there. But there's even, they still have to fight for just their right to get married. I mean, Clarence Thomas is actively trying to dial back and try to overturn the decisions that allowed gay marriage, legalized gay marriage in America, because he thinks that the 14th Amendment doesn't protect them as equal protection under the law. He thinks that, and he's a Supreme Court justice saying these things. That's not discrimination. Like, wake up. Anyone saying that there's no gay discrimination or no queer discrimination or no trans discrimination or no lesbian, whatever, the LGBTQ plus, you're out of your mind. Open your fucking eyes. Should I run up the statistics? I mean, it's really bad. It's really bad juju what's going on. It's really bad.
And the result was gleaming, as the New York Times put it. That is until an algae bloom turned it all green again, and not for the first time. After a different multi-million-dollar renovation back in 2012, the algae bounced back and the pool got drained again. Same thing in 2019 after the Park Service reported a noticeable green tint. So can anything be done to fix it?
It's so funny. Why are you trying to fix? Dude, I've been there many times. It didn't look as green as it did today. It looked kind of black and green. It looked kind of clean. It looked like a pond. It looks like a pond. Get over it. Why does everything have to be so pristine?
The pool owners of America have thoughts.
I knew they were trying to make it blue. And for me, I think it's an impossible task, having a pool myself.
In order to prevent that, you have to treat it like a swimming pool with chemicals, chlorine, etc.
Or salt. I think salt's the answer here, actually. Everyone always wants to go straight to bleach. I think salt. Salt it. We got lots of salt. Salt's cheap. Salt the fuck out of it. Just salt it up.
And that's not what this pool was designed for.
But the Park Service is trying. They've been skimming algae, then pouring in gallons of chemicals, and finally using, quote, state-of-the-art ozone nano bubbler technology, which is supposed to kill the algae. But anyone who's ever gotten to the nano bubbler stage of a project might want to call it quits.
If you get to the nano bubbler stage of the project, that's so funny. That's funny. Can you point to something other than your feelings? I didn't talk about my feelings at all, May. What are you talking about? Here, all right. How about this? Can you give me some quick statistics that show the discrimination against LGBTQ community? Daily life. 64% of the LGBTQ plus community is here. Let's just do this. I'll share it with you. Here you go. Here you go, buddy boy. Here you go, May. Daily life. 64% of LGBTQ plus community supports adults report experiencing personal discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity, a number that rises to 81% among Gen Z. Clearly, nearly half of all transgender and non-binary adults face discrimination in public spaces. Workplace. Almost half of LGBTQ employees have faced, this is from the Williams Institute, discrimination or harassment at work, such as being fired, denied promotions, or subjected to verbal or physical abuse. Lesbian, gay, and bisexual individuals are nearly 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes compared to non-LGBT community. This is the worst one, I think. They are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. Trans, it skyrockets. It skyrockets for trans people. Mental health, driven largely by stigma, discrimination, and stress from anti-LGBTQ policies. 36% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, while 90% report that recent political debates and laws cause them significant anxiety. So those are statistics that back up what I was saying, but I just said it off the cuff because I didn't think that I had to look up all that shit, because it goes without saying. It's not that hard to understand. But there you go. If you don't have solidarity with a marginalized and discriminated group, then you are a trashy person. You could be you could be any type of person you want. This show, I'd say all the time, you could be any kind of person you want. You can abuse animals. You can rape women. You could beat your wife. You can hurt children. I can't do anything. I can't stop you from doing any of this. You can discriminate against gay people. You can hate black people. You could say the N-word. You could do anything you want. You get to decide. This is the beauty of the world. You get to decide what kind of person you want to be. And all I'm trying to do with my whole YouTube channel is ask you to question authority to the point where you wonder why you feel that way and who benefits from you feeling that way. Who made you feel that way and who benefits from you feeling that way? Because you are part of the system, whether you like it or not. We all are. I am too. So we're all part of this system. We are all being inundated by messages. We're all being inundated by advertisements and propaganda and media all the time, even more now than ever. Now more than ever before in history, we are getting more messages from outside. That gives you ideas. Gives you ideas that animals are worth less than animals like their lives less than we like our lives. Animals want to live less than we do. So because of that, we'll kill animals and eat them. It's pretty obvious when you look into it for just half a second, though. If you question why you feel that way, it's because we're seeing 10,000 ads a day about it, and it's like over half of them are about animal flesh, and that animal flesh is 16 pounds of grain to get 1 pound of meat. And it's how these large companies like Cargill and Monsanto and others are pushing their grain into animals to make more money. It's not that hard to think about. It's a money game. They're making money off of you by convincing you that animals don't want to live. They make money by convincing you. Well, they usually make money and they stay in power. These bullies want to stay in power, and they like the fact that you don't like gay people and you have no solidarity with them. They like to divide and conquer us. It keeps us dumb and stupid and powerless. If they say, hey, we know you don't have much power, but hey, you're better than that trans person over there, aren't you? If you're not careful, if you don't mind your P's and Q's, we'll treat you like we treat those trans people. You want to be treated that way? And so you join in. You'd rather join the bully because you're too afraid to stand up for the gay, stand up for the black, stand up for the Indian, stand up for whomever, the downtrodden. You're too cowardly to stand up for those who have no power, the vulnerable. But see, I've got too much testosterone. I have the masculine urge to stand up for those who can't stand up for themselves. I have the masculine urge to try to make the world a better place. I have the masculine urge to protect those who are simply politically vulnerable, to use whatever privilege I have to protect them, even if it's just a little bit. I try. Anyway, you get to be whoever you want to be in life. I hope that if you watch this show, maybe you'll ask yourself why you feel that way, who stands to benefit from it, and how they're going to benefit from it. You question the authority of every message that you get. It's called critical thinking. People don't know what that is anymore. But if you hate gays, you should ask why and who is benefiting from you hating the gays. And I guarantee you, if you stood with the gays, if we all stood together, we wouldn't have a trillionaire named Elon Musk. We wouldn't be who stole $2 billion from us and turned it into $1 trillion somehow. You wouldn't see that shit happening if we all stood together. All those Hispanics in Boca Chica, is that where they are? I think they're in Boca Chica, wherever they are in Florida, where he's just torn up their wetlands. All those people down there, he just tore up all their land to build Star City, Florida, Starbase, Florida. You know.
Ask for my money back because I mean, if it was supposed to look blue, it's pretty green right now. So I don't know. I'd ask for a refund or something.
Either way, the reflecting pool is reflecting a great American truth. Some home improvement projects are never really done.
LAist reveals that hundreds of available taxpayer-funded apartment units.
That's funny. Capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Like, you'd have to be pretty stupid to be a capitalist if you don't own any capital. Who said that? I saw that. Capitalism. I love that. Who said that? Oh, where'd it go? I missed it. I saw someone. You weren't a channel member, obviously. My taxes went up and I make almost nothing. Largest only because of how much we save the wealthiest. That's right. You save the wealthiest. Now you owe more taxes. Me too. Yeah.
Intended to help house the homeless are instead sitting vacant. Those empty units, more than 250 of them, part of an initiative Mayor Bass introduced years ago to make housing more readily available to those on the streets.
And all of this reporting coming from LAist watchdog correspondent Nick Gerda, who's joining us live with more on this. Nick, thanks for being here. Let's get right to your findings. They revolve around an initiative introduced years ago by Mayor Bass called Master Leasing. Explain what that is.
Yeah, so master leasing is a large program, a taxpayer-funded program, about $30 million a year spent on it. And the idea is to lease entire apartment buildings, many of them brand new buildings, newly constructed across the city, and make them available quickly for people who are unhoused. Mayor Bass announced this initiative within days of taking office after an election in 2022. It was really driven by voters wanting to see progress in addressing.
Oh my God, May, this is the last time I'm going to say this. Suicide rates are not polls where they say people are mean to them. Suicide rates, murder rates, rape rates, that's not someone saying it, you dumb fuck. Wake the fuck up. If you're 9 times more likely to be a victim of violent crime because you're gay, that is not someone saying someone's mean to each other. Are you selectively hearing? Are you just omitting anything that doesn't fit? This is what I'm asking you to do. Question authority and ask who benefits from you selectively hearing the things coming out of my mouth. I've already addressed it twice, May. And if you want to keep going back, then go do your own research. That's not what this show's about. And I find it ridiculous. Oh, so people say that people are mean to them? I don't know, May. If you think that people in LGBTQ plus community, if you think that they are getting a fair shake, then fine.
Homelessness, and she said this would be a key part of it to make.
You get to be whoever you want to be in this life, May. You choose to be a piece of shit. That's your choice. That's your choice. I can't change you.
Housing quickly available. But what we discovered at LAist is some data, some internal reporting that shows that about 34% of these units are funded by taxpayers, are sitting vacant, that do not have people in them. It's been an issue that's been going on for quite some time. These are buildings that are not newly leased. These have been up and running as leased buildings for over a year. And there's real, questions and concerns that officials raised once we put questions to them about what's going on here. Mayor Bass herself, her office issued a statement saying it's unfortunate that this didn't work out. Sioux County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who led the county to pull out of the homelessness agency LASA that's overseeing this program, she said it's a moral failure and financially reckless for so many people to be on the streets while taxpayer-funded units are sitting vacant. And
why are taxpayer-funded units sitting vacant?
As a point of comparison,
why?
there are some level of vacancy that is expected with large housing programs. San Francisco, for example, it's about a 9% vacancy rate for their long-term housing for
9%.
Unhoused people. But this program, master leasing, 34% vacancy of units that are taxpayer-funded and sitting empty.
Right.
I was pissed at 9%. 34% of the houses that taxpayers have built for people to get off the streets are sitting empty.
And Nick, lots of fingers being pointed. Mayor Bass, who sits on the LASA governing commission and appoints half of the board, blames LASA, saying
I hope Karen Bass, I hope she goes away.
Just mentioned, it's unfortunate that they couldn't get this to work. LASA, meanwhile, blaming local policies that restrict who can move into these taxpayer-funded apartments. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I get that. Okay, so that's something that remember what I said, if I had Elon Musk money, I'd build a bunch of housing for everybody and let anybody move in. Give them a 10-year time period. You can live in this free housing for 10 years. We'll punt. You can live in this house for 10 years. We're going to have security. We're going to have services. We'll have all the services we need. All that shit. Everybody who lives in these apartments gets healthcare, internet, addiction services, whatever you need. Whatever you need, we got it. All right. In fact, we're going to feed you too. As long as you're living here, you get to eat. You're going to eat plant-based, but you get to eat on us. Anyone who lives in this house. Who can come in? Anybody. Rich people? Sure. If a rich person wants to live in this house, sure. The press? Yeah, come on in. Doesn't matter. Because the second you start putting barriers between the help and the people who need help, you get fucked. The people who need help can't get there. But what about people who will take advantage? Some people are going to take advantage. Just like, how in supermarkets, the pricing, or you go to a Walmart, they know people are stealing. You know that, right? People know. Like Walmart has they know exactly the percentage. They call it shrinkage. Funny enough, they call it shrinkage. If we do it in bars as well, we know that somebody's going to drink for free. People are going to pour too much in a glass. People are going to give their friends extra shots. You're going to lose a bottle here and there. People are going to walk away with bottles. They're going to break bottles. You have spoilage and shrinkage. And we know those numbers over time because we do inventory. That we do 2 inventories, right? That's how, ever since the Merchant of Venice, since the old days, like the old Venetian merchants, they did two inventories, and we could compare them, and then we know, and then we price accordingly. So if you lost 10% somehow, then you raise your prices 10%, and the people who buy, they pay for the shrinkage. You just know. So some people are going to take advantage. Oh no, what are we going to do if people take advantage of a program? Thank you so much, Real McGoy. Will Randonautica live before you PIs? Will you Randonautica live before you move please? Randonautica. What is Randonautica? What is will you Randonautica live before you move, please? I don't know what Randonautica is. What does that mean? Thank you.
As we explored what was happening here, because obviously this raises a lot of questions about oversight of
like the video, drop an emoji in the chat. Rev it up, baby.
Taxpayer funds. We asked LASA why is this happening, and their explanation is essentially that the policies at LASA restrict who moves into these units to people who already have a subsidy attached to them that will pay for their housing. But that program, a lot of that funding has been cut by the state over a year ago now. But that's restricted who's moving in. But at the same time, taxpayers are still funding those empty units, and that's just being done through other grant funds that could instead be housing many people, many hundreds of people, in fact. And so there's real
give that guy with a ukulele a house right now. That guy with the ukulele needs a house. He's working on it.
Questions and concerns here. It's even about the awareness of what officials even knew. I asked LASA, the homelessness agency that oversees this program, and again, as you mentioned, Mayor Bass sits on that commission. She's the only elected official on it. She appoints half of it. The other half are appointed by the County Board of Supervisors.
Randonautica brings you to random locations, places you wouldn't normally go. What the hell is Randonautica? I don't know what that is. All right. Randonautica. It's an app? A smartphone app that uses quantum random number generator to provide users with completely random coordinates in their local area, encouraging exploration and adventure. Users set an intention in their mind, navigate to the generated location, and observe what they find. Yeah, that sounds like fun. I'll do it. Randonautica. Before starting, the app prompts you to clear your mind and focus on a specific theme or thought you want to experience. Peace, something creepy, or color. The app uses quantum entropy from sources like the Australian National University to calculate a set of physical coordinates nearby. The map guides you to the spot where you are encouraged to see if your intention manifested in real life. I like it. I like it. Mine will be money. What's the obsession they have with California? They love California. What are you going to do? 66+% is not hardly any. No, you're right. 100,000 per homeless individual in California at hardly any house. Did you just hear 30% of these houses are that this housing is sitting empty because they screwed the pooch? Did you hear the report?
And I asked LASA about the situation, and they said that again, the funding was cut and the restrictions of who can move in is leading to these vacant units.
Yeah. So Nick, what happens next then? I know that day-to-day operations, that's going to be transferred on July 1st. What's next?
Yeah, so the county is taking over the day-to-day operations here, and they have essentially, at their request, LASA is trying to cancel 7 of the 14 leases for buildings here to essentially stem the bleeding, the financial bleeding of the money being spent here. That's been initiated by the county. A lot of this is funded by the county, so the county has some much responsibility as well for the use of these dollars. And again, they're trying to stem the bleeding, but one of the problems that's come up is LASA agreed to leases that give very limited options for LASA to pull out before the 5-year mark of these leases. So they're trying to pull out of some of them, but others, it can be difficult to get out of them early. And in the meantime, many of those units are sitting vacant and paid for with dollars that could be housing people. And I'll just add,
then sublease them. Why would you not sublease them then? It's so stupid. How frustrating that is. It looks like an incredible poll here. 60% of you think that Noah's Ark actually happened. No, 40%. Thank God. Whew. I was wondering 40% of you think Noah's Ark actually happened. Wow. That shows you America, where we are. America still believes in magic. That's one thing. I saw a critical reading of Idiocracy, and that what Idiocracy got wrong is that as societies start to crumble, more and more people believe in magical things and religious weird shit. So it makes sense that more and more Americans believe in dragons and unicorns and angels and Noah's Ark, because that's where we are. We're in the Idiocracy. We're in real life Idiocracy. It's going to get worse. 60% said no. Fucking 40% believe in Noah's Ark. Holy shit. Well, guys, that was fun. That was fun and really sad. It really made me sad. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Noah's Ark did happen. You realize they stretched the truth, right? Okay, yeah. You realize they stretched the truth so that it didn't happen. Stretching the truth means it didn't happen. What do you mean Noah's Ark? You're saying the whole world flooded? And that he built an ark with every animal, every animal, 2 of every animal on Earth? And they came from far and wide, from all over the globe? Oh, they stretched that. So what? He was just a dude in a house. It was just like Katrina and someone saved their dog. What was it? My God. My God. I mean, putting a barrier between a person and a home, a necessity. This is why I don't ever want to be a landlord for a home, because you shouldn't profit off somebody else's necessity. Like if somebody needs a roof over their head, it's really messed up to try to exploit that, to exploit human necessity. It's like, stealing a river. Stealing a river that everyone needs to drink from would be unethical. Controlling the housing market so that so someone's got to go through you in order to get a roof over their head is unethical. I couldn't do it. I thought about it, but I couldn't do it. Noah's Ark is about as real as a cat in the hat. Yes. Yeah, there you go. There you go. It's about as real as a cat in the hat. Exactly. Wow, your PFP kind of looks like one of those old holograms. Do you remember those old hologram stores? I used to think those were so cool. Back in the old days in malls, they used to have these hologram stores, and all they did was sell holograms. I don't know how they stayed in business, but I guess people were buying holograms. I never got to buy one. I thought they would be really cool. It's called Anti-Human. Yes, Anti-Human. Exactly. Exactly. Ich habe 1000 betrügerische Konten in meinen Namen gefunden und das ist ein absurder Mangel an Respekt. In der Tat. Pick on my religion that the world has corrupted over time. LMAO. Still love you, Sky. I'm picking on your religion. What do you mean? I defend Christianity all the time. If you haven't been here in Real McGoy, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. I need it. I need coffee. But I tell you, I defend the teachings of Christ all day long. I think the Old Testament is absolute garbage and should be thrown into the ash heap of history. But right now, there's baseball players riding it on their baseball caps because they're offended by rainbows. They're offended by rainbows.
Coach Barry called a meeting, told the team he's not suiting up.
I think Michelle very much would prefer a quieter life for us. And on the other hand, there have been some folks who would like to see me out every day, right, banging the drum. What I've tried to do is to move from player to coach.
Michelle wants him off the court and off and on the.
Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Real McGoy, please? He's funding this whole hour.
Couch, and the missus always gets her way. Problem is, Barry built this team, and they're 0 for 47.
We've got a set of institutions that have fallen victim to the siren song of everything's about money and everything's about attention and everything's about fame and everything's about getting over. But meanwhile, there are just a lot of people out here who are just doing the right thing and raising.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Someone just said, hold on. There was just two things. People are so dilutional. Yes, they are dilutional. They do dilute the message, don't they? They are dilutional. Absolutely. I don't know what that means, but I love it. People can be diluted very easily. Jack Morgan believes that the flood didn't happen, yet believes men who simply dress as a woman are a woman. Their cells scream they're men. Every nation has a flood account. Every nation has a flood account. Every nation has a flood account? Does every nation have an account of men living to be 500 years old? I think that's how old Noah was. How old was Noah when he died in the Bible? 950. Does every nation have an account of a 950-year-old man? Because, if you believe in Noah, you have to believe that a man lived to 950 years old. So you keep going with that. Keep going with that. Yeah. Drug addicts will sell those homes and turn them into trap houses. We have rehabs. We have long-term housing for... No, we don't. Who has that, Noah? The fuck are you talking about? We have those things? Where do we have those things? We have long-term housing for addicts and we have long-term rehabs and stuff. Where? Those are easy to get to. We have those. Those are well-funded and clean and safe. We got those. Okay. Thanks, Noah. Thanks, Noah. We have mental health care in this country, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have state-funded mental health care too, right? Right. And
their families and taking care of people.
You know who Barack booked to open?
Look, I'm sorry. If you can't listen, Noah, if you can't spell delusional and you think that Noah's Ark actually happened, I'm not the one who's retarded. Okay. Listen, you're trying to tell me that Noah's Ark happened and you can't spell delusional. So please, come on. I try to be nice, but you go straight to calling me the R word. Come on now. Come on. You call yourself a Christian? You call yourself a Christian and you call me the R word? You're about as Christian as Saddam Hussein. You're about as Christian as the Ayatollah. You're about as Christian as the Ayatollah.
His library, The Boss, Springsteen, Christina Aguilera, U2, John Legend, Stevie Wonder. The man's hosting a Chicago Palooza for himself and his billion-dollar library. And you're lecturing us about seeking...
Let you call in. There's a link in the chat. It's pinned in the chat, Noah.
Fame, fortune, and attention? What about the podcast? the books, Netflix, the 4 homes. This guy was just campaigning in New Jersey. Can't get enough of himself. He thinks the country needs him, but he really just needs to get out of his own house. Michelle's.
The country wants him. I don't agree with the country, but the country wants him, Jesse. You know how you want Donald Trump's dick in your ass. You know what I'm talking about.
Like, can we have hope and change without my husband?
Could that movement that you started then, could it happen now, Mrs. Obama, do you think?
It can always happen. You know, people just have to be fed up enough. They have to want more.
Turns out some people are fed up and also very much under federal investigation. Knee pads says Trump's kneecapping his presidential run by investigating his wife.
I think it's funny he calls them knee pads because he sells knee pads for MAGA. He sells knee pads for MAGA and he calls them knee pads. I mean, I guess we should just call Jesse Waters back brace. Broke back Jesse Waters because he's got a broken back. No one knows how he blew his back out, but I have my thoughts. I have my theories about how Jesse Waters blew his back out. Blown back mountain Jesse Waters.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit.
The only problem? The DOJ says the tip came from whistleblowers on the ground in California, not from Trump or Washington. One of the probes even started under Biden and Kamala, his oldest enemy and 2028 rival. California Kamala was VP, former AG out there, former prosecutor.
I'm on here crying. No, I'm not here crying. Where are you? Listen, I just watched a video of Donald Trump crying for 5 minutes about how everyone's so mean to him. I'm not crying. I'm laughing. I'm laughing as the whole world crumbles around me. I'm laughing as this whole system falls apart. I'm moving in order to change my life and do something different because I don't want to be part of the system. I'm doing shit to try to I'm trying to hedge my bets in order to make my life kind of collapse proof as much as I can. I mean, as much as any of us can. I'm just trying to I want to make my life collapse proof. And because I think that in my lifetime, this whole system's going to crumble down. But hey, you think that's crying? I don't go. I got buy Melania coin. Buy some Melania coin. If you think I'm the one crying.
She's still got Sacramento wired.
It's going to go to the moon.
Fingerprints on this. Now, we don't know, but we might have a hunch. Here's what we do know. Newsom's wife runs 2 charities. Her husband, Gavin, got big companies to donate to him. It's a way to get in good with the governor. His wife takes a salary, spreads the money around. Now prosecutors are looking at her taxes. They're also sniffing around Newsom's former chief of staff, who stole money from Javier Becerra's campaign account. You know, the guy running against Hilton.
Javier Becerra, you know. The guy running against Hilton, that guy.
The Newsom's bank records have been subpoenaed. Uh-oh. Agents have been knocking on doors. His wife, Jennifer, was interviewed by the feds.
Sounds like lawfare to me. I thought we were not doing that anymore.
Newsom's also been fined for campaign finance violations. He just had to pay 30 G's for not reporting millions in charitable donations on time.
I mean, Gavin Newsom sucks, but this is still lawfare, right?
It's not his first fine either. Newsom's panicking. We just found out he's been emailing out talking points to Democrats to get his little buddies to blame Trump. He says he's being targeted because he's number 1 in the polls, and now he's raising money off the investigation. Michelle Obama got Barack in a lot of trouble when he ran for president in 2008. Remember? She ran her little mouth too much. They had to sideline her, put her in witness protection until he won.
Ran her little mouth too much? Bro. I don't know how you guys, how you maggers think that this guy's cool. Like this fucking guy, dude, is the worst. He's just the worst man alive. Like, I'm sorry, but if he had like an exploding microphone and if he died of a fentanyl overdose in front of everybody, I wouldn't be surprised, man. And I wouldn't cry. I wouldn't cry if Jesse Waters died of a fentanyl overdose. I wouldn't cry because, you know, Charlie Kirk, first it got George Floyd and then it got Charlie Kirk. Fentanyl, you know, it could happen with Jesse Waters too. You know, it could happen. And I'm not going to cry when it does. If it does. If it happens, I'm not going to cry. I'm going to say, oh, dang it. I wish so many young men are going out that way these days. Fentanyl, it's a killer.
Newsom's wife might need to take a little vacation. Or maybe she's like Hillary. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Either way, Gavin and Barack have a lot of problems.
They do?
Charlie Hertz, the co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. What do you think's going on out there in California?
Oh, it's a bunch of scorpions in a bottle, and I love it. I'm here for the next couple of months. I can't wait. It's really rich to sit there and listen to a guy like Barack Obama say, "Oh, it's not all about fame. It's not all about money." This guy rode into the White House the only way he knew how, which was on fame. It was
what? On fame? I don't know if anybody remembers 2007, but he was not famous. Barack Obama was junior senator. He was junior senator. Everyone said, "Wait your turn. You're not famous enough." And he said, "Oh, I'm gonna try. I want to see what I do with the primaries. I'm gonna try it out."
pure fame, nothing else, no experience, no wisdom, no intelligence, pure fame. And then he converted his entire political career into wealth. Right. The guy has never worked a day. He will never work another day for the rest of his life. He has made hundreds of millions of dollars off of his political career.
I think that's working. He works. He shows up, goes to work, puts on a suit, does speaking. Can you do it? He's doing basically what you're doing. You're talking for a living, doing basically what you're doing, intellectual labor. Water's drowned from drinking too much water. Man, it's too bad. So many boys are going out that way, young men. This man, I forgive him. Thank you so much for that. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for my boy, Real McGoy? For my boy, Real McGoy. My boy, Real McGoy.
Moved to Washington, D.C. You should see the junky little house that he had to rent when he moved to D.C. when he moved there as a United States Senator. And now the guy has, 4 mansions?
Well, like I said, William Talent, I say it all the time, William Talenti, if you have more than $999,999,000.99, you need to up against the wall. What about Taylor Swift? Up against the wall. What about Peter Thiel? Up against the wall. Who's your favorite billionaire? We should have baseball cards, billionaire cards. You get a free stick of bubble gum if you get the billionaire cards.
All over the world, near beaches that are, despite the rising oceans, I guess. But he's a fraud, and he always has been.
The Iran deal. We call it a memorandum of.
He's a fraud and always has been. That's really rich. Has he been indicted? Let me Google really fast. Let me see. Has Barack Obama ever been indicted of anything ever? No, Barack Obama has never been indicted of any crime. He has never faced criminal charges or grand jury indictments at either the state or federal level. Wow. And he's the fraud? Let me ask the same question again. Has Donald Trump ever been indicted ever for anything? Donald Trump has been indicted 4 times and holds the distinction of being the first former U.S. president to be indicted and criminally convicted. He was indicted of a total of 91 felony counts across 4 separate state and federal jurisdictions. Manhattan grand jury indicted Trump on 34 felony counts for falsifying business records to conceal hush money payments. Okay, we know about that one. That was when he paid the prostitute with your money, with your campaign finance money, the money that you gave him. Federal indictments. He was federally indicted by special counsel Jack Smith, a Republican in Florida, for willful retention of classified national defense documents. Oh, remember when he stole our documents and he kept them in his bunker? That was cool. In his Mar-a-Lago with the Mar-a-Lago Mafia. He was also indicted in the Georgia state, indicted in Fulton County, Georgia, on state charges related to alleged efforts to interfere with the 2020 election results. Remember? And then Tulsi Gabbard went and stole all of the old ballots for some reason. Remember when they did that? They stole them all from Fulton County. Remember that? Yeah. Wow. Okay, cool. So 4 times. Cool. But not Barack Obama. He's never been indicted. I don't know why.
Understanding.
The move.
Right. You read it? What do you make of it?
So, first of all, this is why we like our people to win politics, because I got a lot more faith in Donald Trump than I do any other politician.
Our people, and he means white people.
I do get the feeling that Iran thinks that they can kind of wait out Donald Trump, but I also think that
he means white people. White people. When he says our people, he means white people.
Donald Trump under immense pressure to improve the sort of economic atmosphere of the country ahead of the elections. Once the elections are behind him, I think it's just game on, and then it becomes the mullahs versus the giant orange gorilla, and we'll see who wins. I'm betting on the giant.
The mullahs versus the giant orange gorilla. On Fox News, they're calling him the giant orange gorilla. So you're allowed to say that now, MAGA. He's the giant orange gorilla.
You're going with the gorilla? Yeah. Okay. He's taking the gorilla over the mullahs. I would take that action. Yeah. Charlie, good to see you. Thank you so much.
You take a lot of action there, Waters. I know. Look see, he's got the back brace. You see the back brace? See him, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Strong Man, Mr. I'm so manly, I'm so tough, I can beat up anybody. See the back brace? See him? See it? He doesn't. This is why he doesn't do the street interviews anymore, because he got his back blown out somehow. How did he blow his back out? Let's find out. How did Jesse Waters blow his back out? He blew his back out from a severe herniated disc. The injury was so severe he had to be taken to the emergency room in an ambulance, hospitalized for 4 or 5 days, and required an epidural shot and walker for his recovery. But no one knows how he got it. No one knows how. How come it's such a secret? How did the injury happen? I don't get it. But how did he herniate his disc? How did the injury happen? Let me see if Google says something. Let's see if Google can find out how. Nope, no record of how it happened. He simply stated, I threw my back out, and explicitly noted, not my doing. I didn't do it. When referencing the vertebrae injuries, he did not share a specific backstory, like lifting something heavy, a sports mishap, or a fall. In medical terms, herniated discs often do happen without a singular traumatic event. They are frequently a result of gradual age-related wear and tear called disc degeneration, where minor everyday movements like twisting or bending the wrong way can suddenly cause the disc rupture. But Jesse Waters doesn't have a laborious lifestyle. He's never really had a hard blue-collar job like me. He's never had to do that. So what's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? Who are these people?
Breaking news on Jeffrey Epstein, plus Chris Hansen on deck.
Mr. Heumann.
What's the deal? Who are these people? Who are these people? How are they doing this? You know, I kind of wanted to. The next thing is like the Gilgo murders. You guys heard about this, right? The Gilgo murders. Pretty rough stuff. Let's get this going. The Gilgo serial killer.
Is there anything you wish to say before I pronounce sentence? Yes. Stand up.
Stand up! Look at these cops. The tough guy. Look at these cops. What are these cops gonna do? The judge told me to stand up. Stand back, officer. What's the deal? Jesus Christ. What's this guy do? Why are these cops? Look at these short little cops. These short little cops trying to I'm a tough guy. I'm gonna do something about this.
Responsible for what was said in this room today. The words I would say have no meaning. And I'm going to leave it there at this time. Speak up.
Order in the court. Order in the court. You don't get to tell him to speak up.
Mr. Heumann, as Mr. Tierney said, I know that you're sorry that you got caught. I assume that you're sorry for what you've done to your wife and children. Are you a little bit sorry for what you did to these poor innocent women? 8 women that you strangled to death? At least 8 that we know of? Are you at least a little bit sorry for that? Yes? Yes, I am. You know what? You've been described as a very big man, but you're a disgusting and despicable small man, if you're a man at all. And you're a coward.
First of all, this guy kind of looks like the judge, kind of looks like Groucho Marx, right? Kind of like Groucho Marx. But also, do we really need this from judges? I'm trying to get judge, shut the fuck up and deliver. What are you doing? You're a coward. Ah! Dude, listen. The guy's a serial killer. You think you throwing a little hissy fit, being a little bitch in front of everyone's gonna help? Who's this for? What's this performance for, Judge? Little baby.
As a result of your plea of guilty to murder in the first degree and count 1 of indictment 73544 of 2024, it's essentially court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 2, murder in the first degree, it's essentially court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. With respect to count 3, plead guilty to murder in the first degree, it's essentially court you serve the rest of your life without the possibility of parole. Those 3 sentences to run consecutive with each other. With respect to count 7, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 8, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. With respect to count 9, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. And finally, with respect to count 10, murder in the second degree, it's essentially the court you serve an indeterminate term of imprisonment with a minimum of 25 years and a maximum of your life. All of those sentences to run consecutive with each other. Mr. Cheney, with respect to counts 4, 5, and 6,
Move to dismiss your own satisfaction. That's it.
that application granted.
So if you don't know who this guy is, he's an architect who he was leading this double life where every time his family would leave town, he would go and just find vulnerable women and strangle them. And they caught him through digital shit. I forget how they got him, but an eyewitness said they got the car and then they got his cell tower data and they caught him. But the damning evidence was pizza crust, and he had his DNA on pizza crust at I don't know how the pizza box was in they figured out that the pizza belonged to the killer, and then they got the DNA off of the pizza crust and they got him. It's him. And so they got it. But the other thing was he was doing all sorts of crazy shit. He killed these ladies and then he would taunt the teenagers who one of them had a teenage sister and he would send her mean text messages and weird shit like that. The guy's pretty nasty. But strangled 8 women that were easily caught, and typical American shit, women hating stuff, and because we're the only ones that really have serial killers. America, we got a lot of serial killers walking around. Be careful. There's a lot of them. Some of them only kill a couple. Some get 8, that we know of. That we only know of 8. We don't know how many people he actually killed. Yeah, the Long Island killer. Yeah, exactly. He's the Long Island killer. He didn't really have a cute name, huh? They didn't really have a cute name for him.
Other agencies to collect. Anything else, gentlemen? Nothing from the people. Mr. Brown? Get him out of here.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I just don't. I don't need a judge pretending to be a tough guy, especially when he looks like Groucho Marx. Shut the fuck up, man. Just do the solemn work that you've been hired to do. Your job is to do the solemn work of crushing this man beneath the wheels of justice. What is this, a fucking circus? This is how we behave now, with the screaming and the yelling and the judge. No wonder the judge. This is just so embarrassing. This is the court system now. It's all just a fucking theater. It's all just theater now. The mask makes you think of Eugene. Yeah, Eugene Levy's kind of got a Groucho Marx look, that's for sure. But this, the judge acting like he's so, I've never seen that in my 50 years of this. This is unbelievable. Dude, just calm down, judge. We don't need the histrionics from a judge. You're wearing the black, you want to wear a clown suit? Wear a clown suit. We got plenty of jobs for clowns these days. If you're gonna wear the black robe, shut the fuck up. Act like a serious person for once. And people cheering in the courtroom. I mean, I get that you're happy, I guess, but you're cheering. Your kids are dead. This is a happy. Woo! What are you cheering for? Your kids are dead. This is a happy moment for you?
Serving on defense or directing surrender of firearms, rifles, and shotguns. That order will go back with you at the gym.
You in the ass and kill you. You already know the case. At least we know where you are.
Them saying, what did they say? What these people say?
On defense or directing surrender of firearms, rifles, and shotguns. That order will go back with you at the gym.
You in the ass and kill you.
And shotguns. That order will go back with you at the gym.
You in the ass and kill you.
I hope somebody on the inside kills you, something like that, because that's how justice works in America. We have justice by inmate. Yeah, we're gonna let inmates kill them. That's justice in America. You killed somebody, we're gonna get other people to kill you, because that'll make it right? Yeah. We already know what your face is gonna look like. At least we know where you are.
Know where you are.
Interesting bombshell. Right now.
I'm sure they feel like big people after that. Yeah, 25 years of getting ass fucked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when people say shit like that, it's an embarrassment, because that just goes to show that we all think it's funny that prisoners are treated so poorly in America. And since we know that a large number of the people in prison in America have basically in there for drug charges, stupid little shit, little things that probably shouldn't be against the law. A lot of the people who are getting ass fucked in jail are just people who are either innocent, have done very little, or just got caught up in some bullshit, and they're getting ass fucked in jail, because that's how we treat people in America, because we have for-profit companies running our incarceration system. Like it's an embarrassment. It's a fucking shame on our culture that this is how we do it. Now, of course, this guy killed 8 girls. That's a horrible thing. He should go away for the rest of his life, of course. But what, to eat maggot-ridden food and get fucked in the ass? Is that what we think should happen in a civilized society? Because we're basically no better than the medieval kings of England? To the tower! Feed him the maggot meat. Like, is that what we do? He might deserve it, but that's not, he might deserve it, but that's not really up to us, right? It is a mark of our civilization. It tells you about us, how we treat those that we have caught on the wrong side of the law. We pass these laws according to our culture, and if you're on the wrong side of it, how do we treat you? Do we treat you with the dignity we would treat every other human being? Or do we laugh about how we have zero control over what our prison system is like, and people regularly get fucked in the ass, get regularly shanked and murdered, beaten, and we hope that happens to him? I mean, think about what we're saying about ourselves when we say that, right? That we're okay with our system being this. It's an embarrassment of our system. No matter who does it. You think a guillotine would be better punishment? No, I don't think the state should have the right to kill any citizen. No, I don't. I think you need to get this person. You have to decide whether or not you think that incarceration, if you think the justice system is about punishing people, is about rehabilitating people, is it about protecting us, the people who are on the right side of the law? Is it about protecting innocent people? Because if it's about protecting innocent people, then putting them anywhere solves that problem. If it's about punishment, then taking away his freedom of movement, that is enough. That is taking away his humanity immediately. To say that we're going to kill him, though, that gives the state, I think, far too much power. It's a solemn thing to take someone's freedom away. Some people think it's a worse than death, a worse fate than death. I think it's worse fate than death, taking away my freedom. In other countries like Norway and stuff, they put them in, they give them a house and they put a fence around around these like, it looks like a neighborhood kind of, and they're not allowed to leave. Somehow, maybe it's because they don't incarcerate as many people. We incarcerate more people than anyone else on planet Earth. America does. We have more people in jail than anybody else. A higher percentage of Americans are in jail than any other place. Yeah. You like the sodomy part? No, I don't. Torture. Like, are we okay with torture? Even a rapist and a murderer. Is it okay to torture them? To torture a rapist and a murderer? And when you say it's okay to torture a rapist and a murderer, if that's okay, then we have to also be okay with other countries raping and torturing and murdering according to their culture. If we as a culture say rape and murder are wrong, especially this in this case it's rape and murder, right? If we say as a culture raping women and killing women is wrong, well then when we go to Taliban controlled Afghanistan and they're torturing people for other reasons, then we have to be okay with it. I don't think it's okay to torture people. I don't think it's okay for the state to torture people. It's already a lot to take away their freedom. It's a huge, solemn thing to take away someone's freedom. It's a very, very serious thing. What if he was a billionaire? Well, if he's a billionaire, yes. Up against the wall.
Now, Democrats in the House Homeland Security Committee.
I mean, I guess, you know what's funny now? You know what's funny about that statement? What if he's a billionaire? You're so right, because this guy killed 8 women. Horrible, horrible, horrible thing. It's a disgusting thing that happened. But Brian Thompson killed thousands. And we cry about him as a culture because Luigi Mangione shot him in the head. And we're all going to say Luigi Mangione as a culture, not me, maybe not you, but as a culture, we're going to say Luigi Mangione is the bad guy here. And I think that's so funny that these billionaires are killing far more people. The billionaires are killing so many more people, and they're all free. But we'll have a giant, most Americans will say we need to torture this guy, this Gilco killer, well, this Florida serial killer. No, let me see, Long Island serial killer. I don't know why I think everything bad happens in Florida. I love Florida. I love Florida, everybody. Long Island killer. He killed 8 women. Torture him to death. Hundreds of thousands. Yeah, but Brian Thompson deserves to live. The family who he did it to should choose. I've heard that lots before. The real McGoy, the family he did it should choose. But then that makes us a lawless society. Like, either we are going to be a country of laws or we're not. If we're not, then we should just tear it all down. Then the family should just decide all the time for everything. If then the family should also decide if my house is robbed, what we should do to that guy. Then the family should do the verdict, right? This family, maybe not the verdict, but the punishment, right? If you rob my house and the cops catch you and we try you and we determine that you are guilty, then I get to decide what your sentence is, right? Because I am the aggrieved. Well, that's not how it works. That would be insanity, because you'd have people saying all sorts of crazy shit. We just get to decide, the aggrieved family. The justice system is not in place to give the aggrieved some sense of closure or peace. That will never come. That won't come, because there is no such thing. There's no such thing as retribution. Even if they just walked up and shot him in the head right there in front of everybody, that moment that we just watched in the courtroom, nobody would feel better. Your kids are dead. People always think, because in the movies we've been trained that revenge, we have the fantasy, right? Everyone's got the revenge fantasy. You always want to get one over on that boss who treated you badly, or that woman who broke your heart. You always want to get back at them, right? That's all fantasy, man. That's all. You never feel good. You never feel good when you get revenge. It never works. People always think it will, and they never do. Benjamin Netanyahu has been trying for 30-something years to get revenge for his brother's death because a Palestinian killed his brother. RFK Jr. has been trying to get revenge on the Palestinians his whole life because a Palestinian killed his father. Do either of those people seem like they're okay? We've had a whole genocide against the Palestinians. Do you think that everything's cool now with Benjamin Netanyahu? Everything's okay now?
Holding an unsanctioned field hearing about an ICE detention facility at the center of recent riots in Newark, New Jersey. Congressional correspondent Bill Malusian's live on Capitol Hill with the latest. Hi, Bill.
John, good afternoon to you. Because Democrats aren't in the majority in the House right now, they don't get to call the shots on what hearings happen right here on Capitol Hill. So what they've decided to do.
This thing is kind of cool. I think the Democrats are a bunch of spineless losers, but I kind of like this move, this political move.
Is hold their own unsanctioned field hearing out in New Jersey about ICE and Delaney.
Don't forget to like and subscribe if you think Democrats are spineless losers.
Hall. Now, that hearing kicked off just about an hour ago. As you mentioned, it's with the House Homeland Security Committee. The Democrats on that committee hosting this so-called shadow hearing right now. It's led by Congressman Benny Thompson. He's the highest-ranking Democrat on that committee. 0 Republicans are participating, as again, this is not sanctioned. The Democrats say they're going to take a look at the treatment of ICE detainees at Delaney Hall during this hearing. Some of the witnesses they have testifying include the mayor of Newark, the ACLU, and a U.S. Army veteran detained by ICE. Opening statements wrapped up a short time ago, and several Democrats called for Delaney Hall to be shut down.
Ooh, interesting. Is Sky calling for no punishment? Is that what I'm doing? Yeah, sort of. What do you mean by punishment? Do you think that beating a dog is okay? If a dog pisses on your carpet, if you punch the dog in the face in order to teach the dog a lesson, is that good? I mean, after all, the dog pissed on your carpet. Is it okay to punch the dog in the face? Or kick the dog, pick some form of violence. Is that all right? Let me ask. Let's put it to a vote. Let's see. We haven't done let's do a poll. Is it okay to beat a dog who peed on your rug? Is it okay? The reason why I ask, before you're like, well, it's different. Does punishment work? Who does punishment serve? Does it serve the person being beaten? I would say no. They're not going to learn their lesson through beatings. Does it serve the family? No. The family will not find closure or peace no matter how much you beat a man. Does it serve the state? Well, the state, sometimes if you beat someone, it'll scare other people for a short amount of time. But as we already know, we've been killing people in America since day one. We've had, except for a very short amount of time, we've had the death penalty in America. So we've had the death penalty in all 50 states for a very long time, and we have it in most states still today, and yet we still have murders. So it works. They've done lots of studies on that. When you execute a person or incarcerate a person for a short amount of time, people commit fewer crimes, it seems. But then and it's like a couple days, and then over a couple days, then they go right back to doing whatever the fuck they were doing, because people don't stop murdering each other because they think that they might get caught and get murdered by the state. So it doesn't serve the state. It doesn't serve the people. It doesn't serve the person who's being beaten. And it doesn't serve the aggrieved survivors. So who does it serve? Because it's not okay to beat a dog. You hate this holier than thou shit these cowards spew about the death penalty. Me too, Ryan V. There's all these people that like to say that the state should have the right to kill its citizens. I think that's a cowardly thing to say, rather than do the hard work of actually building a society where people don't have to murder each other all the time, where we don't have school shootings and mass murders. Maybe we should do something like that, build a society that includes everybody so that we don't have these issues anymore. Like and subscribe if you want to build a better society through dignity-based resistance. Thank you. You're absolutely right. It's a mark of cowardice that no one's willing to do the hard work. It's a mark of laziness. Rehab for punishment. I mean, rehab would at least serve people, right? And presumably rehabilitation would happen while they're away from us, right? So we're safe. So we still have them incarcerated during the rehabilitation, whatever that looks like, right? So they're not around us. So he's not murdering more women. That would be good, right? Maybe if we had healthcare in this country, someone like this architect could have been like, man, maybe he would have been in a psychiatrist's office talking about his problems instead of going around killing women every time his his wife and kids left town, maybe. But that would be too much. Even in that society, someone will murder, and then people will murder far less, Real McGoy. Like most murder that we think about is like the serial killer shit. Actually, it's super rare. We think about people killing their wives for sleeping with their best friends and shit like that. That stuff happens for sure. That stuff is always going to happen. But the great majority of violent crime happens because of money, because people don't have enough. They don't have enough. And they don't have mental health care. But the other stuff like killing your wife or shooting up a school or something like that, if you had health care, you would see those numbers drop immediately, because mental health care is non-existent in America for all intents and purposes. And the ones that we do have it, it's mostly just a pill. We throw a pill at you and we're like, good luck. Hopefully you'll have enough money for those pills in 6 months. And if you don't, and you stab someone on a train, we'll blame somebody else. Or blame you for being sick. Mental health is a problem in this country. So all the uxoricide and fratricide and all the other ones and the mass murders, those would drop if we had health care. But we don't. So the hard work of building a healthcare system, the hard work of being a rehabilitation system, and a system that people aren't forgotten, don't fall through the cracks, and don't have enough money to, feed their babies, then we would have very little murder in this country. Very, 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 very little. But that's hard. People would rather kick the dog and say, then actually train the dog, then actually work with the animal. You can work with the dog and teach that dog not to piss on the rug. You could beat the dog too. The dog will learn not to piss on the rug if you beat the shit out of that dog. It'll work. You might have unintended consequences, though. That dog might bite you. And then you're going to blame the dog. You're going to say the dog bit me. I got to put this dog to sleep. But whose fault is it?
Keep standing up for detainees and the peaceful protesters at Delaney Hall. We will keep standing up to ISIS violence. We will demand accountability from this administration, and we will shut down Delaney Hall. As
Hold on. Who said this? Feelings. Who's talking about feelings? Yeah, weak cowards. All you weak cowards who can't understand that building a system that actually doesn't hurt people helps you. Yes. Mm-hmm. What's this thing? I saw something about someone saying about feelings. I'm not talking about my feelings. Dropping isn't making it all disappear. So what do you do with the people who kill for fun? Treat them different than the ones you're treating? Again, people who kill for fun are extremely rare. And again, most people who are having feelings of killing for fun, they'll usually seek help. And usually you'll find that those people have not gotten the help they sought. That's usually what happens. They'll say like, they'll start saying weird shit. They'll go online. They'll say a bunch of weird shit. They'll start asking people for help, and they'll start reaching out, but we don't ever do anything. So they just end up doing the worst case scenario. So yeah, dropping isn't making it clear. Dropping isn't making it all disappear. No, making it disappear is impossible. Even places, utopias still have problems. I mean, even in the animal kingdom, you have weird ones. In the animal kingdom, you have packs where like one of the wolves will do something weird and do something that the other wolves are like, get the fuck away from us, and they'll ostracize that wolf. They'll get him away from the others, or they'll kill the wolf. But that's like, do we want to behave like animals? But there's always going to be something. Sure. Yeah. You can't eliminate it, but that's a nirvana fallacy, because I can't solve. That's like, would you take a test? If I said tomorrow we were going to give you an exam in college, right? And I know for a fact you're only going to get 92% on it. You're only going to get 92%. It's still an A, but you can't get 100%. You can't do it. But I know you're going to get 90 because I put a couple trick questions in there. You studied really hard. I know for a fact you're going to get 92%. because I made the test, and 8% of those questions you can't answer. You can't do it. Are you still going to take the test? You'll still get an A, but because you can't get 100, you're not going to take the test? You're just going to fail the class? Because right now we're not taking the test. We're just failing the class. Kind of like Democrats. But look, these Democrats are trying something new. I think this is kind of interesting. They're doing like a shadow hearing where they're trying to put things into the record outside of normal congressional. At least they're showing up. Look at these Congress people showing up to work when they don't have to. It's kind of cool. Thank you. Can I get some jubilation for the real McGoy? Thank you so much for keeping the conversation going and for funding the channel. I appreciate you.
New Jersey delegation have called for repeatedly. I too called for the immediate closure of Delaney Hall facility.
And John, this hearing is in a tiny room. It is close to the public. The audience is very small as well. A chunk of it appears to be media. If you want to watch it, it's being streamed by the Democrats live on YouTube. Just looking at the viewer count right now, they have a total of 95 people watching. The highest I've seen that go up to since it started is about 115 people, John. We'll send it back to you.
Not a tremendous amount of interest in that here, but here's the thing that I'm kind of puzzled about. You have all these.
No one's interested. No one's interested in closing the concentration camp. No. Nobody cares about these Democrats are going on the record saying they want to close the concentration camp. Is it it's not enough for me. I want to see Democrats like throwing their bodies in front of the ICE vehicles. I want to see that. I want to see the Democrat congressperson in front of the fucking ICE agent, in front of the goddamn. I want them there. I want them there at the concentration camp saying, let us in with cameras. I'm sick of this bullshit. That's what I want to see. But we're not going to get that. So we get this. We get a bunch of Democrats at least putting in the record, we're against this concentration camp. We're calling for the immediate closure. Do you think history will look kindly on them? I mean, aren't you always wondering if Nazis did anything about the concentration camp? Was there any movement against the concentration camps opening during Nazi Germany? I mean, right now I'm seeing all of these Democrats come out and speak up against the Delaney concentration camp. Was there any kind of equivalent during the Nazi times? Because the only thing I could think of is like the Vice Rosa, right? So yes, the political and underground resistance, early concentration camps like Dachau, opening in 1933, primarily held political prisoners like communists and social democrats. While these political parties heavily opposed the regime before Hitler seized control, they were quickly outlawed, driven into exile, or imprisoned. The Rosenstrasse protest. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, the Rosenstrasse. This was the only major spontaneous public demonstration against the Nazis' incarceration and deportation policies. Non-Jewish women gathered on Rosenstrasse in Berlin to protest the arrest of their Jewish husbands, successfully securing their release. They won. They got them out. Look at that, 1943. They got them out. A student-led resistance group. This is the White Rose movement. So yeah, there was a movement, but it's like they chopped off their heads with that one. The Vice student-led resistance, like Sophie Scholl at the University of Munich, distributed anti-Nazi leaflets condemning the regime's atrocities. Its founders were caught by the Gestapo and executed within days. They did the guillotine. They got the guillotine. Sophie Scholl and her brother, I forget her brother's name, they guillotined them. So crazy. Prisoners within the camps engaged in organized revolt, sabotage, and escape attempts. Meanwhile, figures like Polish underground operative Witold Pilecki intentionally infiltrated Auschwitz to document and sabotage camp operations from the inside. So, I mean, things like that were happening, but not enough. So I kind of like the fact that in America, we have somebody speaking up against the concentration camps. It's kind of nice. Makes me think there's some little bit of hope. Some tiny bit of hope.
Prominent Democrats out there calling for Delaney Hall to be closed down. Delaney Hall was used as an immigration facility during the Obama administration from 2011 to 2017.
Yeah, I was against it then. These fucking kids in cages, all that stuff. That's why he did DACA, was to try to whitewash his deportation plans, his concentration camps. That's what he did.
Where were the calls from Democrats back then to close it down?
There were lots of calls, not just from Democrats, from everybody who was really pissed about how Barack Obama was going about it. But he actually did. They didn't overflow the people. He only killed, for example, 54 people in 8 years in concentration camps, where Donald Trump has killed over 50 in the last 18 months. So I think that's a big difference, don't you? Don't you agree that 50 people in 8 months, in 18 months, is worse than 50 people in 8 years?
Crickets, John. There were no calls to close it down, just like they didn't really have any problem with the border with immigration in the past. Now they do.
The Democrats have always been trying to pass border stuff. They've always done shit like this. The Democrats have always been talking about the fucking border. It's always been a thing. Democrats and Republicans since I was born. In the Reagan years, they were talking about it. Both Democrats and Republicans always talking about the border, always talking about Mexicans. Mexicans, brown people, that's the only ones they care about. They never talk about the Canadian border, always talking about the southern border because they're afraid of the dark-skinned man taking their lily white women.
Trump is in office, but you're spot on. They had nothing to say about Delaney Hall until the Trump administration came in.
All right. Well, they got plenty to say about it now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Bill Nugent for us. Bill, thank you. Sandra?
All right, let's bring in former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf, Homeland Security and Immigration Chair at the America First Policy Institute. So welcome to you. What do you want to add to the reporting on this, what we know so far on this Delaney Hall hearing and the Democrats that are holding this unsanctioned? Your response?
Yeah, look, I haven't seen any facts. There's no data that supports that anything is askew at Delaney Hall. And to your point earlier is this.
There's no evidence of anything askew as these showing. What are you showing here, buddy? What is this thing you're showing us here? Nothing askew at Delaney Hall? Seems like there's a lot going askew at Delaney Hall. They weren't letting people see their families. Citizens were not able to visit their families. Congress has not been allowed to go in. It's a for-profit company running a concentration camp. There's tales of maggot-ridden food and overflowing toilets, crazy flu and COVID ripping through these places. Like, they're disease centers. And there aren't enough doctors to see all the people who are getting sick in these places. They're a cesspool. I mean, it's a concentration camp. It looks like a there's nothing askew here. Nothing to see here. Everybody, go away. It's fine.
Detention facility was operating during President Biden and President Biden, and so if the Democrats really had a concern about it, where was their concern then? It's only when President Trump is in the presidency do they have a concern. And so just like Delaney Hall is just like every other detention facility around the country, and we've seen this playbook from the left time and time again. I saw it when I was at.
You're absolutely right. Community organizers are prime targets. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. I mean, shit, I'm already a prime target, but I've been a prime target for a long time. I've been labeled a terrorist since like 2000. I don't know what year I think it was 2003. What year did the federal government declare animal rights activists terrorists? That was 2006. So since 2006, I have been considered a terrorist in the eyes of my government.
At DHS, they complain about poor conditions. They complain about the food. They complain about medical care, all in an effort to shut these facilities down because they simply don't want immigration enforcement. They don't want anyone removed from the country. And this is just another way to get at that same goal.
Okay, so here was Cory Booker, the senator, reacting after visiting this Delaney ICE facility. This was dates back to late May. Listen.
This is a facility that is overwhelmingly full of people who have not committed any kind of crime. It should be an affront to everything we believe in terms of.
So they haven't committed a crime. We already knew that, but Cory Booker is saying it out loud.
Decency, that we have a facility full of so many people who pose no risk to our communities. We believe that this facility should be closed. It should not exist. It should not have been allowed to open in the first place.
Okay, so you wouldn't punish a dog. I see now you guys are a bunch of ethical. You guys are really ethical. That's what I love about these people watching. Everyone watching, 92% say they would not beat a dog. It's not okay to beat a dog who peed on your rug. Is it okay to beat a person who crossed a border without permission from the state? From the state. Is it okay to beat a person? Should I say a woman? Does it make it worse if it's a woman? How about a child? Is it okay to beat a child? Forget a person. Let's do a child, because there are children getting beaten now. We've seen it. Is it okay to beat a child who crossed a border without permission from the state? Is it okay to beat a dog who crossed should we do that? Is it okay to beat a dog who crossed a border without permission from the state? Perhaps we should start at dogs and then move up to children, and then women, and then men. How do you feel? Should it be? Let's start with children. Let's start with children. Here we go. Is it okay to beat a child? Dogs don't know. So if is ignorance of the law an excuse? Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. I didn't know it was against the law here to, I don't know, drive 100 miles per hour in a school zone. I didn't know it was against the law. I didn't know it was against the law to drive 100 miles an hour in a school zone. What do you mean you're putting me in jail? I didn't know it was against the law.
So there is that, and there is this too, Chad. We want to take a stab at that first.
The dog has no concept of why. Neither do most people who live in this country. So what do you mean? Why? What do you mean why? Why is it okay at all? Why is it okay why is it not okay to cross a border? Maybe that should be the question of the day.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the senator is now not concerned about the conditions of Delaney Hall. He just doesn't want anyone in there to remain there. He wants them released into American communities, just like we...
Pacifist cowards make you sick. Pacifist cowards make me sick too. Absolutely. That's why I think anyone who makes over $999,999,000.99 up against the wall. I'm no fucking pacifist.
Saw during President Biden, and the American people rejected that.
I'm no pacifist. You see those ICE agents? I wouldn't cry if all of them went down right now. I wouldn't cry. Not even a little bit. Not even a little.
They want them detained and they want them removed. And everyone in Delaney Hall has violated immigration law. And so this idea that they're completely innocent, we're locking them up.
They violated immigration law. What do you mean? How do you know? Well, we don't, because we have not given them due process. We have no idea if they've actually violated immigration law. Some of them are asylum seekers. Many of them are asylum seekers who came in legally and are here now imprisoned because we just changed our minds. We said that it's in the law. The law is that asylum seekers can stay here as long as they're waiting for their court appearance. And now you've canceled their court dates and put them in jail. Who violated the law?
Randomly, it's just nonsense.
And there's this from the Newark mayor who blames ICE for the Delaney protests. Listen.
There were people out here for over a year without incident, without being thrown into the street, without being slammed to the ground, without tear gas and fires. None of that took place, which means people know how to peacefully protest. It was happening.
Of course they do. I mean, that's the same thing MLK Jr. did. MLK Jr. would come out and protest peacefully, and then the police would start shooting them, sticking dogs on them, shooting them with fire hoses, beating them. And then they would say, Martin Luther King Jr. he's not peacefully protesting.
I think it was escalated the minute ICE showed up on the scene.
Reaction to that?
Yeah, so again, right out of the left's playbook, when things go south, you blame law enforcement. That's what he is doing there. He's blaming law enforcement for protecting their facility. It's not as though ICE, this isn't Minneapolis. ICE is not in neighborhoods trying to arrest people. They're simply trying to protect Delaney Hall, which is a detention facility that they contract with. And
So they're there protecting a private company. Cool.
They're trying to protect their property, their officers, and the detainees. And this idea that somehow, because they're doing that they're stoking all of this violence, it's absolutely absurd. It's absolving the violent agitators from their...
Look at the video of the men with batons beating the shit out of unarmed protesters. And you want to tell me that the unarmed protesters are the problem?
From their violence and their activity, and you're placing the blame on law enforcement. And again, I just don't think the American...
Wait, are there any protesters with horses? Are those the protesters on the horses? Are those the protesters with the guns? Or are those the protesters with the phones? So who's the violent one? Is it the one with the phone or the gun? Who's the violent one? Phone or gun? What's a tool of violence? A phone or a gun? A camera or a gun?
People are buying it.
Well, Tom Homan wants everybody to know that these politicians are lying, he saes. They're enticing these protests with their lies, and that those that are in the hall are receiving proper care. Chad, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us.
Prove it. What do you mean they're getting proper care? That's what they said about Auschwitz. They're getting proper care. Arbeit macht frei. What do you mean they're getting proper care? How do we know? Let the Congress people in. Let's see it. Let's go. We let some Congress people in. Let their families in. How come there's such a big why all the mystery? Show us the pictures of Delaney Hall. Bring them on out. How come you're not showing that? Show me pristine, beautiful, beautiful concentration camps. Show me. I want a live feed. If I'm the one paying for it, maybe we should have webcams installed. Have webcams installed in there. I know you guys love surveillance. Put some webcams in the concentration camps so that we can just go to www.concentrationcamp.gov and we could look at what's going on in Delaney Hall. We can all just make our own decisions. Trust the American people. Trust us to make our own decisions about this.
Be sure to.
So with that.
It's expunged, yeah. The protesters here that go after ICE are not calm protesters. They didn't go after ICE, dumb shit. They were at the fucking concentration camp that is a private company, and ICE showed up and started beating people. We saw it when it happened. They literally were sitting, and they had these little yellow soft barricades they built up, and then ICE came and moved the barricades, and then they started beating the shit out of the people. That's what happened. They pulled out their batons, and the people were sitting there like this, and they started beating them while they were sitting there like this, sitting on the ground. So, yeah, don't tell me they went after ICE, you fucking pearl-clutching victim bullshit. I'm so sick of you Nazis always pretending to be the victims. So much like those OG Nazis. Oh, yeah, the Jews are poisoning our water supply. They always had shit like this. They're coming after us. The Social Democrats are the ones that are the bad guys, not us. Not your friend, the Nazi. The Nazi is your friend. It's the Social Democrats talking about their big ideas of peace, love, and charity, peace, love, and understanding. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? I'll tell you, pop. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? The bullet in your forehead for saying things like peace, love, and understanding. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? I'm going to play that song later. Someone remind me when we do the guitar section. I'm going to play that song. I love that song.
That all said, if you want to ask us any questions, feel free to ask the people behind me.
Let's be clear. They beat everyone, citizens and all. That's true. They beat everybody. It's okay for the state to beat the shit out of somebody. Should we? Oh, let's check in with the poll. Looks like 89%. Looks like 10% of you think it's okay to beat children if they cross the border without permission. Okay, let's do another one. Is it okay? Is it okay to beat a woman who overstays her visa by 1 day? Let's see. I'm guessing I'm going to get 30% or 40%. What percentage of people will say it's okay to beat a woman who overstays her visa? Because the second you overstay your visa, you're an illegal. So you're an illegal after 1 fucking day into the concentration camp. That's how it works right now. That's what we're doing. That's the goal now. As we get fucked in the ass by Iran and Israel, getting double teamed. We're getting double teamed by Iran and Israel. That's the goal now. That's what we're doing. Oh, nice. 14% are saying yes. Gotta love it. Gotta love MAGA. 14% are saying it's okay to beat a woman who overstays her visa by 1 day. That's that you're an illegal immigrant. The moment that happens. Rad. Okay. Nice work, America. By the way, thank you, Real McGoy. Thank you so much. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Real McGoy? Do you think they're just trolls? Someone says, who said that? Sayard says they're just trolls. No, I don't think they're just trolls. No, they're not just trolling. Most MAGA thinks it's okay to beat women who do nothing. Most MAGA think it's okay to just walk around punching women in the face. So it's all right. Like a woman who overstays her visa by a day. I mean, that's a goddamn criminal. I'm surprised that I should put the death penalty on there.
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction.
I can't believe Peter Doocy had the fucking nerve to ask this question.
Only if they're doing things right. Only if we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 million fund.
Million, billion, who gives a shit? If it's one fucking dollar, I don't know why we should give it to India. I mean, Israel. I mean, Iran. I mean, who are we not giving money now? The bad guys.
Only if they're doing things right. Remember this also. When you talk about billions of dollars, they've had much more than $1 trillion worth of damage done. They got a long way. There'll be 15.
Wait, $1 trillion of damage they can't build up. There's no way they can build anything.
To 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again.
I love when people brag. Do you think they bragged about Germany when they said, we bombed the shit out of Germany. We just destroyed all their fucking cities. We boiled babies alive, man. We killed women and children. We just killed the shit out of all of them, man. We bombed their infrastructure. We committed so many fucking war crimes. It was unbelievable. Do you think people talked like that at the end of World War II? Why do we talk about that with Iran? Man, we killed the fuck out of those babies, the children, the women. We killed so many of them, and we bombed their entire civilian infrastructure. Man, it's going to take them 20 years to build back that civilian infrastructure. And we did it intentionally. Sir, that's a war crime. Yeah, but things happen. Things happen. Things happen during war.
No, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going
threatening more war crimes.
to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and the other thing I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him.
Yeah, good. Thank China, man. We don't. You know who we don't thank enough? China. Those good old slavers over in China. We love the way they're treating those Uyghur. I call them Uyghurs. They're usually Uyghurs. The Uyghurs. Also, by the way, Sunni Muslims, man. The Sunni Muslims. They're Muslims, man. I don't know. They're still killing Sunni Muslims. Over in China, they got this giant concentration camp. They call it a re-education camp, but it's a concentration camp. And we call them detention centers. They call them, re-education camps, but same thing. They do it with the Uyghur Muslims. We do it with brown people south of our border, South Americans,
And he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. Somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thinking."
Yeah, it's pretty fucking disgusting that you're thanking our rivals. You're thanking Vladimir Putin. Why don't you just get a room, Donnie? Just get a room with those two. Have at it, you fucking weirdo.
President Xi of China. Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. They have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. It's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said I would really appreciate you're not giving or selling any of that stuff.
I would really appreciate it, Vladdy, cutie patootie pootie. I'd really appreciate it if you don't sell those fucking sand N-words. Don't sell those sand N-words, any of those shoulder rockets.
To Iran. And you know what? For the most part,
I would appreciate a pocket rocket, though. Pocket rockets, okay, but not a shoulder rocket. Not a shoulder rocket, Vladdy.
He didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars?
Well, the unfreezing is an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. If we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again.
No one's ever going to invest in the dollar again anyway, man. You fucked it up, dude. Why do you have... You're literally standing next to a guy who owns Tethercoin, and you own USD1. And you want me to believe that either 2/3 of the people on this panel right now, on the dais, 2/3 of them own the largest counterfeit operation of the US dollar. Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump together own Tethercoin and USD1. These crypto scammers. That's who these fuckers are. They're just crypto scammers. Donnie put in the buttocks. Donnie put Putin the buttocks. Thank you. Can I get some jubilations for Real McCoy, please? Thank you so much, Real McCoy.
If you took their money, because I thought about it, I'm not the most perfect person. I said, just Scott,
Scott, why don't we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And
It has not become very strong under you. Let's look at, give me a chart for the dollar versus the euro. Let's see. Ooh, it went up. It went up today. Hold on. Let's see. Should we do 5-year max? Yeah, let's do 5-year max. I'm just going to share this tab real fast for you. Let's see. Okay, so back in 2022, the Biden years it was doing well, but then boom, went back down. Oh no. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Oh, a little bit. No, not good. Not good. Oh, it went up at the end of 2024. Oh, he's almost president. He's almost president. He's almost president. He becomes president right here. Oh, he becomes president, and then boop. And now here it is. So it went up under Biden, and then it went down under Biden. It went up a little bit, but now it's lower than ever under Donald Trump. Donald Trump became president here, January 2020. So January 20, oh, that's 2025. Yeah, 2025. Yeah, January 2025, it was at 97 cents, and today it's at 87 cents. It has not increased under Donald Trump. He's a fucking liar. But buy Melania coin if you believe him. Buy Melania coin. Strong dollar, everybody. Donald Trump made a strong dollar. Don't pay attention to those numbers and facts and figures. Oh, Sky, you're talking about your feelings. You fucking idiots. Look at the goddamn chart. The US dollar is not strong. It's less strong since Donald Trump became president. Less strong than the entire time under Biden. The whole time under Biden, it was stronger. Now, of course, Biden lost. It went up under Biden, but then it went down under Biden, but still never so low as it is today. The lowest under Biden was, what's the lowest point under Biden? The lowest point under Biden was, 90 cents. The highest point under Trump is today, 87 cents. So no, not true. Wait, is this even higher? 90 cents. It was that, but it was on its way down. It's not higher today. It's not strong because of Donald Trump. The dollar has not been stronger under Donald Trump. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Facts don't care about your feelings, Donnie boy.
they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
President Trump is under fire today for forcing the delay of a critical hearing on his nominee to be Director of National Intelligence. The nominee, SDNY Chief Jay Clayton, was set to appear before lawmakers this afternoon. But now, Trump hopes to pressure Congress to first pass his controversial voter identification bill, the Save America Act. In a post on Truth Social that was issued early this morning, Trump wrote, quote, "I don't want to take Jay Clayton away from the great job he's doing until Jamie McDonald, that is his pick to replace Clayton, is in place. Therefore, to add a slight bit of intrigue, I will not approve FISA without the Save America Act going along with it."
Doesn't want to approve FISA. I wonder why. What's going on with the FISA? I hate FISA, so I don't know. I don't like the government spying on people. But FISA says that it could spy on anybody, anywhere, and buy all the data that they want as long as they're not in this country. But if you're in this country and have friends outside this country, they get your data too. So I think that spying on Americans is wrong. I think fucking spying is wrong. I don't think any of us, either you believe in the freedom of privacy or you don't. So I don't think the government should be spying on anybody. Fuck it. But here's FISA saying that they can look at all our digital shit, look at all our apps, and look at everything. It's funny how that works. But he doesn't want FISA for some reason. I wonder why. Why do you think? Who stands to benefit from this?
Let's be clear here. The president is threatening to block an extension of the crucial Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act unless it is paired with his voter bill, a huge national security gamble. Trump's zeal to enact the SAVE Act is further perpetuating his continued false claims of rampant voter fraud. As numerous studies have found, quote, non-citizen voting, which is already illegal and carries severe penalties, is rare. And in addition to addressing the non-existent problem of rampant voter fraud, experts say that if enacted, the SAVE Act would, quote, block millions of eligible Americans from voting. But it's not just that the president is holding national security hostage while he attempts to rejigger voting laws in advance of a crucial midterm election, one in which his party is expected to take some losses. It is also that the president doesn't actually have the authority to stop a congressional hearing. Only Congress can do that. But what the president can and did do is demand that Jay Clayton, the nominee.
I mean, Donald Trump never had a job, never had a driver's license. You're right. Never grew up. You're absolutely right, Real McGoy. The guy's never grown up, will never grow up. He's 80 years old. He's a waste. He's a waste of a human life.
Not show up for the scheduled hearing, leaving Republican leaders with no choice but to cancel. All of this now means that Bill Pulte was Trump's initial pick to serve as director of national intelligence. He's now serving as acting director of national intelligence, is going to assume that position on a temporary basis starting on Friday. Trump faced immediate backlash from both sides of the aisle when
I know, right? Totally, Brooklyn. I mean, that's probably what happened to Donald Trump, right? Did your parents go into your room and look through your room? I mean, that's definitely what happened to Donald Trump, right? It had to be some horrible form of abuse. Most people think that Donald Trump and his brother were both abused by Fred Trump, and they both developed severe addiction problems and other issues because of it. His brother died of alcoholism, and he's got this crazy power thing. He can't get enough. He can't get enough power. He can't get enough money. He can't get enough women. He can't get enough men. He can't get enough drugs. The guy's an addict. It's disgusting and sad. He can't get enough attention. You're absolutely right. I totally agree with you, Brooklyn. Remember, if you disagree with this, in fact, it is a call-in show. It is, in fact, a call-in show, but no one will call in. They're pussies.
he originally tapped Pulte for this very sensitive post. Lawmakers slammed Pulte's lack of experience and his fealty to Trump. Now, Pulte's position as acting director of national intelligence has renewed fears that Trump will use Pulte to go after his enemies in the run-up to the midterm elections. And lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are clear.
Trump never drank or did drugs? Yes, he absolutely did. You guys are so stupid. You believe every propaganda that Stephen Miller puts out about Donald Trump. No, man, the guy drank a lot. He doesn't anymore, supposedly. I believe it. I believe that he doesn't drink today, but the dude is on a lot of drugs. Why do you think sometimes he's like, and other times he's like, United States of America. That's drugs, dude. He's on lots of fucking drugs. Lots. And he's known for doing boner bumps. Everybody knows he likes doing bumps of cocaine off of dudes' erections. He even said, like, thank you very much for bringing the cocaine to the country, but we don't like it anymore. He said that shit. Like, what do you mean? He was famously like an installation. He was always at Studio 54 doing lines of coke off of young men's erections. He was at all of those parties with Roy Cohn. Everybody who was there says so. Like, there have been horrible rumors about what this guy did with drugs and what continues to do with drugs. Never did drugs a day in his life. Holy shit. Donald Trump never did drugs. And he used to drink. Now he says never touch the stuff. No, of course he did. Of course he did. Who knew him have written books about how much he used to drink, and he doesn't after his brother died. So I believe the part about the drinking. I actually do. But this whole never drank, never did drugs. Holy shit, dude. You are deep in the cult. My God. My God, his new drug of choice is stem cells. The guy barely has a septum left. He talks like this. You know, we could go back and bomb all the school children. And then maybe the guy sniffs more than Don Knotts. The guy's got no septum left. He's degraded his nose so much. His nose has all the hole. Have you seen it? Every time the makeup starts melting off of his nose, you can see all the holes in his nose. That dude, supposedly that's from his vascular disease. But dude, the dude has fucked himself up. What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Obama admitted to having done a little blow. Obama wrote a book and said, yeah, I used to be into blow. Yeah. And everyone does blow at some point. So what? Everyone does a little cocaine here and there. Jesus. So did George W. Bush, admitted to having done lots of cocaine. Jesus. Young man, look at my life. Young man, Sky, you definitely don't look your age, bro. Thank you, Real McGoy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Real McGoy. Finally, someone's nice. Someone's nice in the chat today. Thank you, Real McGoy. You know, it's all that cocaine I've done. Who the hell? Everybody did cocaine. Everybody's gotten drunk. Everybody's smoked marijuana. All this, like, it's so funny. This is the same thing Hitler tried to do. Like, Hitler's kind to animals, and also he never has done drugs or alcohol. They used to say that about Hitler. And guess what? He drank, he smoked, and he did lots of drugs. So this whole, it's all bullshit, man. They used to say he was vegetarian. He wasn't a vegetarian. They said that because they wanted to be like, how he would never kill all these Jews. I mean, he's a vegetarian. He doesn't even hurt animals. Bullshit. It was a lie. It was a joke on the people. It's called propaganda. And if you think that Donald Trump has never drunk a drop of liquor, never touch the stuff. Never. I never done it. Never even tasted it. Never tasted a beer. Never. You're a fucking liar. You're an idiot if you believe it. Go buy Melania coin. If you believe that, buy Melania coin. Yes, buy Melania coin, please. Please buy. You need to sell your house and buy Melania coin because Donald Trump says it's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. Hitler had everyone on meth. He did. Yes, he had everyone on meth. And yet he told publicly that no, drugs are bad. Drugs are bad. Yes. Where'd I get that awesome suite from? I'm just in a studio, man. I'm not in a suite. It's just a studio. It's just I just have a little studio in my house set up. It's just a converted bedroom, man. It's okay, Mark. I don't have a whole suite, but thank you.
Clearly frustrated with today's.
I mean, I can't believe you would believe it. Please buy Melania. Hold on. I have a thing for you. Buy Melania. I haven't shown it in a while because it's got the wrong Cash App on there, or it's got the wrong Venmo or whatever. Buy Melania coin today. Can I get some Melania coins in the chat? We got to buy Melania coin. We got to make this thing go to the moon, everybody. It's not a pump and dump scam. It's a totally legitimate enterprise endorsed by the First Lady and the President of the United States. Buy Melania coin today. Let's see how it's been doing. Can I get the chart on Melania coin, please? I say please to Google for some reason. Where's the chart? Come on, let's see the chart. Melania coin chart. I want to see the Melania coin. Where should I look? Should we look at Kraken? Yeah, let's look at Kraken. Here we go. Let's look at Kraken. Let's share this. Okay, we're gonna look at Melania coin really quickly to see where Donald Trump's honey. Oh my goodness, where is it? Oh, it went down. Oh shit, it's back up though. It's back up. Okay, today. Okay, it's doing pretty well. It's at. Let me get this a little smaller. Oh, can I get it smaller? There we go. It's at 78 cents today. It's not a pump and dump though. Okay. Oh my God, it went up. I should have bought it. Hold on. That's in 24 hours. Let's see where it is for like 1 year because it's only a year old. Oh no, it's older. It's over than a year now. Oh damn it! It looks kind of like it's a pump and dump scam. Damn, it does look like a pump and. It's not. It was. Wait, hold on. It was at. Where was it at its highest? Oh, it was at 743. Not bad. That's a great price. 743. I hope you. Then it went down to 8 cents. It's at 8 cents right now. So they pumped it and they dumped it. It seems. No, I think Donald Trump was telling the truth. Oh, look, it went up a little bit. It went up a little bit right here, huh? In January. Maybe that was me talking about it. It went up. We need to get Melania coin back on top. We need to get this shit back. Please. It's going to the moon, everybody. Please buy Melania coin if you believe Donald Trump never drank a drop. Doesn't do drugs. Fucking.
Presidential power play. Take a listen.
A president that is treating our national security with complete disdain.
Do we want a sycophant accessing DNI material, or do we want a top person like Jay Clayton in the job?
He wants Pulte in place because he wants him to do his political bidding. Am I getting that correct?
That's 100% what is happening.
I'm concerned.
These are Republicans talking like this. Republicans are talking. It's cracking. MAGA's cracking. When will I be able to buy Trump blow with my stash of Melania coin? Shaky knob. You guys shake that knob. You gotta You gotta shake it. You gotta shake it. You know, if you shake it more than 3 times, you're playing with it, son. But shake that knob. You're absolutely right. You could buy Trump blow anytime with Melania coin, but you have to have a lot of Melania coin because it's only worth 8 cents. And Trump blow is pure Venezuelan. Wait, Venezuela isn't known for cocaine? This just in. Venezuela doesn't even have a cocaine trade, and yet this just in. We were bombing civilian boats off the coast of Venezuela. What was it about? Wait, this just in. It was about oil. Oil. It wasn't about cocaine at all. I don't know, man. I don't know where you're going to get that Trump blow, Mo. Trump blow, shaky knob. I'm sorry, shaky knob. We might not ever be able to get it, shaky knob. Can I get some jubilation from shaky knob, please?
That this slows down the renewal.
I don't know, but if you believe in Milan, if you believe in Donald Trump's propaganda, you think that he's telling the truth about anything, that he loved his parents, he had a very happy life with his dad, then please buy Melania coin. Like that family is so fucking poison. I literally just had a person in my chat saying that Donald Trump loved he loved his family. He loved his family. Donald Trump and his brother are clear examples, textbook examples of abused children. They were raised by a Nazi. They're both creepy Nazis. Donald Trump's brother's already dead from alcoholism. And Donald Trump has lots of addiction issues. But yes, totally. Mr. Bone Spurs. Bone Spurs, the only thing ever happened to him.
Of FISA, which is vital to our national security.
We will never pass the SAVE Act. Never.
Have you spoken to the president? Connecting all these issues together.
Back with me is Jason Johnson, politics professor at Morgan State and MS Now political contributor. Also with
She looks like Rogue in the X-Men. What happened, Rogue?
us at the table is Molly Jong Fast, contributing writer with the New York Times, MS Now political analyst, and the host of the Fast Politics podcast. Jason, there's a lot going on here. Susan Collins is concerned.
Oh my gosh, is she? Always, yes.
Always concerned. What do you make of this presidential standoff with Congress over the Clayton nomination?
If you look at healthcare, if you look at national security, you look at environmental agencies, there are hundreds of agencies that have been gutted after Elon Musk and Doge that have never been filled in this administration. This is par for the course. These are just the names we're hearing about, right? So this doesn't shock me at all. It also represents the fact that most of the members of Congress, certainly on the Republican side, they don't really care, right? They don't care to push enough back at these sorts of things. They don't care to say, hey, this is a huge national security.
New poll. Okay, let's do a new poll. I see. You want a new poll? You got it. You got it. New poll. 84% say it's not. Okay, so 16%, 17% said it's totally okay to beat a woman who overstays her visa. Okay. All right, let's change it to let's do another poll. Is it okay? Is it okay to beat a man who overstays his visa by 1 day? Go. Man, I should have made it a brown man or a white man, because white people don't get beaten for overstaying their visas. Only brown men, brown children, men, women, and children get beaten for overstaying their visas, but not white men. I haven't seen one white person get their shit kicked out of them. I've seen them get their shit kicked out of them for trying to defend brown people or women, but I'd never see any white people in these concentration camps for some reason.
Concerned. And really, what concerns me, and I'm glad, Pelosi was like, well, I'll back off, and these people are moving back and forth. Who has Trump ever nominated for anything who doesn't have total loyalty to him? Yeah. Who has he ever put in any position, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard, whether it's Mark Waymo, anyone he picks is in that. Cash Patel, when he's not drinking, right? Allegedly. Anyone that Donald Trump puts in any position, right, is someone there to essentially do his bidding and attack his enemies. And
you mean Cash Patel's caught drinking again?
So I'm not surprised by any of this.
I thought that he didn't touch a drop. Cash Patel's sober as a gopher, just like Donald Trump's sober gopher, man.
I'm not shocked by any of this, and this is par for the course.
All right, Molly, it's not just Democrats who are sounding the alarm on this. So even GOP lawmakers have admitted that this voter fraud bill, the SAVE Act, doesn't have enough votes to make it through, and they're worried that hemming up the FISA bill in order to get this passed is really using national security as a pawn at a time where we may be increasingly vulnerable.
Yes, and in fact, Thune said that. The question is, will
No, man. No, I just fucking hate racists. I just hate Nazis. Don't you understand that? Big KZ beats. Here comes the savior of brown, skyjack our hero, LOL. That's literally how these leftists see this. No, I just hate Nazis, fascists,
capitalists, racists. I hate them. I hate you. If you think that brown people should be thrown in prison because they're brown and that white people shouldn't, I want to see a day where you're up against the wall. That's all. I just want to see a day where you're up against the wall. Nothing. It's not really about saving brown people. Oh, no, I think that people should stick together. I think people should find solidarity with brown people and gay people and black people and all the downtrodden. Because after all, even though I have far more privilege than a brown person, I myself am held down by this government. I myself am oppressed. I'm just got a lot more privilege. I've got a lot more privilege, but I also am oppressed by this fucking state, this violent organization of thugs who make sure that I can't do what I want. So, you know, I think if we stuck together, we could give these despots what for. But, you know, I don't want to save everybody. It's just like people say that, oh, you're vegan, you think you're going to save all the animals? No, I can't save all the animals. You fucking crazy. Most animals are going to die how they're going to die. I guess it's none of my business how people die, how many people get killed. I think they should decide on how themselves how they're going to live. I don't care how they die. I care. I think that everyone should be able to decide how they live, and they should live free. That's freedom. I believe in freedom and liberation. That's all. It's very simple. I want to save all the animals. I want to save all the brown people. I don't want to save anybody, really. I just think they should live free. And I hate the people who are keeping them from doing so. Thank you for joining, everyone. If you love freedom and liberty, please like and subscribe. You mean the cabinet emptied the liquor cabinet? Yeah, the cabinet left. The cabinet emptied the liquor again. How dry I am. How dry I am. Nobody knows how dry I am. Nobody cares how dry I am.
You crushed the filibuster for a bill that is federalizing elections, which is, by the way, not even constitutional. So, like, that thing is going to just go right to the courts. It's going to be in the courts. I mean, I don't know. This Supreme Court we have is they have done a lot of wacky stuff in the name of pleasing Trump, but even they might have problems with it. So that's why this makes no sense. And he's just putting it all together because he wants something. And this is from a Truth Social post. So, written in the night. So I just,
they all written at night.
But I just wonder, this is not the way a government is supposed to run. And even Republicans, and remember, just like we talked about before, there is this YOLO caucus of people who really are ready to say the truth now.
So Jason, I want you to listen to some sound from when Bill Pulte was initially named as the nominee for national security. Let's take a listen.
Well, we don't need a weaponized DNI professionals.
I see no evidence of any qualifications for that job.
One thing we know about Bill Pulte is he will do whatever Donald Trump says.
This is insane. Okay, this is someone who has no experience whatsoever in intel.
He has no experience, and he does have a reputation of being a hatchet man for the president.
Jason, has the president gotten what he wanted here? He wanted Bill Pulte in this job. It was clear he's not going to get him through the Senate. Has he now figured?
Make me so wet. So Bill Pulte, why? How come all these Republicans have a problem with Donald Trump all of a sudden? It looks like MAGA's cracking. MAGA looks like you're losing. Maybe we need a new poll. Let's see. Okay, good. 7% all of a sudden say the man doesn't. It's funny. Everyone was okay with more people were okay with the woman and the child getting beaten for crossing borders, but not the man. Interesting. Fun, very fun poll. I called it though, didn't I? I told you that more people would be okay with beating the woman and the dog and the child more than the man. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that that's how this poll ended? I think so too. Wow. Wow. Great job, everybody. I'm glad to see that it's still alive. It's okay to beat a dog, a child, but a man. Only 8% of you said yes. That's rad. That's rad. Are Republicans waking up to find out MAGA is a Nazi cancer? I think they are. I mean, the Wall Street Journal ran about how we are
retreating. We're just surrendering in Iran. I mean, that magazine started by William F. Buckley Jr. That they're saying the same thing. No, now you got all these Republicans saying that Bill Pulte is a fucking imbecile and that Donald Trump is only trying to push him through because he's going to do Donald Trump's bidding. Man, I think it's true. I think that's the thing. Brian Santos, they resent women. They hate women. MAGA hates women and children.
Got a way to do this.
I mean, for now, right? I mean, this is failing up, right? But there's so many members of this administration who have failed up.
But it doesn't matter now in this run-up to the midterm elections. We already have the president apparently investigating Gavin Newsom, who may be a presidential rival, not even against him. But now we're going into the midterm elections. Is it going to be really important that Bill Pulte's in this post?
I don't think so. Because, look, whether Pulte was going to do it, Donald Trump was going to weaponize the DOJ somehow. Donald Trump was always going to come up. This is the...
You kids wouldn't know a Nazi from a Ninja Turtle. I think Shredder was the Nazi in that. I think you wouldn't know a Nazi from Shredder. I think Shredder would be kind of the Nazi in that.
The Hunter Biden tactic all over again. It's also indicative, and quite frankly,
honestly, like I think you would know because like Shredder wanted to make more mutants in order to exploit them, and then he also wanted to kill the turtles and make turtle soup and eat them. So I think that in your scenario, the Nazi would have been Shredder. Shredder. I'm Shredder.
Since the people I talk to in California, like, this is great. You know how much money he can raise off of this? Because Trump is already saying 2 years out that I'm afraid of you. So I think we have to understand that they're operating almost like a mafia state. So it doesn't
mafia state. Oh, like a plutocracy?
Doesn't matter who we change in and out of these positions. The mission is always.
Let's just see if he means plutocracy. Because I think define plutocracy. Let's just get I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to say the wrong thing. It's a society or system of government that is controlled or heavily influenced by the wealthiest individuals or class. It is a form of oligarchy where power is derived purely from money and economic dominance rather than democratic representation or merit. Seems like we're in a chomocracy plutocracy. A chomo plutocracy? Looks like we're in a chomocracy that's a plutocracy. Sounds a lot like it. Yeah. Comes from the Greek word plotos, meaning wealth, and kratia, meaning power. Okay, all right. No country explicitly identifies as a plutocracy. The term is used as a critique of societies where wealth buys excessive political power through lobbying, campaign donations, and media control. So, like when Elon Musk went on the trip with Donald Trump to China, like that? Yeah, like that. Like that. Let me just ask, let's see if I can get Google to say America's a plutocracy. Since Elon Musk went along with Donald Trump for his state visit to China, would it be safe to assume that America is resembling more and more what one would call a plutocracy? And it wasn't just him. I mean, the NVIDIA guy was there. CZ was there, I think. I mean, Tim Cook was there. Only really, really rich people went along with him. Let's see what Google says. Let's see if Google says. Searching. Google says, whether the United States is resembling a plutocracy is a subject of intense public debate, with Donald Trump May 2026 state visit to Beijing serving as a primary flashpoint for both critics and defenders of the administration's approach. Yeah, it's blurring the lines between state power and private wealth. Conversely, the administration and its supporters frame the delegation as a practical deal-making strategy aimed at leveraging American economic strength. Sounds like a plutocracy to me. Corporate over national interests. Unprecedented concentration of wealth. The corporate delegation accompanying the president represented companies controlling over $10 trillion in market value, with the executives' combined personal net worth approaching $1 trillion. Critics argue that granting such concentrated wealth direct access to bilateral state negotiations sidelines traditional diplomatic channels and democratic oversight. Yeah, I think that's pretty fucking obvious. Plutocracy. Stop calling it a mafia. Stop calling it all these other things. It's a plutocracy run by child molesters. That's our government now. America. Happy birthday, America.
A hot-mic moment at the G7 where the Canadian Prime Minister was talking to you about their Chinese car cap, and you said you like it. Can you comment on that? What? The cap that Canada put on Chinese car imports. You were talking about it with cars.
Well, I don't know that I said I like it, but I could understand that. Yeah.
Is that
a cap? Would I rather see a cap than no cap? Yeah, I would. On Canada.
No cap. This guy's full cap.
Would the U.S. ever consider allowing Chinese cars?
Well, we haven't. They pay over 100% tariff, so we don't have the problems that Europe has.
We don't have problems because we tear the fuck out of them. Because I don't care about the free market. Elon Musk says that I'm not allowed to let the Chinese sell cars here. Elon Musk said I'm not allowed to, so I don't do it because this is a plutocracy.
How long do you hope USMCA negotiations and reviews go on?
Well, it's not something that's, to me, I think it's better without it, to be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of it. I liked it because it got us out of NAFTA. In other words, after 6 years, you got to throw us at
NAFTA. What a great idea to get rid of NAFTA. Dissolve the middle class in Mexico so that there are no manufacturing jobs in the whole country anymore, and they're struggling, and therefore all the people coming from South America into Mexico looking for work, they can't find any. They would like to stay in Mexico, but they can't because there's no money. So where do they go? Better keep moving north. Better keep coming across the border. Oh, you don't like people coming across the border. So your economic policies are creating economic refugees, and therefore you're going to kill them. So we caused the fire, and then we're just killing the people as they run out of the building. Awesome. I love that you got rid of NAFTA, buddy. NAFTA, dissolving the middle class in Mexico. What a brilliant strategy. Give all those jobs to China. Nothing could go wrong there. What could go wrong? And if instead of taking care of our neighbors, we took care of China? After all, China never did anything wrong. China's the good guys, right? We love China. Let's give more work to China. Let's build more factories in China, not Mexico. They're too expensive. Why would we take care of our neighbors? I mean, after all, everyone in South America, they'd love to go to Mexico and work. They speak the fucking language. Their cultures are similar. But no. We'll dissolve the middle class there so that there are no manufacturing jobs, no way to have any kind of upward mobility. We'll also demand that they grow the food that we want them to grow, because every time they try to change their farming practices, America slaps Mexico in the face with their cocks. And yet, when people leave Mexico, people want to leave Mexico, we shoot them, put them in concentration camps. Great plan.
got us out of NAFTA. That's the thing I like about it most. We do better without an agreement.
Do you want to just leave it in rolling?
I would rather leave it unsigned. I'd rather have it terminated.
You'd rather have it terminated? Those are different things, so I just want to be clear.
I would rather not have the agreement, but I may sign it.
Right.
But we do better as a country if we don't have an agreement.
So are you thinking of?
Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe we won't be able to make a deal. I would rather not have the USMCA. The primary reason I wanted it was because there was no way out of NAFTA, which was the worst trade agreement ever made, like ever. And they had no termination. And it was very hard to get USMCA for that reason. And I had a 6-year close. Who would have thought I would have been here in the 6 years?
NAFTA could have worked if we weren't fucking idiots. If we did it, if Bill Clinton and everybody since Bill Clinton started just letting everything come in from China, which is why after the 80s and then after the 90s, because of Bill Clinton, everything has just gone. Everything's made in China. Fucking half the shit in my house is made out in China. It should be made in Mexico or here or Canada. That would make more sense, right? Let's get rich together. But instead of making our neighbors rich, we like to make the Nazis rich. We like to make Germany, Japan, and Russia and China rich. Why do we keep doing that?
They got it 6 years because they hoped I wouldn't be here. My term was supposed to be over with. So on top of everything else, it comes to, I would prefer not having an agreement, but I'm open to doing it. We'll see what happens.
So as of now, it's just going to stick around for 10 years. You're okay with that?
No, it's not sticking around. It'll be terminated. In other words,
after a decade.
It expires.
Yeah, in a decade.
It expires.
Okay.
Maybe it was the deal getting no love, or maybe he was just bored. But Donald Trump looked a little checked out and out of it, and literally and figuratively alone on the world stage earlier today, posing with the other leaders of the G7 for their group photo. We're back with David and Paul.
Look at him slouching around. Look at him slouching around. Poor Donnie boy, never has any friends. Is this true? Is Marjorie Taylor Greene in Mexico getting stem cell, what do you call it, therapy? Yes, holy shit. Former U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene recently traveled to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, to receive stem cell treatments. She and her fiance paid out of pocket for the procedure, which they sought because it is currently unapproved by the FDA. Why isn't it approved? Because they didn't want it. What the hell? This bitch, she voted against it. But Greene advocates for medical freedom and preventative care. She has publicly stated that she does not have health insurance, choosing instead to spend her money on wellness and anti-aging treatments she believes in. I don't have health insurance either, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm poor. I don't have any health insurance either, and I'm fucking poor. So I mean, I can't go get the stem cell treatment. Hold on, didn't she vote again? I mean, the MAGA definitely voted. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene ever get the chance to vote against stem cell research or any legislation involving stem cells? Because I don't know, she wasn't in office very long. She might never. Yes. Oh my God. She got the chance to vote on stem cell legislation, and she was one of only two lawmakers to vote against it. She voted against stem cell related. This fuckers. And she and Lauren Boebert were the only two votes against HR 941, also known as the Transplant Act. Time reauthorization of necessary stem cell programs, licking alarm neoplasm clinically and effectively. The bill ultimately passed the House in an overwhelming 415-2 landslide, but she voted against it because she's against stem cells. That is so messed up. She voted against stated that she voted against it because she believed it lacked clear protections against the remains of aborted fetuses. Her spokesperson told media outlets that the bill opens the door for NIH to use this bill to research the remains of babies who were murdered in the womb. The hypocrisy, man. Shit. That's gorgeous. Way to go, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's okay with killing brown babies, though. She's just not okay with American white babies getting killed. That's so funny. She voted against wiener chopping too. Did she vote against? She voted against. What did she vote against? What do you mean? She voted against something with circumcision? How does she even get elected? Fucking Georgia, man. You know, Georgia, that's just how it is down there. Georgia. Devil went down to Georgia. She was looking for Joe Bo. Devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in the bind. He's way behind. He's looking to make a deal. Yeah, that's so funny. That is so funny. She's in. I mean, come on. There's all these pictures of her. Hold on. There's all these pictures of her getting the. I need to see the image of her. Oh my God. On TMZ, there's a video. But come on. She's like, look at her. She's super stoked. She's super stoked, man. Super stoked to have all these, to have the stem cell. What a great person. She voted against stem cells. Rules for thee, but not for me, I guess, right? Come on. Hello? Oh, this isn't working. TMZ just crashed my computer. Something's going on with TMZ. I can't watch this for some reason. What the hell? My whole camera, my whole screen just went dead because of TMZ. Did I get a virus? Hello? What the hell, TMZ? What did you do? Some kind of NTSC failure. What the heck? I don't know what just happened. I've lost control. Okay, so something's wrong with my monitor, maybe. Something is some failure. Hello. Black screen. Come on now. All right, we gotta try to go back in. For some reason, Marjorie Taylor Greene crashed my monitor. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, this is so fucked. What is going on here? I can't even get my... I don't know why this is happening. It's still giving me controls though, but I can't see anything. Fucking, why would this happen? I'm just seeing nothing. Damn it. Now we've got a black screen. Oh. Maybe, I mean, I exited and came back in. Why is it doing this? Control Shift B restarts your graphics driver. Control Shift, Windows Control Shift B, Windows Control Shift B. I turn it off and turn it on again. I know, but I can't even get anything done. It beeps when I hit. I mean, I can turn off the monitor and turn it back on again, I guess, but like, I don't know if that's going to do anything. I've never had this happen before. There's like total failure. Doesn't make sense to me. All right, I'm turning it back on. Did you put gas in the tank? Yeah, get out and push. I got to get out and push and try to do this. I can't even restart I can't even see the task manager. I can't even see task manager. I think it has something to do with like the graphics interface with the HDMI, but why would TMZ out of nowhere just start doing that? That's so weird. Yeah, I'm just getting snow. Just getting snow. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this. I can restart the computer, but that's like, I don't know why I can't even see the task manager. Can't see anything. I just see snow. Snow, brace for impact. I know, right? Yeah. Maybe now you ain't oppressed, only he can be. What the fuck are you talking about? Who can be oppressed and who can't? You're the one who decides who could be. Yeah, hard restart. I think I have to. I think I'm going to do a hard restart, which sucks because that means that we're going to have to do this for a second. Give me 1 second. We're going to be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. Here we go. Can you hear me? I think you could probably hear me, but you didn't hear me on this. But I got this without my mic, obviously. Thank God I got 2 computers running. I thought that it was going to be. Everyone told me I shouldn't do that, but now, luckily. Here we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Minor inconvenience really quickly. because of technical difficulties. One time I was watching somebody who's really famous, like who was that guy? Philip DeFranco, and he had some catastrophic. He had to shut down his stream. I felt so much better because I was like, oh man, so much better. I don't want to have that happen to me. Yeah. Trump wanders off, looks lost. I kind of want to see if I can get this going. Hold on a second for me. Gotta give me a second so I can put this up on the stage. Here we go. I wanted to show you Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I couldn't get that done. All right. Thank you all for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber too. And thank you all for being here. If you think that if you're a political orphan, then have a wonderful time liking and subscribing. I appreciate you guys being here. But this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube.
Maybe it was the deal getting no love, or maybe he was just bored. But Donald Trump looked a little checked out and out of it, and literally and figuratively alone on the world stage earlier today, posing with the other leaders of the G7 for their group photo. We're back with David and Paul.
He definitely has that that stroke face, right? He's always like this.
Paul, the optics used to be everything for Donald Trump. And that was, at least within his own political coalition, how he got away with the substance never being exactly what everybody thought they were getting with him. The optics are now catastrophic.
What is it? Oppress your fucking fingers on this keyboard. Yes, I'm pressing my keyboards on my keyboards on your pee-pee for sure. The anacle. I've been here for hours and I'm friendly. Thank you, bro, for being here. Thank you all for being here.
For Donald Trump. And what are your thoughts about why the White House can't do a better job when the cameras are rolling?
It's also embarrassing for America just to see, our president roaming around in that way and ineffective and waffling and flailing. But I think it's even worse than that. I mean, it's dangerous. Our president looks weak. He just took a massive loss, maybe the biggest loss in a generation. And Putin's watching. The North Koreans are watching. The Chinese are watching. So if you're sitting there thinking about what to do on Taiwan, you're in the driver's seat. And our military, I think this will impact morale. It'll definitely impact recruiting. And we've reduced our stockpiles. 40% of our Navy was occupied. We spent tens of billions of dollars that they still can't fully account for. And they're putting forward a defense budget at the end of the year that has a $500 billion plus up for Iran, probably just to cover the cost of what they already spent. So it's just a loss across the board. But from a strategic standpoint, this weakens our country and our standing in such a profound way that our enemies are celebrating.
I also think that, David Road, we're at this point where Trump announces something. Everybody learns the reality of it. His own party recoils. The right-wing press, barfs all over it, and he undoes it. I mean, he said twice in today's news cycle that he reserved the right to, quote, drop bombs on the heads of the Iranians. Is this really over?
We don't know. I mean, he did raise this possibility of pushing the signal.
It's not over. There's no such thing as a ceasefire with the United States of America. Ask the American Indians. We're still busy killing them.
You're back. But it's a pattern here. I think Trump is showing such deep disregard, for the future of his own party. We were talking about J.D. Vance earlier, and yeah, I've heard from sources, it's been well reported, Vance completely opposed this war, and now he's being forced to publicly defend it. It's going to damage his political future. And then Paul mentioned the defense budget. Just back to the working class Americans who voted for Donald Trump, who've hoped, through all these elections that he was going to turn around their lives, their sense of being left behind by the rest of the country. The total new defense budget was $1.5 trillion. That includes tens of billions of dollars for Trump-class battleships that, Republicans say the
Trump-class battleships
the Navy doesn't need. They need more Aegis destroyers. That's what would have helped us break this Iranian blockage of the Strait. And then lastly, I just feel, watching the president today and the way he's erratic, I feel bad for young Americans of all parties. For presidents, they've had two octogenarians who are struggling, I think.
Seriously, it's funny. Every time someone calls in that's in their 20s, if someone calls in the show, mostly people don't have the guts. I guess I'm too intimidating for most people. There's a call-in link linked in the chat, but people never can do it for some reason. I don't know. They're always very afraid. There's a link pinned in the chat, but everyone's always so afraid to talk to me. Why are you guys always so scared? But when people are, sometimes younger people will, and they've never known America without someone in their 80s as president. Like, that's depressing, man. There's always been some old fuck as president your whole, if you've only voted in one election, you've only known ancient Nazi types. You've only known all these old people with no new ideas, falling asleep. Like, it's just such an embarrassment. this watching America decline is just so embarrassing. I wonder if the UK, I wonder if they were embarrassed as Great Britain. I'm pretty embarrassed at watching the decline of the American empire. Were the British as embarrassed of this watching? Did they have a bunch of really old prime ministers and really ancient people doing stupid stuff as their empire shrank? I wonder if that's the decline of the British Empire was agonizing and fraught with embarrassment. It was defined by economic ruin, public panic, and an agonizingly slow unraveling. Many key British leaders during this era were older and heavily criticized for being deeply out of touch. Yeah, that makes sense. In 47, the crown jewel of the empire, India, secured independence. In 56, Britain was forced into a humiliating retreat by both the United States and the USSR, proving at the Suez Crisis that English was no longer a global superpower. In the 60s and 70s, the empire completely unraveled, leaving behind a vastly diminished and economically struggling country. The ancient leaders, Winston Churchill, during his heavily scrutinizing term as prime minister in the 50s, he retired at age 80. Anthony Eden took over at 58, saw the disastrous Suez Canal crisis, and handled it so badly it was an embarrassment. Harold Macmillan, taking power at 62, his administration to finally accept the inevitable and manage the winds of change that granted independence to African colonies. However, his cabinet was routinely mocked by the younger, swinging 60s generation as stuffy and disconnected. Well, I guess that's the same thing as what we're going through. That seems very similar to what's happening here. We're just watching young people watching us embarrass ourselves as ancient men do stupid things completely out of touch with what affects young people in this country.
To not be erratic, I'll be polite about it. And that's all they've seen. And I just worry they won't vote. They won't think it matters. And I feel for them. And so it's a critical challenge for the country. But there's a new generation, to state the obvious, that is needed.
Nicole, can I make another point too? What about the Iranian people? What about the Iranian people? All the brave young Iranians who stood up and died and were waiting for America to save them. So many Iranian American friends that I have would say, you know what, I'm rooting for this to happen so that we can finally get that generational change that we wanted. We'll know that things are different in Iran because the Iranian people will tell us. And now they're completely hung out to dry. This regime is still in place, and it's going to go right back to killing any Iranian who stands up to them. And I think that's an underreported part of the story that's incredibly tragic and damaging long term.
Well, and will you be more brutal or less brutal if after the president of the United States of America said, quote, help is on the way, he did this, leave the remove the sanctions on day one, return all of the brutal regime's assets on day one, the thing he attacked Obama for doing for a decade, and leave the nuclear issue. I mean, he could not have made this brutal regime stronger if he'd sat down.
Remember when Barack Obama, I think, gave $1.7 billion to the Iranians, unfreezing assets? We're doing $300 billion. Hey, they made a deal with Donald Trump. They got a good deal. Iran, they're making out like bandits.
A team of advisors and asked him for a plan of how to make the brutal regime stronger. He did all the things that would have been on, and I'm not suggesting that he was executing a plan because he never is. But if he asked his advisors to write down a plan, how to strengthen the brutal leaders of Iran, you would have done all these things. Remove sanctions on day one, let them possibly charge for passage to the Strait of Hormuz, which was before open, leave in place the nuclear program, deal with it at a later date, release all their assets. I mean, you couldn't have done more to strengthen the brutality of the Iranians, David.
Yes, absolutely. And my heart goes out for the Iranians as well. This is an extraordinary country, and it's interesting. Again, J.D. Vance said this publicly, White House officials said this, and the president, that there's somehow some change with the new leadership, that they're excited because Iran's new leaders can see they can be one of the richest countries in the world, like Saudi Arabia or like Kuwait. And that's just a fantasy. I mean, this is an ideological regime, an ideological movement. The president talked about killing, I think he said 28 of their top leaders, including the current supreme leader's father and I believe wife. And so this is not a regime that's going to decide it wants to be rich and cares about oil and wants to be like Saudi Arabia. It's going to take that $300 billion and rebuild parts of the country, but it's also going to rebuild its missile stockpile, and it's going to fund its proxies.
Yeah, of course it's going to. Why would you take that? You just killed my father. You just killed my father. Yeah, let's be friends. Yeah, sure. Give me $300 billion, please. Could you give me this $300 billion, please? We'll be friends after that. I know you just killed my dad and my cousins and my brothers. You killed my whole family, but let's be friends.
It's so not over. I mean, he can try to turn the page on this, but it's so not over, especially for the allies in the region, for Israel. He can try to turn the page on this, but this isn't going away.
William Talente. A billionaire doesn't need to steal your lawnmower or your air conditioner, smarty pants. A billionaire creates the conditions under which your lawnmower and air conditioner are stolen because they know you're going to buy another air conditioner or lawnmower from them. Shit, they probably own your house. You're probably paying them a mortgage. The billionaires, you are owned by the billionaire. The person stealing your air conditioner and lawnmower is owned by the billionaire. Everyone's owned by billionaires. You owe everything to them. And they create the conditions under which you suffer. Every time someone gets their catalytic converter stolen or something stupid like that, they want to blame that person just made poor decisions in their life. That's where they're stealing catalytic converter. It has nothing to do with the fact that we live in this corrupt system where some people, for some reason, have trillions of dollars and other people are stealing catalytic converters. That has nothing to do with it. The fact that there is a trillionaire, but there are some people who can't afford to feed their families. That's the system. And you blame the people within that system rather than the people at the top controlling that system. Like, you're in a rat cage. You're in a cage with a bunch of rats, and you're blaming all the other rats for being in the cage with you. Look, this things would be great if it weren't for all these other fucking rats. But you never look up and see that there's a guy looking down at you, lording over you, and he owns the cage that you live in. All these other fucking rats, they're the problem. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Oh, man, I need to be writing down these songs. What was the other song? I can't remember the other song I was going to sing now. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat. What was the other song I wanted to play? Damn it.
First of all, I think our message is clear. It's been consistent for a year and a half. For President Trump, it's been consistent for 2.
How do I manage not to steal? Maybe you're lucky. Maybe you're lucky. Maybe you're privileged. I don't know. I don't know you, William. William, I don't know you, buddy boy. Billy boy, I don't know you. I don't know why you're better off. Maybe your parents had more money. Maybe you just got lucky. Maybe it just nothing ever bad happened to you. I don't know. Maybe you're just a resilient type. Maybe you were just born with something in you that makes you resilient. Maybe you're stronger against the throes of addiction. Maybe you don't get sick. Because that's a big one, man. A lot of people just get sick, and then all of a sudden they're poor, and then all of a sudden they're stealing. I don't know. Maybe you just don't get sick. Some people do. Some people get hit by cars, and they get better, and they're poor. And they can't get a job, but they could steal. Maybe you're just lucky. I don't know. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Yeah, I want to play that song, but earlier today, man, there was another song I wanted to play, but I can't remember what it was now. It was so shit, man. I was like, oh, I can't wait to play that song later. We're gonna do that real soon. About 30 minutes. I'm gonna switch over. We're gonna play some guitar.
NATO's got to step up to be a real military alliance. America's done its part for a very long time. NATO 3.0 is all about looking at our friends, being honest.
Looking at our friends, tell them to fuck themselves because we don't care about our friends anymore. Just like when after the end of World War II, we turned on the USSR in order to join forces with the Nazis and kill social democrats.
You've got to step up and spend more on your defense. Get to that commitment of 5%. President Trump, the Hague Summit, demanded it. Now we're going to be in Ankara in a couple of weeks, but he's going to have a chance to hear these countries how much progress they've made, and that's been consistent across the board. And I was honest also that at the outset of Epic Fury, there were some allies.
Stop talking about my dick, Epic Fury. Every time he mentions it, I'm like, dude, don't talk about my Epic Fury like that. Some people make shite up online and fake being oppressed. Like Donald Trump. Donald Trump does that. He does that a lot.
The ABC is so mean to me. CBS, CNN, Fox News, they're all very, very mean to me. They're very, very mean. I am oppressed by the state. I'm oppressed by Biden. Biden was always so mean to me. So mean. Everyone was so mean to me.
Fucking crybabies. Fucking crybabies, man. All the time.
Didn't provide the kind of support they should have. And we're honest in public, we're honest in private about it. We need to be able to ensure we have access, basing, and overflight when it matters in the middle of a contingency. And so the review that we're undertaking, the NATO 3.0 review, is simply that. Where is the right place for basing? Where can we make sure we have access and overflight when we need it?
The UAE, the Board of Peace. Donald Trump wants to get out of NATO and join the Arab Gulf states. That's what he wants to do. He hates Israel. He hates everybody except for the Arab Gulf states, who give him lots and lots and lots and lots of money. If only the Europeans would give him more shit. I mean, the Germans gave him the little kit, right? They gave him a little jersey, but come on. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about that. He looked touched, but Donald Trump wants the money.
So that America's properly postured on the continent and around the world. It's an earnest review that we look forward to undertaking, working with Congress, working with our allies, working with General Winkowitz, the commander of European Command, who's fantastic, and our policy shop, and we'll get to work on it right away. Thanks for coming along, and we look forward to getting back to Washington. A couple quick questions. Yes.
Yeah, why is that guy saying oppress all the time, Real McGoy? I don't get it. Why does he keep on saying it? Oppress, 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 oppress us, daddy. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's exactly what you want. You want Donald Trump to oppress you, I guess. Like, they just really into it. He likes being oppressed. Is that what it is, Ray Gun? Real McCoy? What do you think? What do you think? Fat man in a little coat. Fat man. He could press his butt to a fountain. I like it. Yeah. That one comment sent him into a fit. What comment? I don't even know what comment it is. Oh, that we're all oppressed and we're all together. Just some of us have more privilege than others. Is that it? That we're all oppressed, but some of us have more privilege? Is that such a hard thing to understand? Is that the whole thing? Dude, you claimed you were oppressed. LOL. Yikes. What a loser. A loser? What's a loser? Oh, you're trying to spell loser. Oh, you silly little bitch. You can't even spell. All right. So, yeah, all of us are oppressed. Like, for example, I can't go where I want whenever I want. I can't do what I want to do. I have to pay to be alive. I have to pay to live. I'm threatened by starvation or violence if I don't do as I'm told. I can't leave the country if I don't get permission from the state. I have to give the state. I've given the state all my money. I mean, so much of my money has gone to the state and I've gotten nothing in return. Anything else? I mean, what else? They force me into buying insurance I don't want and don't need. They can't ever, I don't have the right to go see a doctor if I'm sick. I have no rights in this country. I've been arrested many times for even talking. Been arrested for talking. That's a big one. Been arrested for talking. And but I'm not ignoring my privilege. Some of us are more privileged than others. I have a lot more privilege than other people do. And I choose to use my privilege for those who have less privilege. You see? That's it. I don't know why that's a hard concept for you, little child.
Yeah, exactly.
Little child who can't spell loser.
Unprecedented cooperation from NATO leadership today. But what about the countries that have been lagging in the overfly and all the other issues? Do you think they felt the impact of tonight? I know they felt the impact. We were clear, publicly and privately. We're not going to allow freeloading anymore. Excuses don't count anymore. Our dues, our NATO dues, are contingent upon other countries stepping up. It's not a one-way street.
Ooh, you think that this is the free airwaves? Big Daddy. No, it's funny. I used to have a show on the radio, and that was taken down because Donald Trump's FCC was threatening us. And so it was taken down. I was canceled. My show was canceled on the radio, on the FM radio in Houston. So no, this is not the free airwaves, buddy boy. You're in an algorithm, dipshit. You are in an algorithm being spoon-fed some content that they're controlling who gets to see what. This is not free airwaves just going to whomever. This is I'm streaming on 3 different platforms right now, and each one treats my content differently. Each one serves my content differently, and they serve it depending on how much revenue they think they can get at any given time. And they do that based on your buying habits, your viewing habits, your habits, period. They even do it based on where your IP, where your ISP is, where your where you are geographically, how often you go on vacation. They know all this stuff about you. and they serve the content based on that. This is not free airwaves. What the fuck gave you that idea? If I were saying what I'm saying right now in the street, I'd be beaten. I'd be arrested. They like it. I'm in the free speech zone right here. This is the free speech zone. I'm allowed to say it here because they know that the algorithm will do its job. And it is. It is doing its job. Yeah. He thinks it's a free country too. Yeah, it's totally free country. Go wherever you want. Yeah. Show Pressy gets to make money on three different platforms that are offered via capitalism. Offered via capitalism. So what part of capitalism offered this, right? Capitalism did this? No. Socialism built the internet, my friend. The capitalists didn't build the internet. The capitalism exploit the internet. They make money off the internet, but they didn't build the internet. The governments of the world built the internet through taxpayer dollars. That was the socialism. Now I have these platforms at my disposal and I use them just like anybody else because I have to exist. I have to exist within the system. Should I thank Donald Trump and Elon Musk every day for all of the wonderful crumbs they let slip off their table to me? Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Elon Musk, for letting those crumbs slip down to me where I might fetch them and take little morsels. I can barely afford a cup of coffee, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. My mother and father worked until the day they died. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My grandmother and my grandfather lived through the Great Depression and got nothing back from this fucking government. My grandfather, my father, neither went to college. I went to college and I got to pay for it, even though they could have gone for free. But the system changed and I'm going to be in debt for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thank you, Elon Musk. Thank you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Mr. Palantir, Peter Thiel. Thank you so much. I appreciate those crumbs you left slip off your table from time to time. Thank you.
And so this is not as if this is a new message from President Trump or from me. And that's why most countries are responding positively, both publicly and behind closed doors. It was great to hear country after country say, we're going to meet our target, we're going to meet our target. There are still a few outliers, and we will be clear with them as we do this review. We'll change how we look at the continent as a result. Any other questions?
Regarding the international effort to demonetize companies, was that discussed today? Have they given any kind of an idea of the time frame of what they can bring in and the time frame for getting it back up to pre-conflict?
There are European countries prepared to step up, and we welcome that. Obviously, any mines that are there need to be identified and removed, and Iran should be fully compliant, cooperative in that sense. It's an international water, though. And frankly, European countries and Asian countries use it a lot more than we do. We've got energy independence and resources in our hemisphere that are bountiful and will change, I think, the energy architecture for generations. European countries ought to be up front. There are a number that have stepped up, and we welcome that. And they'll do it in coordination with CENTCOM and Admiral Cooper to make sure that that waterway is open and commerce is moving as the president intended right away.
Secretary Hayes said the agreement with.
So William obviously doesn't understand the concept here. So here's the concept. You understand? Public universities used to be free for anybody. Anybody could go, basically. You could buy your books and you're in. For generations. And the school I went to opened in 1868. So, I mean, that's an old school, especially for California. It's California's oldest school. That's the school I went to. The oldest school in California. And it was free for all that time until my generation came around. And we got fucked because the baby boomers and everybody in between, Generation X, all decided that they loved government services. They loved government services, but not for the next generation. They took out loans that they couldn't pay for in order to put it on my generation. They cut services to my generation because they didn't want to pay taxes for my generation, but I still pay taxes for their generation. They didn't cut those services. They're starting to these days because a lot of those baby boomers are dying. But up until now, basically my generation just got fucked because of people like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and all the way down. No one Generation X has ever been president. It's been baby boomer and older. No one millennial has been president. It's been baby boomer and older. We have a gerontocracy of people who don't know what it's like, have horrible policies for people who grew up in my era, or even people a little older than me. People a little older than me also got the same kind of shit. Generation X is completely disenchanted. Generation X feels completely forgotten. That's why a lot of them end up in MAGA verse, because they just feel like, man, something's got to give. Maybe you don't understand that. Maybe you're too stupid to understand that type of shit. It's the greedy people running our country. Yeah, I mean, but boomers are the ones. You know what? You're right. It's not just the boomers. We blame the boomers, but like, it's a generation of people who didn't want to give up government services, but didn't want to pay for it either. So they create a system where they would be fine, and they would have all the wealth, they would have all the property, they would have everything, and everyone born after them would have to pick up the tab. That's what's happening. They got all the money, but for some reason we have to pay for all the government services. We got to pay for everything. And the government services that would actually serve people of this generation, the homeless people and everyone else, those policies are non-existent. So it is the boomers' fault too, if you think about it. They've created this system for themselves, and we have to live in their world until they die. And it's going to take too long. And what's going to end up happening is the billionaires, the boomers built the billionaires because they thought it was cool or something. I don't know. They watched too much of that movie Wall Street. They all think they're going to be Gordon Gekko.
Iran calls for the withdrawal of U.S. forces from the areas around Iran. Can you explain to us what that really means in practice?
They thought that a plutocracy was a good idea. They thought that if they got rich, that was because Jesus loved them. That's how they wanted it to be. But meanwhile, someone had to pick up the tab, and it's people in the global South. It's people, black and brown people. And it's also people like me who are just going to have to pick up the tab, you know? I got to pay for it. I got lucky, though. Like, I'm pretty fortunate. I'm not, I'm still pretty fucking poor, but I got a house. That's just because my mom died early, It's because my mom died young. But, I mean, I'm going to end up inheriting a broken country. Like, this country's broken, and I'm inheriting a broken country. And there's not much I can do about it. I'm trying to wake people up and telling them to question authority and start building mutual aid networks and start knowing their neighbors and start relying on each other and find solidarity with the other oppressed classes, even those who are more oppressed than them or those who have less privilege than they do. But look at how stupid people are. People like this William Talent guy, like, well, it's your choice. Dude, again, we're all in the cage and you're cursing the other rats for making their choice. We're all going to make choices in this cage, but it doesn't matter. You're in a cage. There's nothing you can do. Well, if we all got together, if all of us rats work together, we could do something. But they're constantly convincing you that it's the other rat's fault that you're in the cage.
Terms. And could you address your thoughts about the agreement and critics in Israel and elsewhere who say that it's giving too much to Iran?
I would say one key difference you got to point out between this agreement and others is this was born of strength, of American action. JCPOA came from a bunch of begging and talking. This agreement came after months of bombing and a blockade that was impenetrable. Iran was put in a position where they had to come to the table and undertake this. And what President Trump has been clear about from the beginning, and the War Department is clear about, is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Full stop, cannot have a nuclear weapon.
5-star hotels. The people who say that don't know what this idiot doesn't know what I saw that comment. Who is the idiot that said 5-star hotels? There you go. You know what's funny is, so I used to work in resorts, right? Most people know that I worked for 5-star resorts. Now 5-star is there's 5 diamond and there's 5-star. 5 diamond is AAA, 5-star is Forbes 5-star. And what it means is really the services that are provided. So like you can't have a 5th star if you don't have like a golf course and a spa and other things. And so a 5-star resort or 5-star hotel, most places are 3 and 4-star hotels, and they're great. 3 and 4 stars are still fantastic hotels, like way better than you can afford as a 4-star. 5-star just means that you have more different services and a level of service that's like Birkin bag level of service. And I've only worked in 2 5-star resorts and hotels. But I really only managed in one. I only had an office in the other. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a long story. This idea of this person doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's just a stupid fool saying 5-star hotels, trying to say that like somehow immigrants get luxury service when they come here. And meanwhile, you look at the concentration camps people are putting them in, right? What happened was people got some vouchers and there were empty hotels in New York when Greg Abbott sent a bunch of people there and they had to go very quickly. So they tried to use hotels because there were empty rooms, just like they always do when there's lots of people moving around. Even like during Katrina, the government used hotel rooms to put people up because you just couldn't let everyone just be in the streets. Then you have a whole other slew of problems if you just let people in the streets. So rather than have the refugees in the streets where they have diseases and there's feces everywhere. I mean, you don't want to have a large group of people in the streets. It's a bad news situation. So you end up getting some motels and hotel rooms for everybody so that they can at least sleep a little while they figure out the next step. Because after all, Greg Abbott from Texas, the governor of Texas, just decided to literally human traffic people against their will to New York. Well, New York has a lot of homeless people, but also has a lot of hotel rooms. So they tried to solve it, but they weren't 5 hours. Give me a fucking break. Stupid.
Everybody knows it. And so our military actions and any negotiations will be centered on that. And the president has pointed out that we will be prepared to recommence. If underneath the timeline of these talks, Iran does not do what it says it's going to do, just give up nuclear weapons, give up nuclear ambitions, give away their nuclear material, close nuclear facilities, then the War Department...
Gumbies, you're absolutely right. I get what you. I'm a boomer. I understand your anger and frustration. It's obvious the country requires serious reform, but lose the finger pointing or blame. Why? Why should I lose the finger pointing and blame? Because it makes people feel uncomfortable? Fuck that. We are all subject to the money and power around us. I totally agree with you. But somebody fucking dropped the ball. Somebody, an entitled class, an entitled group, and it's not just the boomers. It's like every 100 years we seem to go through this. It's not just us either. Other cultures, other societies have gone through this. Basically what happens is there's some kind of bloodbath. In this case, it was World War II, but it's usually some kind of bloodbath. And then what happens is you get this group like the greatest generation. They come back from war. They've got a lot of shit to handle. They're not okay. And they all decide we're never going to let this shit happen again. So we're going to build some institutions to make sure this shit never happens again. We're going to put some policies in place to make sure this shit never happens again. And then the next generation, in this case, the boomer generation, they live dumb, fat, and happy. And they think that this is the way it's supposed to be. We got all this great shit. Now we have all this peace. Everything's great. Why was everyone so worried? Look, it's always going to be like this. It's always going to be so great. We're always going to be high on the hog. Every generation is going to do better than the generation that came before because of how great everything is right now. And this is echoed through time. It happens every 100 years. And then in this case, the baby generation, they say, you know what? These institutions, I don't want to pay for all this shit, all these other assholes. I don't like all these people getting free shit. I don't like all this stuff that the previous generation did so that we don't do the same thing over again. I don't like all this stuff. I don't like paying for it, especially. So they cut a lot of it, but all the stuff that they don't need. And what they do, they keep the stuff that they do need, but they also don't want to pay for that. So they start cutting taxes. And the next generation comes around, they get completely disenchanted. They're kind of like just beaten down. The Generation X, they feel like, fuck me. I got no choice. I got no power. I got nothing. What am I going to do? I'm just going to go along with the flow and try to make my little nest, try to figure it out. No one cares about me. No one loves me. That's the Generation X. Then the next one, which is the one the millennials are in, millennials are like, nothing but anxiety. They have anxiety about the planet warming up, the anxiety, economic anxiety. They have violent anxiety. They have political anxiety. Nothing but anxiety, because all of the institutions that were supposed to prevent this are gone, and all we have now is the bill. Everything was done, and I'm still paying for Social Security. They say is going to be insolvent in 5 years. I'm gonna pay for it though. I paid for all these fucking boomers to go. I don't know, on their bucket list trips. I paid for that. All the money I made go to shit like that, but I can't get any of it. They left the table with me holding the tab. And so what do you think is going to happen again? Same thing as always happens, another bloodbath. So we have another bloodbath, and then the next generation will do everything they can to put institutions in place so that it never happens again. So that it never happens again. Do you think it'll happen again?
Here and prepared to restart
Here we have a guy calling himself the Secretary of War. Do you think it's going to happen again?
if we need to. We prefer not to, but we are prepared and postured to. When it comes to our alignment or posture in the region, we'll review what capabilities we need. When the blockade opens fully, we'll step back and allow commerce to flow. If Iran doesn't comply, then we're more than able to reimpose an ironclad blockade. We've had basing in that region for a long time. A lot of that will stay just as it is, and we'll look at how many troops we need in the area and calibrate accordingly. But we're going to be the big stick behind the negotiations that never existed under President Obama. It just didn't. It was a paper tiger hoping that they agreed. We have put a military operation in place that set the conditions. Not to mention President Trump killing Qasem Soleimani, not to mention Midnight Hammer, not to mention not just the offensive operations of Epic Fury, but the blockade, which they haven't been able to have any answer for, and Project Freedom, which ran hundreds of millions of barrels of oil through. We have set the terms. And so our military posture will continue to ensure Iran does the right thing at the table with this deal. And the belief is that over
He's got ODS. He can't stop talking about Barack Obama. It really is an embarrassment. It's because everyone's comparing it to the Obama deal, the JCPOA, which was better than the deal that Donald Trump just got and cost us less by about $400 billion less. So Barack Obama did it with no bloodshed and $400 billion cheaper. And so they're constantly being attacked, right? Bucket list wars. Yeah, there you go. Bingo. Trump 2028. There you go, buddy. This guy hates America, but he's got Nikola Tesla as his PFP. Nikola Tesla died a virgin. I hope you don't die a virgin, Bill Button. Don't die a virgin, Bill Button. He said his greatest love in life was a pigeon.
from this MOU going forward, they will have every opportunity to do just that to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon. Yes. It was a good meeting with the new counterpart at the UK.
We dropped about $100 billion in the desert. I think that war cost about $100 billion. I guess we'll find out later how many hundreds of billions of dollars, but a conservative estimate is about $100 billion that we spent bombing, killing children, and the rest in Iran. And then it also cost Yemen and Oman and a bunch of other countries, Lebanon, a bunch of countries, that billions and billions and billions of dollars were wasted. Donald Trump said himself that $1 trillion of damage was done in Iran alone, and he wasn't even talking about other countries. So yeah, it cost us a lot. It also cost us about $300 billion of frozen assets that we're just going to hand over to Iran. So yeah, also it cost us all of our goodwill and faith. Anybody who says anything, like, nobody trusts America now because we're a bunch of fucking turncoats. Who would trust America today? We made a deal with Iran. We ripped it up. We said we were going to make another deal. And during the negotiations, we attacked them on the first day, bombing a school children, double tapping a school children because of this piece of shit, P. Hegseth. We killed a school full of children intentionally and then denied it, which I think is fucking rich. Someone else bought a Tomahawk. Remember that? Someone else bought a Tomahawk. And somebody else did that. They must have bombed it themselves. Remember that? And you think it didn't cost us anything? We ripped up we do not honor our contracts. We do not operate or negotiate in good faith. And we commit war crimes intentionally. And then we take the money that we confiscated from this evil regime and we give it back to them and lift the embargoes. They got everything they wanted, and we've lost everything.
Obviously, the U.S. British Defense Alliance is an important one. My message to him was He's actually a fellow service member, just a couple of majors getting together talking about defense of their nation. I love the fact that he's been in the combat zone. We talked about the similarities we have there. But the message was the same. Hey, we need you guys to step up and do even more, spend even more. And if we need access and basing, whether it's in the UK or say at Diego Garcia, we can't live in a world where other countries are standing at the end of a runway with a clipboard trying to decide what flies and what doesn't. It's not going to work for us. It's not giving contingencies, and I don't think it's what he wants either. So at the Minister of Defense level, I think it's the start of a continued really good relationship. The more the UK spends on defense, the stronger NATO is going to be, the stronger Western civilization is, and that's a good thing. So
Western civilization. Western civilization. Why do racists always talk about Western civilization? Racist ideologies frequently invoke Western civilization to legitimize prejudice by reframing it as a defense of culture rather than biology. By equating their racial identity with the historical, intellectual, and scientific achievements of the West, these groups attempt to portray their worldview as intellectually superior and essential to protect. They always say that shit. It's always Western civilization. That's why people like Stephen Miller get away with saying, we are the architects. We invented democracy. We invented this we all the time, the Western civilization, the West, Western civilization. We are the best. The Western is the bestern. These fucking racists every time. We have to defend Western civilization. It's our culture. It's our heritage. We have to defend it.
I think a good start to a relationship that we need to renew even more. Last question, real quick. Yes. On the forced posture change, how quickly do you think that we'll see a tangible change of the U.S. presence in the Middle East? It's all conditions based. It's all based, again, on the responsiveness and benchmarks met and things that, just like this talk about resources and money, it's based on performance. Everything is based on performance. This is not a trust and don't verify like the Obama deal. There's not a lot of trust here, and everything we're going to do is verify, verify, verify. And
The Obama deal said anytime, anywhere, with no anytime, anywhere inspections with no a heads up. Now, I think that was trust and verify,
so
right?
at every step, whether it's our military posture or it's the carrots that exist to ensure Iran never has a nuclear weapon, all performance based. There's no giveaways here. There's no trust here. It's all verification. And the War Department stands behind it all, as the president has said. Prepared to devastatingly do what we've done already. Iran's never seen the kind of military campaign that the United States launched on it, full stop. Regardless of what the American media wants to say. Peddling Iranian state television, Iran's been devastated militarily by, on so many fronts by these strikes, which brought them to this position, not to mention the blockade they can't do anything about because they don't have a conventional navy. And then we were willing to restrike a couple of nights, which again set them back even more in the Strait of Hormuz, showing that we will restart if we have to. So our posture is one of strength. Iran's going to have every opportunity to cut the kind of deal they should at the table. And if they don't, the War Department will be right here, ready to go.
The War Department, it's against the law. He's breaking the law every time he says War Department. There's no such thing as a War Department. Scheiß auf die NATO. Scheiß auf die NATO. Ja. Ich meine, was auch immer. Sowieso ist es Krieg, 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 unethische Krieg, unethische Länder, unethische Bundesstädte, unethische Personen. Always. Lossers and losers, says Blondie. Thank you, Blondie. It's always about the lossers and the losers, right? It's got to be. It's always about them. The lossers and the losers. Du laberst Scheiße. Man spricht viel, wenn der Tag lang ist, auf jeden Fall, ne?
Okay, with that, we bring in Ben Shapiro, host of the Ben Shapiro.
Oder sprichst du von der Pete Hegseth? Ja, er labert voll Scheiße das ganze Zeit. Ganze Tag, jeden Tag, auf jeden.
Show. Ben, good to have you with us today. Your reaction to this MOU that we've all had a look at now, at least where it stands now, could be a little different when the signing happens, and also to what the president had to say there, Ben.
Well, I've said many times, the president deciding to go into Iran and to hit nuclear facilities in Operation Midnight Hammer, and then to go after Iran's ballistic missile facilities and nuclear facilities, Army, Navy, and Air Force.
This is a little surprising coming from Ben fucking Shapiro, who thinks all Gazans, the only good Gaza person is a dead Gazan. The only good Gazans are dead Gazans, according to Ben Shapiro. But now he's talking shit on Donald Trump. Is MAGA falling apart?
In this current operation was the single act of political bravery, perhaps, of my lifetime. With that said, this MOU...
He still thinks it's the single act of political bravery in his lifetime.
Appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the straits after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We're already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
So just to clarify, the president was asked about the missiles. He said not.
Ben Shapiro thinks Donald Trump's super brave for getting involved, but now he's a little bitch for losing the war in Iran. All right, Ben Shapiro. It's a mixed bag over here at the Ben Shapiro show on Fox News. I mean, even Ben Shapiro is saying that this guy's a fucking loser that just lost us a war in Iran. And all these maggers are in my chat going like, I love him. I love Donald Trump. He's the best man that ever lived. A ding dang doo. Well, ding dang dooder. Ding dang dooder.
Ballistic, the other kind of missiles. We're going to hear more detail on that because obviously that's a huge question here. It was one of the things that was missing in the JCPOA, any control of the Iranian missile program. So we'll look for more detail on that. Here's the president talking about what he sees as an overly aggressive posture from Israel in Lebanon in the recent part of this war. Watch this.
In all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it.
You don't have to do a war crime every time someone walks into an apartment building, Bibi.
From Hezbollah.
Every time someone from Hezbollah walks in, you don't have to kill all the children. Leave that to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth loves killing children. We love killing children, don't we, Pete? We love killing children.
But it's been an amazing partnership.
Jeffrey and I, we always were so good at killing kids. So nice.
He will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true.
Your thoughts on that, Ben?
The fact is that the president himself has suggested that Israel has a right to defend itself. Ambassador Huckabee, our ambassador to Israel, has said that Israel has a right to defend itself. Hezbollah is a terrorist group. It is not the government of Lebanon, and in fact is opposed to the government of Lebanon. And they've been firing ordnance over the border at Israel for literally years at this point. The idea that Israel should be held back from defending itself against a terror group that is a proxy army of Iran because we have some sort of deal over the Strait of Hormuz is a massive tactical blunder that gives Iran one of the things that Iran actually wants, which is to reconstitute its forward operating base in Lebanon. And anything that allows them to reconstitute their terror army would be a huge regional mistake.
All right, Ben Shapiro, thank you very much for weighing in today and joining us. Always good to have you with us. Thank you, Ben.
Ben Shapiro, even Ben Shapiro knows what's what, and you guys are still, even Ben Shapiro, he's lost it. Maria Bartiromo, I would never be president. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve. I would never be president. No good man has ever been president. I mean, there have been some better than others, but none of them have been good guys. None of them. All of you on both sides that engage in this childish maggot and libtard trash, you're not solving anything. You're part of the problem, says Daniel Pierce. Daniel Pierce, weren't you the guy saying that they had 5-star hotels? Are you the same guy?
Welcome back. Well, a couple days away from the House returning to Washington next week with roughly 2 weeks to go on the calendar before the August recess. And there's a lot Republicans want done in that 2-week period before the month-long break, the August recess. Once they come back from the August recess, it is all in on the midterm elections. Talks about a potential third reconciliation bill growing as Democrats in both chambers block.
How do you call that defending yourself? So wait, you funded Hamas. You worked on the Hamas campaign to get elected. You basically created the problem by fucking treating Palestinian people like second-class humans, and then you defended yourself. How? When did you defend yourself? I mean, there's a lot of rumors around the internet saying that Israel had a stand-down order on October 7th. So I'm not saying that's true, but it's an interesting idea that even people believe it, right? The fact that people believe it's a little makes me think this isn't all about defense, right? The fact that you make people go through, there's a wall through the manger at Bethlehem. There's literally a wall through the manger at Bethlehem built in order to keep Palestinians out of Israel. I mean, this is where we're at now. Through the town where Jesus was born, there's a wall erected that processes people so that they can work in Israel, but they can't live in Israel. They have to work in Israel, cleaning toilets or whatever, getting scraps of food off the tables of the rich Israelis, but they have to live on the other side of the wall.
everything the president says and tries to block the president's agenda. Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty joined us yesterday on this program. Here's what he said about the Democrats' interference in the agenda.
I'm very much, eyes wide open on where the Democrats have been. They've been entirely reckless. Record shutdowns last year. They're willing to shut down our border. They're willing to shut down Homeland Security at a time when we were having major operations in the Middle East, and the Biden administration allowed over 700 Iranian nationals that they identified. They released them into the country and let them go. We have major homeland threats that we need to be addressing. The Democrats have demonstrated they have no interest in producing anything other than chaos. The only procedural tool we have available to us that we can do without Democrat support, because we're not going to.
Mit wem sprichst du die ganze Zeit auf Deutsch? Ich verstehe nicht, was du meinst. Jetzt verstehe ich Bildung bis zum Äußersten, so wie du es verstanden hast. Niemand nennt mich dumm, aber ich sage dir, du sollst dich verpissen. Anyone calling this German stupid should piss off, she says. All right. Aber ich weiß nicht, von was du redest eigentlich.
Is another reconciliation bill. If we want to deal with defense needs that I'm sure are very real, even taking components of the Save America Act and budgetizing those in a way that we can put that into the reconciliation bill. A number of items that we need to get done, the Democrats will not support. I'm all in favor of proceeding along these lines.
Joining me now is Iowa Congressman Zach Nunn. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. What are your thoughts here? I mean, it feels like the Senate has such trouble executing the president's agenda. What's the problem?
Well, I think here's the reality, Maria. We have put forward a very aggressive agenda, and particularly in the House, we've passed it time and time again. The Save America Act, what we're trying to do for real success stories for American families. They said we could never pass a farm bill. We got a once in a 5-year farm bill through. We passed year-round nationwide E15, bringing fuel costs down for American families by as much as 50 cents per gallon or more. We've been able to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill exactly 1 year ago, this July 4th, and that has saved American families more money than ever with the largest tax cut. We want to be able to continue to drive things home. The Senate has a responsibility here to be able to take up legislation and execute. And I really appreciate my colleagues in the other chamber on this, but we have got to be able to drive just the key things like being able to resupply our military forces right now. Reconciliation 3.0 is a pathway to do that.
So that's what I was going to say. So is reconciliation the only way to get that done? And it seems like the real support for reconciliation 3.0 is really in the House and not in the Senate.
Which means that this might not pass the Senate.
Yeah, Marie, you're absolutely right. Let me tell you why this is so important. We have a pathway here to make sure that our military forces who are currently, just on the front line with Iran and other actors have spent almost half of our surface-to-air missile resupply have been depleted. Our men and women who are flying operations there, fuel supply. We also have a number of armaments that need plussed up. And the reality here is reconciliation 3.0 would afford us that ability. I think that is priority number one in the national security arena. It's also for our men and women there.
Meanwhile, the confirmation hearing for the Director of National Intelligence nominee Jake Clayton delayed yesterday following an early morning post from the president. And President Trump expressed concerns over finding somebody to replace Clayton at the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York's role. The president also doubled down on his demand to attach the Save America Act to any extension of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA. Or he says he won't approve it. Congressman, you've shown concern about the FISA.
Then I think they should call his bluff. They should put it in there without FISA and see what the fuck. I'd love him to not approve it. Let's do it. Try to do the American Save Act and do FISA at the same time. See if it happens. Do American Save Act. Try to make it happen. The Save America Act. Save America Act. We're going to make sure black people can't vote. Let's save America. And many women won't be able to vote either. Women and blacks can't vote. Save America Act.
702 lapse. Of course, we're hosting millions of people, foreign visitors in the country for the World Cup and for America 250 celebrations. And we don't have the FISA extension in place. What do you think? Will Congress be able to pass a FISA extension with the Save America Act attached to it?
Well, look, Maria, we in the House have passed both the Save America Act, which is something we do in my home state of Iowa for voter integrity. We also want to make sure that we move forward an intelligence collection apparatus. I've been a counterintelligence officer my entire 20-year career in the military prior to that. I recognize immediately the importance of having both a warrant requirement for any time you're going to try and collect intelligence that would have a U.S. citizen involved, but also the very important aspect of the fact that we have a collection apparatus that actually keeps Americans safe. And Maria, we just saw this at the president's great UFC fight last Sunday night. The reality was there were nearly 20+ individuals involved in a plot to kill the president.
Oh God, the plot to kill the president at the UFC. I know nobody's talking about it because nobody cares. We're fucking exhausted with all your bullshit plots against the president. We're tired of it. We don't want to hear about it anymore. None of us believe you. We don't even believe the other one. No one believes about Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm supposed to believe about the grand old scheme to get Donald Trump at the UFC fight on his birthday. I mean, it would be poetic if he actually went out on his birthday. Like Shakespeare, you die on your birthday. It's kind of fancy, and it's a fancy way to go. I hope I die on my birthday. Churches treat Israel like at Disneyland, says President Reagan. Well, yeah, except Disneyland doesn't have machine guns. Well, are there machine guns at Disneyland yet? Machine guns, no, but there's no wall to kiss either. There's no wall to kiss at Disneyland. I mean, Israel's way better than Disneyland. I used to be jealous of people. Like, I had some friends who did the Birthright tour. You do the Birthright trip. I thought that was so cool, man.
I've never been to Israel. I always thought it'd be really cool to go. These days, I kind of I'll have to wait till Benjamin Netanyahu dies. When Benjamin Netanyahu dies, I'll be like, hey, let's go to Israel, huh? Let's go, man. That'd be rad to go to Israel. Okay, so it looks like people are really upset now. Let's see. Let's do another poll. Are you? Let's see. Okay, so here's your three options. Here you go. We got a new one in the chat. Let's see how you guys feel about this one.
They are thrilled that we made a deal. Every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. The one set of
Stupid people like Benjamin Netanyahu.
leaders is all gone. The second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone. I think they're going to behave much differently. The deal we reached with
Keep
Iran
killing
on Sunday
people.
will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject to deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth. Very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with
Lots of surveillance, lots of killing.
Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. We have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And
Without writing it, what, like that presidents should release their tax returns before we give them the keys to the White House, like that, like stuff like that, where everyone has done it, but we never wrote it down, stuff like that. Not writing it down doesn't work, Donnie. We have deals that aren't written down though. Put it in writing, dumb. Not that it matters. I mean, America doesn't care if something's written down or not. It doesn't matter.
if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it. It's amazing what bombs can do.
That's President Trump at the G7 today detailing what will happen if Iran doesn't immediately turn over its nuclear bomb materials. He's saying the U.S. is going to help get in there and take out the nuclear materials. It's buried under rubble after the bombings. The U.S. has had cameras on all of it and has been watching it the entire time. Now, a senior U.S. official today did...
We have lots of cameras. Let's see. Freeze the status quo, oil sanction waivers, release frozen Iranian as a monitoring mechanism. Negotiations begin after implementation. No Iranian nuclear weapon. Oh my God, it's not good.
The text of the interim deal. To reporters, it says Iran reiterates it will not produce nuclear weapons. Its capacity. The U.S. lifts the naval blockade, withdraws its forces from the region. Iran gets sanctions lifted, frozen assets released. Plus, there's a $300 billion reconstruction fund. Let's welcome to the show.
I thought that they were going to at least have to join the Abraham Accord. They
All right,
didn't
to
do
Chief
that.
Foreign Correspondent Trey Yanks live in Tel Aviv, Israel, with the latest on the Iran deal. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight, President
Oh, come on. I got it. This guy's been in it from the
Trump
beginning.
signed the memorandum of understanding
How do you feel about it, Trey?
with Iran, formally marking the ceasefire extension with the Iranian regime. He was in France's Versailles Palace alongside...
Oh, you gotta love the palace. Oh, they got the candles going. Oh my gosh, like Louis the 16th. I wonder what happened to Louis the 16th again. Can someone look up what happened to Louis the 16th? He was in the Palace of Versailles. I love the Palace of Versailles because it reminds me of Louis the 16th. What happened to that guy?
French President Emmanuel Macron. And we know that Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, was the one responsible for signing the document from the Iranian capital.
Oh, he just did it from Tehran. He didn't come to the palace. You don't want to see the palace? You don't want to see the palace? We got this big, beautiful palace. What did we do with the guy who ran this palace?
Of Tehran. Now, earlier in the day, President Trump talked about what this agreement means and what happens if it isn't enforced.
It's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest.
On Wednesday, a U.S. official read the agreement to reporters. Within this deal includes an immediate end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, respect to sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran. The final deal must be reached within 60 days, but there is a possibility for an extension if those negotiations are going well. Now, the United States will fully end the naval blockade of Iranian ports. The Iranians will ensure safe shipping passage in the Strait of Hormuz and no charge of tolls for at least 60 days. There is
Wow, I got 71% anarchists so far. That's nice. 18% magtards, though.
going to be a reconstruction plan with many Gulf allies. This is going to be discussed in the days ahead. And the U.S. will agree to end many sanctions on a schedule. This is going to be a tiered system. The Iranians aren't going to receive all of this relief at once. It will be performance-based. And some of those
They got a little icons.
frozen funds will be available for use to the Iranian regime if they are
It sounds like Trey's really down with it. Trey's down to clown. Okay.
His memorandum of understanding, as David wrote,
Let's see how Joe thinks
He's
about
reporting, and we'll talk about it in a second. Everybody else is reporting. This is a dream. They can't believe they got what they got from Donald Trump. And just a couple of things from the Wall Street Journal editorial page. Iran will demand even more, the Wall Street Journal editorial page says this morning. And if Mr. Trump is as desperate to end the conflict as he has sounded lately, he's going to give it. He sounds desperate. He sounds like he's going to do anything to end this conflict. The people of Israel feel betrayed this morning. Republicans are horrified. Some will say it out loud. Some will not. And you can just go down the list of all the things he said we were going to do at the beginning of this war, and it just hasn't been done. And this MOU takes us in the opposite direction, showering them with maybe $500 billion of money up front. If you add all the things up that the Wall Street Journal was talking about yesterday, and then beyond that, they get to rebuild their economy and act as if they're Luxembourg, as if they're not the epicenter of international terrorism.
Yeah, seriously. That's so true. They get to act. They're the only Shia Muslim nation in the Arab state. I think they're the only ones. Hold on a second. Is Iran the only Shia Muslim nation in the Gulf? Yeah, it's the only one Shia majority. It's not the only country in the Gulf region with a significant Shia population, but it is the only Gulf nation with a Shia majority and a theocratic government explicitly founded on Shia Islamic law. Bahrain is the only other Gulf nation with a Shia majority population, where Shias make up roughly half of the majority of the native citizen population. However, this country is governed by Sunni royal family, just like Iraq was. Wow. Yeah, it's the only one that's ruled, that the Shia rule their own. While not a Gulf state in the same monarchical sense, Iraq borders the Gulf, shares the Persian Gulf coastline, and has a Shia majority population. But they're no longer run by the Sunni. Wow. There's a fun map. Lebanon, what do you know? Also Shia Muslims, kind of dark. Yemen, what do you know? It's funny that we hate all of these guys, huh? We hate all of these ones. Why is that? Why is it that we only hate the Shia Muslim countries like Oman, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia? Bahrain has a lot of Shia, but they're run by Sunni royal family. They're a minority rule. Egypt is Sunni. So Lebanon, I'm supposed to hate Lebanon. I'm supposed to hate Iraqis. I'm supposed to hate Iran. Kuwait, it's a little bit on the, and then Yemen. Man, it's so funny how that works, isn't it? Why is it that we only hate the Sunni, the Shia and the Sunni? Huh. Why does America hate all the Shia countries? Let's see what the hell? BBC? Where's my answer? I don't want this. I want this. Why? Get this out of here. Why does the United States hate all the Shia-run countries? Why? Doesn't have an official policy against them, but Iranian Revolution, proxy networks and regional influence, alliances with Sunni monarch. Oh, look at the secure energy supplies and counter Iranian influence. The U.S. has maintained decades-long security and economic partnerships with Sunni-led Gulf states, most notably Saudi Arabia. What a coinky dink. What a coinky dink. Oh, yeah. Partnership with Shia-led Iraq following 2003 Iraq transition to a Shia majority leadership. But that was way after we were on board with killing. We supported Saddam Hussein, who was Sunni. Interesting. What a coinky dink that we are all supposed to hate the Shia Muslims. It's so funny.
Because Donald Trump says they can.
Yeah, that Wall Street Journal that op-ed catalogs president by president from Jimmy Carter forward all the attempts by both Democrats and Republicans over the years to find the moderates in Iran and finally say, we're going to be the administration that engages with Iran. They're going to act like a normal country, which is the term now that Vice President J.D. Vance is using. He says, if Iran acts like a normal country, this will be a good deal for everyone. Well, history tells us that the mullahs have no interest in Iran being a normal country. They have an agenda that they're pushing around the world. So David wrote, I mean, you look at the particulars of all this, sanctions lifted, oil flowing out of Iran already. Some of those ships are already moving. They can get those tens of billions of dollars back. The $300 billion investment fund. We had the president of the United States, we'll dig into this a little bit later, saying, well, I've got to let them keep some missiles. It's not fair. Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states have missiles. We got to keep the playing field even, which whether you're Republican or Democrat, made people's heads explode. But he called in the early days of this war for unconditional surrender of Iran. He called for regime change. He said they could not have a nuclear weapon. Is any of that achieved in this memorandum of understanding?
No, not in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so everyone knows that Donald Trump's a loser. Great. So the Republicans, Fox News, everyone agrees that Donald Trump's a fucking loser, lost us billions and billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars he lost us, killed thousands of people, and got us nothing. Lost us all of our goodwill and faith in America.
Don't waste all that energy just now. We've got so much fun ahead. Good evening, everyone. In Chicago, an Asian college student has admitted to burning a cross to protest Donald Trump. And in typical fashion, did it while maintaining a perfect 4.0. The student was arrested after investigators were suspicious when he initially blamed the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, wait, let's go insane.
J.D. Vance has been on a media tour promoting his book about Catholicism, and last year he said that he hopes his Hindu wife Usha converts to Christianity. And now there is hope. Once Usha saw her husband on The View, she no longer believes cows are sacred.
Oh wow, that was an anti-Hindu, anti-view. Wow, that was a twofer. People get that. People hate the Hindu.
But the vice president did a great job on The View yesterday, but it was the Secret Service who performed so bravely by jumping in front of JD every time Whoopi broke wind. An Indonesian man was found barely alive after wandering lost in a mountain forest for 3 years. The amazing part, he passed another man who asked him for directions. Sean Penn, the actor, is making a January 6th movie, and the film is
Ooh, I like that. Let's see a January 6th movement. That'd be fun. I want to see a January 6th movie.
already been rated IQ 13.
Dude, that's gonna be a good movie. I want to see it.
Bradley Cooper is playing a Capitol cop, and guess who's playing the Capitol? During an event in New York City, Hillary Clinton criticized Joe Biden's decision to run again in 2024. She said, "I blame myself for not strangling him first."
Well, I mean, Joe Biden should never have been president at all, ever. He shouldn't have run in 2020. Joe Biden should never have been anywhere near the fucking White House.
And finally, a German man has assembled the world's largest Lego sausage. And I know just where to put it, said one man. All right. What do you expect?
Oh, gay joke about Don Lemon. I mean, Donald Trump is super gay.
So once again, we stopped a nutty plot to kill the president and his supporters.
I mean, and you know, Scott Bessent is openly gay too. Well, like, get some other people to make fun of. If you're going to make fun of the gays, like, at least, you know, why is it always the black gay guy? Why is it never a white gay guy that you're making fun of?
Attack targeting Sunday's UFC fight at the White House. At least a dozen keyboard rebels armed with rifles plan to hit the South Lawn with explosive drones and snipers, targeting politicians, the crowd, and anyone who supports this evil government or Israel. These rejects held grudges against Trump, billionaires, capitalist elites, and anyone who's ever taken money from AIPAC, which is code for the Jews.
No, it's not code for the Jews. It's AIPAC is running, ruining our system, ruining our country by putting millions and millions of dollars into the pockets of corrupt politicians to further the objectives of Benjamin Netanyahu's government. Also doing it under the guise of other like options. Like, it's weird. AIPAC poses as other organizations, like the People for the Healthy Cows or something. They always do that, but it's AIPAC. You've always got to find out that it's AIPAC because they pose as other than they are.
Sound familiar? Yep, it's the same envy-driven poison we've heard from the left, and primarily the dude whose chest screams Gestapo while his beard screams Village People. Both these
Isn't Village People Donald Trump's favorite band?
fanatics and Graham Plattner seethe with hatred for Jews, the rich, and capitalism. Basically, anyone or anything that's been successful. That's why you don't see them railing
Name me one country where capitalism has been successful.
against Jim Acosta. And yet, the Dems still support the Nazi-tattooed Graham, who's been accused of everything from insulting dead soldiers to mocking teen suicide. Why? Because they want to win. Which leads us to their strategy for defending him. They'll say if Plattner loses, then the Republicans would still hold the Senate, which means the Supreme Court will become more right-wing and millions of innocent women and children will die, which is the same filter of existential crisis they use on everything. If you believe Trump's a danger to life as we know it, then it justifies anything, like voting for a creep with a Nazi tattoo. Now, if you truly believe it's either Plattner or the end of the world, I get it. But I know the Dems don't believe that because they use the same doomsday defense on everything. You keep using a gas stove, the ice caps will melt, and the world will end. If we check ID before voting, we will return to Jim Crow or worse, slavery. January 6th, remember, worse than 9/11. And the COVID virus will kill both young and old unless you have the natural immunity of a packed BLM rally. And if you...
It looks like a lot of people in that rally it looks like everyone's wearing a mask. Literally everyone in this packed BLM rally is wearing a mask. There's a mask. Anyone whose faces I can see are covered with masks. But I mean, people were angry. They were in the streets shouting, and they still wore masks. So I don't
keep reading Kilmeade's books, your IQ will plummet. Okay, they were right on that one. And of course, they justified electing a president with spam for brains who couldn't find his way off a stage with a Waze app.
Oh, they put both of them in there, huh? They're both spam for brains?
The world with Trump was worse. Fact is, the Dems never say, the world's going to be fine if we lose this one. Now, what if you don't believe the end is nigh, but still vote for Plattner? That means you don't think he's a toxic male or you don't care, which means your authority on matters of misogyny no longer carry any weight. So when you scream about a fighter calling a first lady a man, we don't care. When you bring up Trump's...
Is that, you don't care because of that? You don't care because of Graham Plattner that this guy called the first lady a man? That's why? Because of Graham Plattner you don't care? Is that right, Greg Gutfeld, or is it because it was a black woman?
So-called treatment of women, it falls on deaf ears. And when you condemn me for wearing...
She was a black woman. It's because she was a black woman. No one stands up for Michelle Obama. No one stands up for Michelle Obama because she's a black woman. That's why. They hate women and they hate blacks. So a black woman, oof.
Speedo at my job review no longer resonates. So Plattner's support relies on the scuzziest reason of all, that you know there's no existential crisis and you know Plattner's a creep, but you will still back him because he's a Democrat. And let's be real, that's exactly what 99% of the party hacks are doing. And the entire power mad left has built a sick little framework to excuse it. So if you're a Democrat, ponder this. Your party needs you to believe it's the end of the world. So you'll vote for their awful, awful ideas, which when you really think about it, should be the reason to never vote for them ever again.
Wasn't that the same thing that the stupid maggers did? I am your retribution. I am your salvation. I am your only hope against, they're going to be World War III if you elect Kamala Harris. Kamala. World War III. She'll start a war with Israel. She'll start a war with Iran. She will. She'll start a war with Iran. We don't want a war with Iran, do we, folks? Never. I will never start a war with Iran. But Kamala. I mean, they both do it. It's called politics, I guess.
I mean, if someone says the world's going to end unless you go home with me, would you buy that? Hell, it's never worked for me.
I'm sure that's the only way that he actually does get any pussy is that he tells them that something bad's gonna happen to them unless they go home with him. I mean, I'm convinced that Greg Gutfeld, although I still want to do a show with you, Greg. If you're watching, Greg, please watch the show. I want to see just the last thing.
The billionaire's tax.
Last one, the billionaire's tax. There's just the last video. Then I'm going to go play some guitar, and then we're going to call it quits.
Has qualified for the November ballot. The controversial plan would impose a one-time 5% tax on California's wealthiest residents.
But, and you know there's a but, there is a major behind-the-scenes battle to kill this measure before any of us gets to vote on it. And CBS LA's Tom Waite with an update tonight. Tom, critics still trying to keep it off the ballot.
Yeah, and you know, this is a really interesting ballot initiative because it has opposition within the Democratic Party. You've got...
Of course there's opposition within the Democratic Party. There's lots of billionaires who are Democrats.
Some Democrats, like high-profile ones like Newsom, who's against it. And you have people like Bernie Sanders who are...
Of course Newsom's against it. He's a fucking Democrat. And Bernie Sanders isn't a Democrat. What do you say, Bernie Sanders? Isn't Bernie Sanders still independent? Is Bernie Sanders independent or Democrat right now? He's fucking independent. He caucuses with the Democrats, but he's independent. Newsom likes it, but Bernie doesn't. The Democrats are divided. Bernie is not a Democrat. Jesus Christ.
For it. So yeah, it's kind of caused a bit of a split. So the campaign leading the charge to pass the billionaire tax tonight, telling us hundreds of union leaders, community organizations, and elected officials are endorsing the measure because they say if it doesn't pass, California's healthcare system could collapse.
yes on the billionaire tax.
Supporters of the billionaire tax say there will be catastrophic consequences for California's hospitals if the measure doesn't pass.
Local hospitals and emergency rooms will shut their doors forever.
Political experts say there is an intense pressure campaign behind the scenes to get organizers to withdraw the issue from the November ballot, a decision that has to be made in the next couple of weeks. Mike Bonin is a former LA City councilman and is now the executive director of the prestigious Pat Brown Institute at Cal State LA.
The billionaire tax right now is Sacramento's biggest political hot potato. You've got one of the more powerful unions in the state of California, the healthcare SEIU, the healthcare workers, who are pushing it. But you've got a lot of other progressive labor unions that are quietly behind the scenes saying they don't want to see this. They're worried that it won't benefit their constituencies.
SEIU led the charge to launch the wealth tax after President Trump and the GOP-led Congress passed Trump's big, beautiful bill, which included massive cuts to healthcare funding. SEIU and their supporters say revenue generated from the tax on billionaires would make up for those cuts. But there is rare bipartisan opposition to the proposal. Governor Newsom is against it, and so are Democrat Javier Becerra and Republican Steve Hilton.
Fuck them. Fuck them all. This is why we have ballot initiatives. Put it on the fucking ballot. Let the people decide. You fucking Democrats and fucking Republicans. Oh, they both suck billionaire cock. What a big shock. What a shock to the system. Both of them are sucking on billionaire penis. What a surprise. They're both against the American people. Californians wanting to tax billionaires. Crazy. Hilton, Becerra, and they all want to subvert the will of the people. How amazing is that? How surprising. I'm surprised that Republicans and Democrats can agree to subvert the will of the people when it comes to taxing billionaires. I'm beside myself. I'm flabbergasted, flummoxed. I'm flummoxed. Completely.
The two men who are trying to succeed him in the upcoming November election.
If they chase all these billionaires out of the state, they're going to lose their income taxes, which is a big chunk of the state's revenue.
Yeah, chase them out. We don't need them. The problem is working class, middle Americans have to leave California. That's the problem, asshole. Let the fucking billionaires go. Let them go. Why are you worried about billionaires leaving the state, but not workers? If all the billionaires left, we wouldn't even notice. Because their businesses are here. They have to sell their shit here. We got other things we'll just boycott them. Oh, the billionaires left. Fuck them. We're closing their shops then. We're going to burn it down. Burning it down.
That's one of the arguments against it. The other thing is energize Silicon Valley to become interested in California politics.
It's estimated there are about 200 billionaires living in the Golden State.
200 billionaires. Well, we only got 900 billionaires in America. So more billionaires in California than how many live in New York? I thought most of them lived in New York.
If the measure ends up on the November ballot and passes, billionaires would be on the hook for a one-time 5% tax on their stocks and other assets. Several high-profile billionaires have already fled the state, including Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg.
Sayonara, Zucker tits. Get the fuck out.
And Google's co-founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
See ya, Sergey and Larry.
It would be highly unlikely for SEIU UHW to withdraw this. However, you've got several other ballot measures promoted by the billionaires that are looking like they may qualify at the same time, and those would weaken it.
Political experts say state legislators.
It's so funny. How come Gavin Newsom and all these assholes, how come they're not against the billionaires having a ballot initiative? They don't care about that ballot measure. They care about the working class having a ballot measure.
Legislators could diffuse this high-stakes tug of war by coming up with funding themselves.
Is there another way of filling this gap?
A spokesperson for the billionaire tax campaign.
There's lots of ways of filling the gap. You know what else we could do? We could just cut the billionaires' heads off. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. These politicians who are standing in the way, for some reason, no one's speaking out about all the billionaires and their tax. Because they can easily get ballot measures for some reason. That no one's speaking out against that. But speaking out against the working people, saying that we're sick and tired, we won't have medical care in America, in California, if we don't tax these stupid billionaires. We got 200 billionaires. Fucking how many want to leave? Get rid of them. 50% of them leave. Fuck them. We still got 100 billionaires to tax. Tax them all. Or we can just cut off their heads and take all their money. 5% of a one-time tax.
Campaign says their coalition remains open to any concrete solutions that can close that $100 billion gap left open by the big, beautiful bill. But I mean, so it kind of seems like you're leaving the door open there for maybe some sort of compromise. But yeah, it would be kind of fascinating if they didn't end up putting this on the ballot, given that they have the signatures. So.
If they have the signatures, why wouldn't they put it on the ballot?
We'll see. Always twist and turns.
Yeah, a couple weeks we should know.
In our politics.
It would be odd. It'd be odd for them to not have it on the ballot. Why would they be allowed to take it off the ballot?
No question.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, Tom.
The billionaire's tax has qualified for the November ballot. The controversial plan would impose a one-time
What's the
5%
name of it?
tax on California's wealthiest residents.
But, and you know there's a but, there is a major behind-the-scenes battle to kill this measure before any of us gets to vote on it. And CBS LA's Tom Waite with an update tonight.
It's fucking crazy that we would allow that we would allow these billionaires. The fact that even billionaires exist is a goddamn crime. It's a crime against humanity that even one billionaire exists. Again, if you have more than $999,999,000.99, you should be against the wall. You're against the wall club. You're an against the wall club. Up against the wall. Up against the wall. Now that I'm going to try something. We haven't done this we've done this members only for a while, but I thought we might do the poetry reading now. I like to end the broadcast with a poem, and then I'm going to go play guitar. I thought maybe we could put this in into the normal broadcast. It used to be the way I ended every broadcast was with a poem, just to celebrate humanity for a second, and then we say goodbye. But I think the way we'll do it, I'll read this poem, and then we'll go play guitar for a little bit. I can't remember. Oh, The Rat in the Cage. I want to play that song. I don't know what songs I'm going to play yet, but we'll see what happens. Cedar Waxwings Unmasked by Jane Yolen. Who are these masked birds? Not Robin Hoods, for they live in the open woods. They only deal in stolen goods, like berry futures, cedar cones, and sweet, sweet fruit, but leave the stones. Insects they catch on the fly when swarms of them go buzzing by. No need to worry, moan, or fret. Your valuables they will not get. Cedar Waxwings Unmasked. It's kind of a cute little poem, a little cutesy for me, a little too cutesy for me, but I like this sweet, sweet fruit line. I thought that was kind of fun. I also like the Robin Hoods. I thought that's kind of funny. Maybe they chose this poem as the poem of the day because that new movie with Hugh Jackman just came out called The Death of Robin Hood. I kind of want to see it. I kind of like the idea of a Robin Hood. There's Jane Yolen. She died this year, 2026. She grew up in New York City. No, she grew up in Hollywood. Sorry. She was born in New York, grew up in Hollywood and Newport News, Virginia. She went to Smith College, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Yeah, I don't know this poet. Usually I know she divided her time between homes in Hatfield, Massachusetts and Scotland. Scotland. She won 2 Nebula Book Awards for her science fiction and fantasy writers of America. Wow. Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators. She received honorary doctorates. Huh. I don't know why I don't know. Maybe because she's more known as a science fiction writer, I guess. But I don't know her other. Let's see. Her nonfiction includes these. She's edited these. She includes the picture books Owl Moon, How Do Dinosaurs Say Goodnight? Her poetry collection, Radiation Sonnets. That's pretty cool. Huh, I've never heard of her, Jane Yolen. But I kind of like, I thought the poem, a little cutesy for my taste, but I guess she's a children's book writer, so that makes sense. But I thought it was kind of cute. I also, like I said, I like the sweet. It reminds me of Sweet, 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 Sweet Tea, Susie Asado, the famous poem. And I like this Robin Hood's line. Who are these masked birds? Not Robin Hoods. For they live in the open woods. They only deal in stolen goods like berry futures, cedar cones. This berry futures makes me think of like they're talking about politicians, but I think that's funny too. Berry futures, because berry futures would be the shit, right? Because birds eat berries, and the future of that berry is the seed. The seed starts to germinate in the stomach of the bird, and then the bird shits out the seed, and the seed, that's how plants travel. That's how berries travel. Lots of plants travel that way. They intentionally get eaten so that their seed they've evolved. Actually, seeds have evolved to go through the digestive tracts of animals long enough to get further along, and then they plant. Isn't that crazy? Charles Darwin actually had all of these experiments. They're pretty gross experiments, but he would put seeds
in different animals in like a bunch of birds' mouths, like same species of bird, and then he would cut them open in different time periods to see how far along the seed had grown, because the seed starts to germinate inside the bird, but then the bird shits it out someplace else. So like the stomach acid of the bird or whatever will take off the hull, will actually start doing the work that the seed needs to survive. Isn't that wild? So crazy. Anyway, thank you all for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan, independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. I want to say thanks to Real McGoy, Alexander Kansky, Miley Ray Cyrus made me gay. Greetings from Germany. Thank you, Alexander Kansky. I don't know. I missed that one for some reason. Shaky Knob, thank you so much. Thank you, Real McGoy. NF Coin, the political commentator status rivals Yoko Ono's singing career. Without this low-hanging fruit, what do you do? I mean, I had a show before all of this low-hanging fruit, NF Coin. I'm sorry I missed your chat earlier. I missed it. Thank you so much. My political commentator status rivals Yoko Ono's singing career. She did a lot of stuff. Yoko Ono's is famous. I love Yoko Ono. What a wonderful artist. Yeah. Cha-cha-cha-cha chickens. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you so much, The Real McGoy. I appreciate you. Yeah. And Shaky Knob. I appreciate you guys so much. Buy Melania Coin if you haven't already. If you guys would like to contribute to independent media, if you value anything that I do and you'd like to contribute to independent media, the Skyjack Morgan channel or Morning Sky, please consider making a pledge. You can do so through the super chats. You become a Sky City Rebel. You get extra love in the chat, but also extra content and extra streams. Or on Venmo or Cash App. Both are just Skyjack Morgan all together. Venmo and not Snapchat, fucking Venmo and Cash App. Snapchat. Did I say Snapchat the first time? Venmo and Cash App. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to go play a little guitar. I'm going to go bring you with me. I'll be back in just a second. Thank you very, very much. Godspeed, rebels.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hey, everybody. How you doing? 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 Swing better. Swing. Swing better. Coming. Swing better. How you doing, everybody? Welcome to the show. This is the guitar section of the game. I'm so glad that you're here and that you're alive. I'm so happy that you're here and alive. Nom 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 toses. Humans eating animals. Everything you get attached to doesn't last. The red pill. Don't take the red pill. Oh, I like being over here a little bit. I think the sound's a little bit better over here. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, man. I saw this song that I really like playing. Oh, not this version. The other version. Oh yeah, let's try to play this song. I like this song. How's the sound, everybody? Can you hear me? Well, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. 1,000 tears. And look at the mess I'm in. Broken nose, a broken heart, and an empty bottle of gin. Well, I sit and I pray in my 37 Chevrolet. I'm singing to myself, and there's gotta be another way. Take away this ball and chain. Well, I'm lonely and I'm tired, and I can't take any more pain. Take away, never to return again. Take away, take away this ball and chain. Well, I've searched and I've searched to find the perfect life, and a brand new car and a brand new suit. I even got me a pretty little wife. But wherever I have gone, I was sure to find myself there. You can run all your life, but not go anywhere. Take away this ball and chain. Well, I'm sick and tired, and I can't take any more pain. Take away, and never to return again. Take away. Take away this ball and chain. Well, I walked past the bar on the way to my dingy hotel room. I spent all my money goes into noon. Well, I'll wake there in the morning, or maybe in a county jail. Times are hard, they're getting harder. I was born to lose and destined to fail. Take away, take away, take away this ball and chain. I'm lonely and I'm tired and I can't take any more pain. Take away, never to return again. Take away, take away, take away. Take away this ball and chain. That was my song from the Orange County legend Mike Ness and Social Distortion. He grew up right around where I live. Famous guy around this parts. I want to try to. What was that song? What's the rat in the cage? Despite all my rage, I was still just a rat in a cage. What's the song called? Is it called Zero? Despite all my, is it called Rat in a Cage? I don't think so. It's Bullet with Butterfly Wings, right? Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat. It's Bullet with Butterfly Wings, is that what it's called? Something like that. Bullet, I'll just put Bullet. Push it Butterfly Wings? Does anyone know the name of that song? Bullet with Butterfly Wings? Bullet with Butterfly Wings? Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna try to play a song. I never played that song before. If I could play it, I'll try it. I think I could do it. This is an ugly tab. I want a better tab than this. Hold on a second. Let's get a better tab. That was an ugly tab. It's ugly. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see. I think I can do it. I think I can play the song. Oh, it's a fucked up tuning. That's why. Damn it! Of course it's all fucked up tuning. I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna play it, see if I can play it. The world is a vampire. The world is a vampire. Sent to drain. Secret destroyers. Hold you up to the flames. What do you get? For my pain. Betrayed desires. And a piece of the game. Even though I know I suppose I'll show all my cool and cold like an old job. rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Someone will say that what I lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Now I'm naked. Nothing but an animal. But you can fake it. For just one more show. And what do you want? Wanna change? What have you got? When you feel the same. Even though I know, I suppose I'll show all my cool and cold, like old Joe. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. And someone will say that what's lost can never be saved. Despite all, he goes down to G. Despite all my rage, despite all my rage, despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Tell me I'm the only one. Tell me I'm the only one. Tell me there's no other one. Jesus was the only Son. Tell me I'm the chosen one. Jesus was the only Son for you. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. If someone will say what's lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Something like that. That's my first time ever playing that song. It goes on like, tell me I'm the only one. I think it's kind of, it could be kind of a fun. I wrecked my hand playing all those bar chords because like
I tried to do it. You can't see in the vertical if you're watching on vertical, but like it's all these bar chords, but it doesn't have to be played that way. And I'm playing it in a weird key, but it's kind of fun to do it that way. The world is a vampire. Santa Drain. Secret destroyer. Hold your up to the flame. No, no. And what do I get for my pain? Betrayed desires and a piece of the game. Even though I know, I suppose I'll show all my cool and cold like old Joe. Despite all my rage, still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, and someone will say that what's lost yet can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Now I'm naked, nothing but an animal. But you can fake it. Just one more show. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And what do you want? I wanna change. What do you got? No, no. You feel the same, 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 same. Even though I know I'm supposed I'll show all my cool and cold like old Joe. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Someone will say there was lost that could never be saved. Oh, despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Tell me I'm the only one. Tell me there's no other one. Jesus was the only son. Yeah, tell me I'm the chosen one. Jesus was the only son for you. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
what's lost that can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Something like that. I thought that was kind of a fun song to play. It's kind of a fun song to play, don't you think? This is the guitar section of the Morning Sky Show. If you have any songs, I think, let me see if I have do I have any requests? No requests, no requests. Okay, that's cool. No requests. We're just off the reservation. Just any song that pops into my head now. So far, what other songs have I been playing lately? Oh, this song. I like this song a lot. Thank you. I very much appreciate this a lot. You're a main. All right. There we go. She came from Greece, she had a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St. Martin's College. That's where I caught her eye. She told me that her dad was loaded. Said, in that case, I'll have a rum and Coca-Cola. She said, that's fine. And in 30 seconds time, she said, I wanna live like common people. I wanna do whatever common people do. I wanna sleep with common people. I wanna sleep with common people like you. Well, what else could I do? I said, I'll see what I can do. Took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I had to start it somewhere, so it started there. I said, pretend you ain't got no money, and she just laughed and said, you're so funny. And I said, yeah, well, I can't see anybody else smiling in here. Are you sure you wanna live like common people? You wanna see whatever common people see. You wanna sleep with common people. You wanna sleep with common people like me. But she didn't understand. She just smiled and held my hand. Flat above your shop, cut your hair and get a job and smoke some joints and play some pool. Pretend you never went to school, but still you'll never get it right, because when you're laid up in your bed at night watching roaches climb the wall, if you called your dad, he could stop it all. And you'll never live like common people. Never live like common people do. You'll never fail like common people. You'll never watch your life slide out of view. Dance and drink and screw, 'cause there's nothing else to do. sing along and it might just get you through. Laugh along with the common people. Laugh along even though they're laughing at you and the stupid things you do, because you think being poor is cool. Like a dog lying in the corner, they'll bite you but never warn you. Look out, they'll tear your insides out. Cause everybody hates a tourist, especially one who thinks it's all such a laugh. And the shit stains in Greece will come out in the bath. You'll never understand how it feels to live your life with no meaning or control, and with nowhere left to go. You're amazed that they burn so bright, whilst you can only wonder why. To flatten above your shop, cut your hair and get a job, smoke some joints, play some pool, pretend you never went to school, but still you'll never get it right. Cause when you're in your bed at night, watching roaches crawl the walls, you can call your dad, he'll stop it all up. You'll never live like common people. You'll never do what common people do. Never feel like common people. You'll never watch your life slide out of you and dance and drink and screw. Cause there's nothing else to do. Wanna live with common people like you. I wanna live like common people like you. I wanna live with common people like you. That was Pulp's Common People. I was learning Goodbye Columbus for somebody, but I don't think they're here today. I think I'll play this their song. Spend my days with a woman unkind, smoke my stuff and drink all my wine. Made up my mind to make a new start, going to California with an aching in my heart. Someone told me there's a girl out there with love in her eyes and flowers in her hair. Chances on a big jet plane, never let them tell you that they're all the same.
thinking. Throw me a line if I reach it in time, and I'll meet you up there where the path runs straight and I find a king without a king, and she plays guitar and she cries and sings. La 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 la. Ride a white mare in the footsteps of dawn, trying to find a woman who'll never, never, never be more. Standing on a hill in the mountain of dreams, telling myself that it's not as hard as it seems. There we go. As hard as it seems. All right, only 10 more minutes and I gotta go. Not as hard as it seems. You like that song? You like that song? I like that song. Someone, I forget, Robert Kazoo, well, I'm never gonna sing like Robert Plant, so, you know. Oh, okay, here we go. Your mother says that I'm a stranger. My face you'll never see no more. But there's one promise, darling. I'll see you on God's golden shore. never would have come. That was that was I'm a Man of Constant Sorrow. I was thinking more of like a Bob Dylan cover than, but I thought it was kind of fun. Thank you for being here, everybody. Threshold moment. Let me call in to show you, and I'll play some music over the phone, and it will blow this shit away on screen. And by the way, the sound is awful. Thank you. The sound is awful. Thank you, Threshold moment. Appreciate all the support and love in the chat. Thank you. This guy wants to call. I don't have my headphones. I can't. He could call in, but I wouldn't be able to hear him, so it won't matter. Why would I let you call in? You're way more talented than this guy. Okay, Threshold moment. Threshold moment. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Magtard, and I'm so much more talent than you, dude. Come on. Why don't you start a YouTube channel then, buddy? Start a YouTube channel, buddy boy. I love all these posers. They're like, I'm so much better than you. I could do what you do. Then do it, motherfucker. Do it. Why don't you drop a link? How about you drop a link for your channel in the community tab, and then everybody could see it. You should drop a community tab link. Just like, I have a community tab. You can post in there. You should do it. Do it, Threshold moment. The call-in portion of the show is over. Call in tomorrow. I'll be online tomorrow, Threshold. I'll be on Threshold moment. I'll be online tomorrow. You can call in tomorrow, honey pie. Don't worry. Don't worry, baby doll. You can call in tomorrow. Don't worry. Oh, you know what? Alice in Chains. I was trying to learn an Alice in Chains song yesterday. A winter's day in a deep and dark December. I am alone, gazing from my window, the streets below, on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. Sorry, there's a leaf blower out. He's blowing all his exhaust into my window. Oh, you want to hear a Trump song? Oh, I'll play a Trump song for you. I love that song. Okay, you want to hear? I'll play a song by Woody Guthrie that he wrote about old man Trump. Woody Guthrie wrote a song about Trump. What kind of song? Do you want to hear a song about old man Trump? I'll play a song by, how about this? Well, I tell all you fascists, you might be surprised, but the people of this world, man, they're getting organized, and you're bound to lose. All you fascists, you're bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose, all you fascists bound to lose, all you maggers are bound to lose. People of this world, they're marching side by side. They're marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. All you fascists, you're bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Race hatred cannot stop us. This one thing I know. Donald Trump and Tom Homan and Stephen Miller, they gotta go. You're bound to lose. You fascists, you're bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you maggers bound to lose. All you Nazis are bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You Nazis are bound to lose! All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. Well, I'm marching into battle. I'll bring my Union gun. I'm marching across the march across the battles where 1 million fascists died, and I'm marching in the battle. I'll bring my Union gun. We'll end this world's slavery before this battle's done. You're bound to lose, all you fascists. You're bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You're bound to lose. All you maggers bound to lose. All you maggers bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You maggers are bound to lose. Something like that. Something like that. There you go. Good job. Thank you. I also have this song. I like this song a lot, but I haven't played it in a while. Let me see if I can remember. I'm almost out of batteries over here, but this will be the last song. Well, I suppose old man Trump knows how much racial hate he stirred up in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drawed the color line on the heart of America when he became president. America ain't my home. I just can't pay the rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. America is Trump Tower, where no poor folk can go. I said, oh no, oh, and Trump's America ain't my home. I'm yelling out a welcome to you and your old man both, welcoming you to live here in America, to love in any way you please, and to have some kind of decent place to raise your kids up in. America ain't my home. I just can't pay this rent. My money's down the drain, and my soul is badly bent. America is Trump Tower, where no black folk roam. I said, oh no, oh man, Trump's America much racial hate. He stood up in the blood pot of all those human hearts when he drew those color lines across the hearts of America and became president. America ain't my home. I just can't pay the rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. America ain't my home. Oh, I just can't pay the rent. My money's down the drain and my soul is badly bent. America is Trump Tower, where no poor folk can go. Oh, I said, oh no, old man, Trump's America ain't my home. I said, oh no, old man, Trump's America ain't my home. Oh, I said, oh no, old man, Trump's America ain't my home. There you go. That was my. That was actually written by Woody Guthrie about the fascist Donald Trump and his father Fred Trump. There you go. That was written by Woody Guthrie. Yep, when he lived in a building by the racist Donald Trump. And I didn't change anything except for one word, really. I just changed one word, but everything else was the same. Written about the racist Donald Trump. Thank you for being here. Check the super chats. I've checked the super chats. Can you play Cranberry Zombie for the real McGoy? Yeah, let me play that real fast. I can play it real fast. Man, I've been talking so much today. My voice is a little dry. It's a little. My voice is a little. I'm lost my voice. I'm losing my voice a little bit, but that's okay. Well, let's go. Another head hangs lowly. Fuck this. I'm losing power. Damn it. Let's go. We're gonna try this out. We'll try. Another head hangs lowly. Child is slowly taken. And the violence causes silence. Who are we mistaken? It's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting. But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting. With the tanks and the bombs and the bombs and the guns in your head. They are crying. In your head, zombie. In your head, zombie. A mother, heartbreaking, is taking over. When violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old thing since 1916 in your head. They are fighting with the tanks and the bombs and the guns in your head. They Sorry, I was rushing that. I'm out of batteries, man. My phone's about to die. I don't have a charger anywhere near me, and I need to go anyway. But thank you so much for that super chat, Sarah Dion, and I'll play it next time, okay? A little bit better for you. Don't let anybody weaponize the zombie. Ooh. You resort to block them. Yeah, thank you. They want us to taste the Florsheim of shoes as much as them. They're zombies, man. You're absolutely right, Shy Pixie. What an awful song. You don't like the Woody Guthrie? You don't like Woody Guthrie threshold moment? I can't trust a man who doesn't like Woody Guthrie. Sorry. You're un-American. You're anti-American. Yeah, you're anti-American. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you, Threshold moment. Share your YouTube channel. I'd love to see it. Should I search you on YouTube? Threshold moment? Should I search you on YouTube? Let me see your content. Thank you for spreading joy. Thank you, bruh. 2122. Thank you. Thank you, Sierra Dion. Thank you, everybody, for joining. This is the end. We're gonna go do members only for fuck, man. We're gonna do members only for a second, but I'm sorry, but it's got to be kind of quick. I'm running out of my voice, and I have to show my house in just a second. Thank you. I'll see you in just a second. I'm gonna be on the other side. Thank you to dude. Okay, great. You're better. You're better. Understood. It seems like you have something really deep in your soul that you need to prove. But go ahead and make a YouTube channel. We'll all check it out. I'm sure you'll be rich and famous, man. Go for it, Threshold Moment. We got you, buddy. Go ahead. I'll be the first person to subscribe. Start a YouTube channel, baby doll, and I'll do it. You voted for Trump and MAGA, and I'm willing to prove that I'm a million. You fucking loser. Dude, you chill, baby doll. Chill. All right, thanks, everybody. I'll see you on the other side. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. Thank you. Wait, what's that say? No, Jack, I want to post my phone number. He just won't do it because he's a coward. I can sound better than him over the Dude, you're crashing out, buddy. You're chimping out. Stop chimping out, Threshold. Stop chimping out. It's going to be okay, buddy. Get the help you need. Get in there. Sell soon house. Man, Shy Pixie, I need to. Thank you. Thank you. Steffleson is Skyjack is entertaining and funny. Thank you, Steffleson. I appreciate that. That's the plan. Thank you. It's going to be all right. It's all right. All right, baby doll. Don't you worry. It's going to be okay. It's all right. Okay. Just chill, baby doll. Chill, baby doll. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.